making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astrolix winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Anubis.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello everyone and welcome to the IEM Dallas EU closed qualifiers. It's that time again for all the most stacked qualifiers of the year. We have 2 more spots to fill for the 100th IEM event at Dallas, and to bring you that action it will be me, Trav, and a man who clearly resides in a much warmer climate in South Africa, Mr. Hayes. And it's going to be our pleasure to bring you 2 BO3s today.
Yeah, only 30 degrees Celsius here in sunny Johannesburg, you know, furthest tip southern of Africa. And it's lovely, Trav. I'm loving life. It doesn't even get that cold in winter. So we live quite a privileged life this side of the world in terms of the climate. And we have a privileged game today. I mean, Bait versus VP. This is a really exciting matchup, right? IEM Dallas closed qualifier. 8 teams, really high regarded teams. You know, lots of competition. Only 2 spots up for grabs. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Of course, we can quickly run you through the games that will be on this stream. This stream will be covering VP versus Bait, but of course on the other streams that are currently running, we've got CB, and of course the main broadcast as well. We've got Koi versus Apex, also a pretty fun game. We've got Heroic versus Preasy, a nice little Danish derby there, still with the old cause, of course, if you think about Dupree, of course, formerly playing for Heroic for a little bit. Yeah. And Medsport versus Ents, which also, considering how good Medsport have been of late, especially literally just a few days ago taking a map off Spirit, it should be a great game, that one as well.
Yeah, it's why I say it's such a hotly contested qualifier, right? Because you could pick 4 or 5 different names easily of teams that could go on to qualify, and there's only those 2 spots, so it's really difficult to predict what's going to be happening. And so you got to be on point every single game. Of course, there is a lower bracket, so you have a second life in the competition at least. But it's going to be rough and brutal. It's going to be a very fun one. As I said, VP versus Bait is what we have to feast on first here, Trav.
Yeah, and it should be a really interesting one. I mean, I think out of all the games that are in this bracket, I would actually say it's probably the most clear-cut one, to be honest. Beta are pretty new at the moment. Obviously, some of you may remember Bait from the old team when they still had Amster, Alex, and I think Nikita as well. They had their closest run to the major at the IEM Rio RMR. They were 2-1, I believe, in the Swiss stage back then, and they went down to the old Sprout, I believe, and I think that was a Sprout that currently has none of the players that they have now. I think it's like Refresh, Lauenex, Stare, Zyphon, that sort of team, right? And then the Gamer Legion, of course, with Shui and Imma in the 2-2 game. I remember casting that one, and that was what gave Gamer Legion their first ever major appearance. But it's a different team these days, but they still have the old members, Captain Kutka and Orpo Wrinkle, of course, who are quite highly rated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the rifle AWP combination that sort of got Bait to their highest levels they've experienced so far, right? Wrinkle's one of those guys that's regarded really highly in the region. You know, when Simple took his backseat in Na'Vi, alongside Wonderful, another name people were touting as his potential replacement was Wrinkle. And so he's in really good form right now, 1.15 rating. I think that's in the entire period. So that's over 2.5 years he's been in the team. He's been consistently putting up good numbers. Of course, NPL, a former Na'Vi member as well, has really found his footing in this team. You know, people, there was a lot left to be desired after his team in Na'Vi, obviously, with the situation playing out the way that it did, the spots he had to take and the responsibilities as well. But now that he's come across here to this Bait roster, he's shown some really good form and consistency as well. He's been a very reliable player for the team, and I'm just looking forward to the new player, man. Ascenthiel, he's the guy they've added to the mix most recently in place of Alex, like you say, and he's the guy I know the least about, Trav, so I'm keen to see what he's going to bring to the team.
Exactly. Same here. I mean, it has to be mentioned as well that, of course, Captain Kutka was the long-term IGL for this Bait roster, but they've switched it up with NPL. And people might be saying, what on earth? Is that true? But yes, I believe NPL is the IGL for this roster now. So a very young head at the helm of this team. Maybe Captain Kutka and slightly freed up now thanks to that. But yeah, Essential is the more unknown one. He's 18. Bait is his first professional team. I had the chance to watch him a couple of times in the open qualifiers when Bait made their way through, and he's taking up a lot of the tough positions. I think a good example would be playing that pillar on B site Anubis, where you have to jiggle and avoid that frag coming in to you from dark. From E-Box. So yeah, I think it's going to be very hard for him to really show up today, because only a 0.8 rating in the games he's played on Bait, the 11 maps he's played. He's the youngster, he's the most inexperienced, taking about, as I said, a lot of positions like that Anubis role. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if VP have done their homework and will find a good way to expose him.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a team who's going to expose a player, VP certainly will be them, you know. James is so good at finding gaps or even creating gaps and then going on to exploit them as well. Just to correct myself there, I did say that Essential's the replacement of Alex Ment Amster, of course. But yeah, you guys get the point of it. And it's going to be tough for Essential, you know. Like you said, this is his first professional team and he's being slotted into these really challenging positions. And now you have to do that against players like Flit, Mia coming at you as well. Like these guys just running around with rifles coming into your bomb site. Fame, another one as well. Norbert of all names. Like good luck, Essential, right? It's going to be a really tough proposition for him, I suppose. We should talk a little bit more about Virtus Pro. Of course, James at the helm, if you're not too familiar with the team. As I mentioned, the other names as well, the quartet of riflers who just are so destructive when they're at the top of their game, right? I mean, you'd say in general, Virtus Pro have been in pretty good form lately. They didn't do quite well at the IEM Katowice event. They've placed 9th to 12th, which was, I'd say, quite disappointing for them, right? Going out in the play-in. Sure, the result to Cloud9 wasn't too bad, losing 2-1 there, but they would have expected to beat Gamer Legion. And so I think that they are in a great place, obviously qualified for the RMR 3-0, but you know, they are still mortal. You can beat them, I guess, is the point I'm making.
Yeah, I mean, they actually looked a little bit mentally frail during Katowice. It's not something we've kind of come to expect from Virtus Pro, but there was quite a little bit of obvious tilt creeping in. I think James had a few moments where it was obvious on camera, which is very unlike him. Usually he's stoic and very, very straight-faced. But yeah, I mean, as you say, losing to both Cloud9 and Gamer Legion. They made up for it, though, at the RMR. They swept that 3-0 and a particularly clean 2-0 versus Navi. As you say, Flit and Fame are still a duo that should petrify any top team in the world, to be honest. And Norbert's improvement in CS2 when it comes to his stats in Global Offensive is incredibly notable. I think it's something like a 0.25 improvement or something like that. It's huge. And he's doing that in some of the tough positions as well, like Pit, Inferno, B-Site, Vertigo. On many, many occasions, he's doing a fantastic job in his role and saving lots of big rounds for his team. Of course, we saw that at some of the ESL Challenger events as well recently. So yeah, with 2 spots, as we said, for the main event in Dallas, you'd have to think VP should be filling one of those 2, but sometimes you don't know which VP are going to show up.
Yeah, that's the point. It's the first game of the tournament as well, right? So hopefully they can be unsettled. They haven't played any Counter-Strike between the RMR and now, obviously not too long ago, but there would have been some traveling, maybe a slight break between now and then. And then they get into the real grind between now and the major kind of thing. So are they going to be slightly cold coming into this game? I mean, like you said, and I tend to agree with you that this is the most clear-cut match out of all the opening games. But it's not like Bait don't stand a chance here. And it's not like, you know, they're going to be coming into this having written themselves off. Might be able to find an upset win if they can pick up that first map and put some pressure on VP, then who knows? And speaking of maps, Trav, why don't we jump into the veto here and let everybody know what's going to get played?
Yes, the first map will be Inferno, and that's the one where VP are absolutely loving life right now. 5 in a row, not a single one of their opponents has taken more than 10 rounds against them as far as I remember. And of course, that comes against some top quality opposition as well. And Anubis is Bait's pick. That is one of their go-tos, but obviously their successes come against much lesser ranked opposition.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good map for them. Like you say, you got to take that in context as well, but it still makes sense they go for Anubis. I thought they might have leaned into Mirage, considering the fact that VP have only played a single map on Mirage in the past 3 months, and maybe they could have tried to expose them there. So that one was quite surprising for me that Bait went for Anubis instead of Mirage. And then the decider is going to be Ancient, which is such a strong map for this VP team. They played it against every opponent they beat at the RMR, beating Saw, Fnatic, and Navi on Ancient. So they're in red hot form on the map. That's the decider. And I mean, previous Bait used to be really good, right, with Amster in the team when they were at their peak. It was a really solid map for them, but who knows where they're at currently.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it is quite an unknown situation for Bait. Of course, we know very little about Ascenthiel. Only a few maps that I've watched of him. I've made sure to stream the open qualifiers and keep an eye on the open qualifiers for this event. And yeah, I'm very interested in seeing how he played and what he looked like. And yeah, he definitely struggled numbers wise, but as I said, very tough positions that he's sometimes in, and as well, I think the rest of his team were playing very good as well, which means it took a lot of onus off of him. So if he's in situations where he needs to deliver, I'll be very curious to see if he can. But yeah, you mentioned, of course, this is the tournament that is this is the bracket, sorry, where this is probably the most clear-cut match. I think Koi Apex is a massive 50-50, honestly. I mean, Koi have been very impressive recently, of course, qualifying for the major. Same can be said for Apex. I think Heroic should beat Preasy, but as that matchup has gone pretty tight in the past. Medsport versus Ents, we know that Ents probably will be considered the favourites, but with Metisport's recent form, taking a map off of Spirit, beating Cloud9 and Monty, like, honestly, that could go either way.
Yeah, Ents strike me as big game players. You know, someone like Glaive, who's won 4 majors, and you've got some very successful, Diaz made deep runs at the major, and they played very well at the RMR. Seems like that team pitches up to big games, but I'm kind of wondering what are they going to be like when they're the significant favorites against an underdog who has got momentum behind them and has been playing well and has a youngster like Nilo who's hitting incredibly hard right now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Metizport come away with the win in that particular match.
Yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised at all. Just quick correction, it was Falcons and Monty, not Cloud9 and Monty. You did the classic thing where you read something and you say it out loud rather than not what you meant to say. But I think it's going to be really interesting see how that side of the bracket goes as well, of course, because we, I believe, are casting the lower bracket match later this evening between the loser of that Heroic Preasy and Medsport Ents game. So yeah, well, I think whichever teams we get to cast in that lower bracket, I'm really looking forward to that, because if it's Preasy versus Medsport, which is probably the expected lower bracket game, even though it very easily might not be the case, that's still a very exciting Danish versus Swedish derby, right? So yeah, very much looking forward to that. But of course, we've got to focus on VP versus Bait first. We think it's going to be clear cut. I'd imagine VP will take map 1. Map 2 is where I'd maybe say there are weaknesses to exploit for Bait, because multiple times I've seen Mia on this VP team struggle a bit in his roles on Anubis, so perhaps that's something Bait were looking toward, and maybe why they didn't go to Mirage, like you mentioned. But yeah, Mia is probably right now for VP the main weak link. And it's still not that weak, really. It's still, a decent role player.
Yeah, it's a stretch, right, to say that. And you're trying to find a crack there, so I do get that. But what I will counter that with is that VP have won their last 3 Anubis games against Big, Cloud9, and Navi. So those are really big names to be, or big scalps to be picking up on the map, right? 13-6, 13-6, 13-9. So it does seem like they're starting to find the formula for a solution here on Anubis. So I'm still backing VP for the 2-0 here. Trav, are you gonna back Bait for a map?
I want to, because I like to have longer series.
Go on, lad.
Because it's MR12, in these days, like you kind of sometimes want a big BO3 to dig your teeth into.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, logically, I can't see anything other than a VP 2-0 today. We'll see, though. We'll see. Of course, as I said, there are things that Bait could exploit. There are definitely things that I think VP will be exploiting on Bait, but still, I mean, yeah, I mentioned, of course, the long-term members, Captain Kurtka and Wrinkle. They've been sort of touted for upgrades for a long time. I mean, even just yesterday, I was looking at match pages and stuff and just scrolling around looking for stats, and I think there's one thing that jumped out at me was like #1 comment on the Bait threads. There was someone called Captain Kurtka to Navi Wen or something, like one of those classic funny usernames. Yeah. So he's been a long time sort of idea in the scene, as I said, dating back to that Rio RMR where they did such great work to get to 2-1, but before falling in the BO3s to fail to qualify, sadly. So yeah, I mean, who knows? But I got to praise them for staying on the team and working with new talent, and now, of course, as I said, under NPL, the ex-Navi player, as their IGL.
I do feel like Captain Kurtka went through a bit of a dip in form.
Yes.
I'd say maybe like 3 to 6 months ago, he wasn't really at his best and wasn't contributing the way that everybody was used to, and maybe that put a bit of a blight on his record, but he certainly has elevated his game lately. Not a huge sample size, but things are starting to look better for him. And I agree with you. Certainly does feel like he's one of those players who eventually will find his way further up the pecking order and get picked up by a team. And I feel exactly the same about Wrinkle. And I don't know if either of them speak English, but that would certainly increase their chances of finding some potential teams in the future if they do want to look elsewhere. But yeah, they've committed to Bait, and they've done well with Bait so far. But currently ranked 91st in the world, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to take a long time for them to work up to this. And as I said as well, of course, it's a very young team. Like, Captain Kurtka is the sort of veteran, and he's 24, which is a very young veteran age. Wrinkle, of course, he's still 19. Essential, as I've already spoken about multiple times, he's only 18. I believe NPL, of course, as I said, leading the team, he's 18 as well as the IGL, which is just insane to think about. So yeah, I think an average age of just over 20, incredibly young roster, and that's what makes me think that they need a lot more time to sort of build as a team. This is a great start for them, and I've been seeing them make it through to like the HLTV stage, like the round of 16 stage of these open qualifiers time and time again. So to get through to a big IEM closed qualifier is certainly a great first step for them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And now they've got a chance to test Essential a bit more, right? To kind of see where is this up-and-comer at? Where is this new addition at in comparison to some of the best teams in the world? How well does he do? How much does he hold his nerve? And how does he perform in the spots that they've given him, right? So it's going to be a really good litmus test, I think, here for the new player Essential and for Bay to gauge where he's at. It's going to be a trial by fire, though, Trav. I'll say that much for sure. Let's go back to some predictions, though, this time in a bit more of a grand scheme of things. Which two teams are you picking, Trav, to get through to the main event?
Oh,
two names.
On the spot there. Well, I said VP are one of the two favourites. I'm going to have to stick with it. They've got arguably an easier side of the bracket. I'll take VP for one of the first two teams to make it through. As for the second team, it all hinges for me on the Ents Medsport game. If Ents lose to Medsport, which I think is very possible, I'm going to actually take maybe one of Apex or Heroic to make it. But if Ents win and stay in the upper bracket, I think I'll still stick with Ents on that one. So if Medsport make the upset, I'm tempted to think of an Apex, because Apex are kind of demons in these online qualifiers. They always seem to do really well, even when they're on like slower runs of form in recent times. They still manage to make some big events through these quals, so we'll have to see. But they're both on good form right now, so as I said, I'm going to stick with VP Ents as sort of a primary choice. But overall, I wouldn't be surprised if Apex or Heroic make it. However, we're ready to jump into the first map of this series. It is Inferno, it is VP, it is Bait, and it's the map where VP have done so much of their good work on recently. Unbeaten in 5, can Bait do anything about it?
That is a good question, and it's a question that's going to get answered for us as well as we're jumping into the pistol round here. VP on the T side, and it looks like they're making their way in towards apartments, but the Sheriff's in town. NPL there, he's got support from Wrinkle as well. And Trav, the round lives and dies with how this fight plays out.
It does indeed. Apartments control. And that is going to be what makes it so interesting. NPL needs to react, and there we go. You mentioned the round lives and dies with that double hold, and they've been utterly destroyed straight away. Owner and NPL down, and Wrinkle are just left tapping through those smokes at long range. But the plant can go down on A. This retake is, even with a bit of utility on Captain Kurtka, probably impossible.
I know if Jane was calling for the CT side right now, they'd be carrying that util through into the next round along with the Kevlar, but they are going to have a crack at it. Smoke deployed in towards Pit to try and create a bit of a gap for them to make their way forward. Sentinel, the one who leads the charge, and good wits about him to clear his corners. Unfortunately, though, he's just not connecting on any shots and hasn't received much support from his teammates either. Jane buries the bullets into Captain Kurtka's brain, and that will solidify the round. Wrinkle goes down 2. No casualties for the T side as VP open up their account first.
The expected start for VP. As I said, of course, Inferno, the map, they have not dropped more than 10 rounds against any one of their opponents as of late. That includes, of course, Gamer Legion 13-5 in that Kato play. And even though that was a bit of a rough series for them, which I believe they lost overall, and of course 13-9 against Cloud9 in January as well. Probably the two most impressive ones. And you have to look back to the LAN at ESL Challenger Atlanta toward the end of last year for more of those. So Even 3 or 4 months is a long time in Counter-Strike, so you'd expect them to be fine. But let's see if Bait can do anything in this following round. They're deciding to go for the full eco, I believe, rather than the force buy in the opening map to get the guns as quickly as possible. It does make sense.
I think Inferno is one of the CT sides you can kind of justify the force buy in the second round if you lose the pistol. I mean, it's become a lot more rare in CS2, obviously with the in CS2 with the way the economy works in conjunction with MR12. You don't really see teams many teams going for the force buy, but they will go for a bit of a gamble stack over towards A, so something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, not the...
it's going to be very tough here for Bait.
Not the old-fashioned pool stack on B, which often can be found out. If Flit was to swing this and there were 5 in pool right now, he may get triple dinked and out of the round. But, yeah, not this time. I would prefer to see, honestly, a 5 stack in one place. Maybe they could afford to throw 5 toward Banana at a random timing to catch off someone. Flit with the UMP.
Yeah.
Bit more of an unusual choice these days, but it gets the opening kill, and that's the B site open for business. Should be fine.
Yeah, using him as the tip of the spear, the only SMG in the team, so it makes sense. I've become a big fan of Flit. I think he's just done so well in this Virtus Pro team since he joined. Really found his footing and solidified his position in the roster, become one of the most integral parts, really. And I don't think he was supposed to always be the player he became when he joined the team. I think he's actually developed more than maybe what they'd initially expected, and he's taken up more responsibilities, and, you know, from a fragging point of view as well, he's done ridiculously well. I mean, he was a strong player in fours, but he's exceeded that level here in VP.
Yeah, Flit is, bona fide one of the top CS2 players in the world for me, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, people obviously have been saying that about a lot, because there's still, even though CS2's been out for a while now, there are still people sort of trying to decide the rankings of the top players. I think everyone knows, who most people will have at number 1, but yeah, I think Flit has an argument for being close to that top 8, I would say, something around that level. He's certainly put up incredible numbers alongside Fame on this team. Be interesting to see how Bait's players do, of course, because I remember Owner as well, actually a player I didn't touch on in the pre-game. He's also not exactly old. He's only 21, and yeah, obviously he's had stints in the past with Spirit Academy. He's been on Hellraisers back in 2022, and he was even on Bait back in 2021 as well. So this is his second stint on this team.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. See how it's going to work out going forward. Looking forward into this round, yeah, Virtus Pro are able to carry all 5 of their weapons through from that previous round, so that's a really healthy boost to their economy early on here as well. If they win this gun round, that puts them in a phenomenal position. As for Bait, I mean, there's an SMG, a couple of FAMASs as well. One of those FAMASs is jiggling apartments right now, being forced backwards further and further by VP as they start to constrict the defense, deny information.
Yeah.
Force the utility usage.
As of course I mentioned in the pre-game, with Essential being one of the role players of this team, playing all the tough spots. Well, guess what? Yes, he is one of the P anchors on Inferno, and of course he has the MP9 in the first gun round as well to prioritize the utility. The nade will be good. Well placed onto Flit. 67 XP to spare on that one, and a resmoke at 30 seconds might be pretty impactful. Yeah, waiting for this one, but of course you can blow that smoke up these days. The nade almost sends them through, but now Captain Kirk and SMT are kind of stuck on top of each other. Lots of damage being done, though, and it works out for an opening. Some good damage. They're not expecting Captain Kirk to still be in that cubby. And look at the damage done to Flit and Mia. They may have a 2 versus 3. And a chance to maybe get the bomb planted, but Wrinkle's trying to stop that from being the possibility. Which he will do.
He's so low. Mia is so low. There we go. Just a couple bullets through the smoke will get the job done. Flitz isn't going to be able to stay alive here either. He just needs to try and make sure he doesn't die after the timer, but that luxury will not be afforded to him. Bait intentionally waiting for the round to end before they push through the smoke there to get the kill. Really good attention to detail and a lovely defense. I mean, I love the double stack in first oranges as well. That slight bit of trigger discipline from Captain Kirker meant he was able to get some really good damage from that position, and then was it Wrinkle who doesn't overplay his hand from Coffins that spam through the smoke to finish off Mia. Just a really well constructed round out of bait.
Yeah, that was honestly very, very well played. I said for a second, of course, that Captain Kurtko and Ascenthiel were kind of, stacked on top of each other, but in the end it actually works out and it baits Captain Kurtko in for plenty of damage. Ascenthiel does a great job on his first call on this map so far. Good damage with the nade and a good one for him with the MP9. As I said, he'll very, very often go to that MP9 on these sort of rounds rather than FAMAS or the rifle, but he's on the A1S this time. He's got to go instead with the UMP. And of course, as you mentioned, with that money being limited, we're in an interesting situation where Fame has a Glock and full armor, probably expecting to pick up a rifle if one of his teammates dies, or they manage to get a pick on an opponent where a rifle is recoverable.
Yeah, I mean, someone has to bear the flag in the field of war, I'm afraid. And I guess Fame is him right now. Wouldn't be my first choice, though. Flag in a gun round, Trav.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably rather have a flag than a Glock, to be honest with you. Just Glock feels even more useless, but either way. Yeah, see what's going to happen here in the round.
It would be nice to see maybe a rifle on someone else, but let's see. MPL playing behind default. All the footsteps coming his way. Ono is standing tall beautifully in pit, and actually this is a very well played hold between the two of them. Dancing between the boxes. Nice shot from Jane with that recovered AK, but now he's very, very stuck, and it will be essential to take him out of the round. Again, bait answering pretty well early on here, and it will put VP on an eco.
Really solid defense coming through there from the two bombs, the two players on the A bomb side, because normally you have that third player in conjunction to aid you, but they didn't. It was just Ona and NPL, and NPL played off of Ona's contact really nicely. Ona in pit took first contact, was able to get a kill. NPL stepped out afterwards and just completely mopped up the attack before it even gained any traction. Just like I say, pinging off of one another really nicely. That's going to level up the scoreline and should give them the lead here, considering the fact they're going to play against a full eco.
Yep. Quick tech pause. Hopefully not too long. But yeah, this is probably the best start Bait could have wanted. I mean, obviously losing the pistol and committing to the full eco on the conversion is easy for VP. But yeah, I think to win the opening gun round in the fashion they won it in, especially taking Flit after the clock as they did, puts them in a good position now, and with Glocks and maybe a few Tech 9s to eat up in this round, chance for the UMP to farm some more cash perhaps and build up that bank of their own. Pause will be cancelled, and VP might be going in for one of their, how do I say it, live round pauses here. Discuss the next round.
Yeah. I mean, not a bad idea just to talk about how they're going to approach things. What, you get 30 seconds in an attack timeout, you get 3 attack timeouts per map in CS2s. Essentially the equivalent of nearly four attack timeouts. Well, you can't let the round end by cooldown or timeout, but yeah, good opportunity to talk things over here.
Going to the...
Ascenthiel, he is going to rack up some useful damage as soon as he lets that nade rip, man. Oh, go for it, brother.
Come on. Let it go.
Now.
Pull the pin.
There we go. Oh, he's waiting for more. Nope. Oh, it's an incendiary. I didn't even realize. That is so anticlimactic. Wow. Baited.
If he threw it deeper, it definitely would have, like, ticked at least 2 or 3 players. But I think, as you say, the plan was in that jiggle on the half wall to wait for some contact and immediately chuck it down close so it stops you from getting taken down. He's even got a second picked up as well to do exactly the same thing on the follow-up. As we can see already, I mentioned how he's the tough site player, tough role player for this team, the new 18-year-old edition. He is once again proving that he doesn't mind playing those sort of roles, waiting the entire round just to throw a couple of incendiaries. It's kind of how it goes. Now VP need to push. It's a classic VP round. They've left it until 20 seconds to run through the top here. They get one, make that 2 kills, thankfully, off the back of Norbert. But Owner will finish him off. So, considering what they had, 2 kills really isn't that bad at all. Now they can go in for their full purchase, which I'm expecting Jame on an AWP. But if they want to go for utility instead, maybe just an AK. No, he will commit to the AWP. There it is.
Yeah, he needs it, right? Really big facet of their T side. He's not very active, but he's so good at knowing where to position himself and where he can look to punish CT players. How to bait them into certain positions, how util will affect how they move, and how to set himself up accordingly. No head armor though. Instead prioritize the smoke grenade over head armor, and that could come back to haunt him. I pick head armor over the smoke grenade personally. I mean, I think you just need to have that ability to take the dink from one of these M4s and then fire off a shot afterwards.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. We know what VP are like though, with having extra smokes and suffocating a CT side, especially in after plants. So,
MPL.
Oh,
he's in a lot of trouble. Norbert hurt him as well, but he's made a step himself. Norbert gets a bit hasty, and sure, the trade will come through, but shouldn't have been a trade frag. Should have just been a straight-up kill for the T side.
Yeah, that's a huge kill for NPL to take. A huge one for one, honestly, to take in that situation. As I said, NPL might be a surprise to some, but currently the leader of this bait roster. No longer Captain Cook. I'm sure maybe it's a bit of a duo role between the two of them. I'm sure he'll give ideas if it's in a long, tough game, but
yeah,
NPL has been a man on that role for a little while now with this new bait composition. 30 seconds in the round in this 4v4, and Bait know exactly how to suffocate VP. They've once again put a late smoke down. They might be forced through this. There's no HE to blow it up. Captain Kirk will drop off the boost. He's so blind, but Mir hasn't seen him yet, and he still gets one. That is more than enough, but look at Flick coming in from behind as a smoke, of course. Wrinkles will be running straight toward him, and that's a nice kill to take. It's down to Essential, that main defender, once again I mentioned, but he can't deliver. 6 seconds, make that 4. The plant will come down in time. Of course, it's a VP plant with 1 second to spare, and it's going to force Owner to save.
Oh man, Flirt just plays that situation so damn well. He didn't have the luxury of time there. He had to force the issue. If Wrinkle hits that shot, then that round is going Bait's way almost certainly, with Essential still behind quad, but doesn't work out that way. Good, nice try there from the defense, but Virtus Pro still able to brute force their way through. I mean, Flirt still gets such an important kill on Essential in the back of the bomb site there as well, because Essential, he could have ruined the party.
I mentioned that Essential's role is to kind of ruin the party.
Yeah.
In those late round situations, in these tough positions, but even though he did everything right in terms of running down the clock, if he gets 1 kill, which was possible, and then re-hides behind quad, I reckon that's probably a bait round. But VP thrive in those tough situations, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what sets him apart from most of the other teams. Just the composure they're able to maintain in those very tense situations. Clear-cut decision-making. Everybody knows exactly what's required of them. They're on the same wavelength. And that's why they're able to convert those positions so consistently, where most teams just go into panic and chaos. That's where synergy comes down to, right? Because sure, there's a lot of chaos and things are being left to the last second, but everybody is on the same page in that moment, and that's why they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, that was superb from VP, and then once again, more impact frags from Flit. Jamer has 2950 in this round, but is still happy to keep just the Kevlar without a helmet, so never know. Sort of thing that could come back to bite you. Bait know exactly what to do against VP so far on this defense, right? They know how slow they play, they know the VP pace, which is why so often they're keeping the utility for long portions of this round, of all rounds. As you can see with Owner here, just jiggling, waiting for contact before he throws anything that is necessary. Using unnecessary utility against VP is a death sentence on Inferno.
Once again, VP, this has been consistent from them so far, getting this top banana control. They do bait the shot up from the orb. Bait have also been consistent, playing 3 players over towards this B bomb site, and they're going to get it aggressive. Owner doesn't realize how close Mia actually is. Oh, able to deploy the incendiary just at time, and that will be enough to stave off Mia.
Spooky.
5v4. Yeah.
Wrinkle might be the main point of contact here, but of course it's a glass cannon AWP, and he can't flick around to Norbert in time. Doesn't expect him to already be on the right-hand side of the smoke. But if we go toward A, I say if we go toward A, the bomb is going back toward B, and Norbert is in through Arch, and will be flanking toward Essential here. What can Essential do? He finds one. Good damage on Norbert, switching between 2 angles. Oh, if only he had more bullets. 10 seconds, the bomb will be herded safely onto site. And if Essential got that second kill on Norbert, I still think it wouldn't have been enough. He would have gone down, and they would have had a plant in a 3v3 instead.
Yeah. I mean, it did seem like Virtus Pro were able to just continue to snowball their way forward there. Everything working out for them again. Just able to make things work on the fly. I love the way they play that smoke fade as well here towards Archers. 2 players on the opposite side. That aim punch certainly came back to Haunt Wrinkle, and now things become quite tough for Bait. They're going to have to eco in this next round around the 2 rifles that they're going to carry through. VP regain the lead, and they got the momentum behind them once again. I wonder if we'll start to see Bait contesting Banana with the Commando trap.
Yeah, it might be a good idea. I mean, everyone knows that Banana is the main control point of this map. And so far, Bait have been very defensive there, as I mentioned. Early round util. And then, after that early round util, they jiggle peek and wait for contact before deploying any more. This round will be just trying to activate MPL and Owner, though. They're going to put the AK and the M4 on the A site. Try and play off the back of each other alongside Wrinkle. Maybe can pick up any leftovers. May as well put both guns on one site. Hope VP go there, so you have the best defense possible. If not, you'll be able to save.
Yeah, it's not bad thinking. I mean, of course, the opposite school of thought could be put 1 rifle on either side of the map and hedge your bets and hope that one of them can go nuclear, but this is certainly playing the percentages a bit better. Look at Flip, though, man. This guy is just fearless in his pursuit. Happy to be the guy up front, sort of playing off the utility, forcing the issue, but he's taking a lot more damage than he would have liked there in exchange with that USP. So just quickly scurries backwards to the supports and says, yeah, guys, I think someone else can get the job done from here. He gets the info, radios that back into air support, and then the mortar strikes.
Ah, the nade, the banked nade off the corner. Removes him comfortably. Norbert will be pushing forward. With the one, of course, the chance of being tapped down through that smoke, but it is unlikely with that P250. It would have to be very unlucky for that to be the case. 5 versus 4. They are delaying it a lot, actually. Surprisingly a lot, but now they'll clear out the site and realise that it's safe for a plant, and we'll plant safe from ruins as well. Oh, there we go. What did I say about those P250 dinks? Mir gets absolutely destroyed by Essential. He's putting in a decent shift so far today. As I said, he was the man I wanted to see step up against a S-tier team like VP.
Yeah, and you got to wonder if VP's tendency to go towards his B bomb sites has anything to do with the Sentinel's position being on that side of the map, right?
Yeah, I do wonder that. I mean, as I said in our pre-game, I expected VP would have done their homework and likely find a way to expose the inexperience, but flicking around. Can't take the spray transfer frag, but Norbert can. Quad kill for Norbert, and nothing will be saved for Bait. VP had the economy for it. Why not go hunting? And it works out for them.
Yeah, Senthiel's done all right so far with the tests and challenges that have been thrown at him, but there's still a long way ahead here in this best of 3. If you're just joining us, this is the IEM Dallas European Closed Qualifier. 2 spots up for grabs at the massive event. 8 teams competing. Other games going on include Koi versus Apex. Of course, Movistar Koi leading that 6-0. Heroic versus Preasy, just 1 round between the 2 teams there, 5-4. And Metizport have gotten off to a flyer against Enstrap. They're leading 8-1 right now.
Oh, hello. Don't forget, it's not a BO1, it is a BO3, so a long way to go. But it's Medsport who've really been the form team lately. Everyone knows it. So, yeah, excited to see if they can translate that into something. Don't forget, of course, IEM Dallas, the main event, will be the 100th IEM anniversary too. So, be cool for these teams to be involved. This EU closed qualifier, of course, will grant the last 2 spots in the main event in Dallas. And there's going to be a bit of a banana fight coming in here for Bait. Once again, it's a Senthiel on the 9. As always, he'll hit his headshot, but Fame will hit his first. And MPL needs to answer back. He does beautifully. Flit was waiting behind the plywood there. But NPL realised it, just catches him through the edge, so a great recovery into an even situation again.
Yeah, I think there was some information that was relayed through there, and that's exactly why NPL was so certain someone was behind the wood, and he was able to capitalize and get the kill, bring it back into an even numbers game after a bit of a rough start to the round there for the CT side. Still plenty time left on the clock here for the round to play out as well. And NPL tasked with a lot of responsibility. Norbert phasing through the smoke there. So brave, and he timed it really well because as he starts to emerge is when the smoke is fading. Kind of leveled out the playing field there between himself and NPL, I think.
Bro, it's actually crazy how Norby is just my goat, honestly. He does so much for this team. Man. It's crazy.
The nickname and all. Love it. Good old Norby.
Good old Norby. It's wild, but everyone was like, obviously he was out of the team for a bit toward last year, then back into the team again, and the switch from Global Offensive to CS2, I mean, his stats have just been revitalized, and it's even when he has, if you just look at the stats and think he's had a bad game purely off of numbers, the amount of impact he has in terms of teamwork, team play, time wasting for his team, and random kills like that on the offense too, which completely changed the sort of state of the round. May go down to the bomb there, which is a bit of an error, but we can forgive him for that because he's still got money in the bank. Another really important kill which secures the round for VP from Norbert, and it forces the save from Owner and Wrinkle. 63 for VP, double the score of Bait. They're starting to assert some dominance now.
Yeah, they are. They've got the streak going now. They've got the momentum behind them as well. Bait are going to have to eco, so 10th round here should certainly go the way of VP. Their map pick going swimmingly for them right now. Bait not drowning just yet, but certainly falling behind the pace.
Oh.
There's one of the rifles already dealt with.
Yeah, I'm trying to go aggressive in the apartments, but once again, Norbert collects it. MPL does well to phase past the door to actually nab that M4. Whether he can do anything with it, though, is another matter. Flit will make that little jump onto the kegs. Sometimes those little crouch jumps can be a little bit glitchy still in CS2. And Flit, as he moves his way forward, gets unceremoniously put in the ground by Captain Kurtka. And of course, Fang sort of going here solo as well. 1 by 1 from VP, and Captain Kurtka is going to punish them for it. But the utility in the end means that that will be the B site cracked open. Okay.
Yeah, that is really good utility usage coming through from Vertigo to recover that situation. The Molly Flash combo. Things were looking a bit shaky there for a brief moment. Things were looking a little bit scary. Fame gets the double assist from the grave there with his incendiary, and off the back of that should be a pretty clear conversion. It looks like Bait won't have a go here. They know they're going to have a buy in the next round, so just want to put some pressure onto VP, but it's not going to be working out for them. Wrinkle will fall prey to Mia, and that locks in the half win at the bare minimum for VP.
Yeah, very nicely done from VP again. Captain Kurtka tried his best. There's some tasty 1-digs. but not to be on this occasion. I believe I was told a long time ago when I was casting bait, like I mentioned a couple of years ago, that Captain Kutka means Captain Jacket, as far as I understand.
Okay.
So he's maybe he's got some fancy jackets in the wardrobe or something.
The more you know, Trav.
Look at this though, this is a change up. You mentioned you wanted aggression toward Banana instead. They've actually gone for second mid aggression instead. Obviously they're a bit stuck now. They've got safety behind that smoke, but of course we know that that isn't as safe as it used to be. It's interesting that Essential was one of the players they have put into action there on A, rather than putting him on B as that anchor player. They've changed up his role in this round to try for that second mid peak, but VP have given them absolutely nothing again.
Yeah, it's just really good control being taken up here by VP consistently, and Beta trying something different now. They've gone through apartments. They're going to be coming across Mir right now. He's lurking on the opposite side of the map, but he's able to find a frag, and he's got info on Owner. Again, Beta been found out. No immediate response from VP. It looked like they wanted to try and make a move in towards middle, but they were stifled by a smoke grenade, so just going to have to settle for that one kill, but VP continue to just dominate the map control here. Util raining in towards the A bomb site. They're going to shift themselves over towards B. This is what it's all about, keeping your options available.
Yeah, 35 seconds. Nice little bait there. They're trying to strafe around the corner, but Wrinkle actually hits a collateral there. Little leg shot onto Norbert as well, and Captain Kutka can swing for Flit as well. Hiding behind the pillar, low HP on Norbert. He goes down next, and a great frag from Captain Kutka to make it 3 in the round against Jame. And now it's Mir in a clutch. I mentioned Mir is probably the lowest rated player on this team, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything in this one. 9 seconds, a nice frag on Wrinkle, but that smoke fading towards CT kind of put an end to his chances on this occasion. VP will finally fall, and going into the last round of the half, Bait have a chance for 5.
How essential do you think it is that they get a 5th round here, Trav?
It's essential.
Okay, well.
I know you didn't set me up for
like
that one.
The, yeah,
but that was
too
perfect.
The Spanish version of the work of the Ukrainian player. What more could you need?
I'm sorry.
No, I loved it. That was ideal. Happy coincidence, man.
5 would be very nice, that's for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of Essential, he's fallen off a little bit, Trav. I think he was 4 for 4 at the start of the map and stopped fragging since then. However, Utility does combine to find 2 opening kills for the CT side. They're contesting Banana, Trav, and it's working out very well for them.
Oh, but look at Mia, up towards short. It's not really being cleared properly yet. The site player will probably deal with Mia, though. And yes, he will. That is NPL. The timing doesn't work out. Owner will help out toward Norbert again. And once again, it's these 2 players, Owner and NPL, doing a great job at defending that A-bomb site. Some extra aggression toward Banana for Bait. Putting 3 players toward that side of the map this time around. On first point. Will work out really well for them. Jame may hit a tag, but will be tagged himself. He flicks back beautifully for that kill and gets left on 1 point of HP. Captain Kutka realises that and pushes for the kill. It's 7-5 at half for VP, but closer than I expected, actually. Maybe a chance for Bait. We'll see if it's possible after a quick break. Virtus Pro, Bait, second half, Inferno. Let's see if VP can put the hammer down on the CT side, or if Bait's little recovery toward the end of that first half will make a big difference going into their offense.
All very important points, Mr. Trav. We're going to have to wait and see exactly what happens. I mean, Bait have shown a bit of a resurgence towards the end. How will they start off proceedings here in the second half is the big question. Got a bit of utility to work with, couple flashes and a smoke. Armor on 4 of their players. Virtus Pro only have armor, no util, no kits, no Julies either. And you know what, Trav? They have set themselves up in towards middle, and we've got a massive skirmish coming through. Oh my god, Bait with 1 flash and blinded everybody, but somehow they haven't gotten any kills. 2 frags will eventually come through. So much blood being spilt in towards middle. Mia's out of ammo. How will he survive right now? He needs support from his teammate who's run through the smoke into the A bomb site. It's only Flit left. Yes, he's on A, but how can he make this work?
Oh, he's put himself in the perfect position. Surely they hard clear this. Ascential's looking for it. How will they deal with him? And that is how. Wow, what a explosive pistol round. We know that VP play very slow on their T side, and that was a massive change up, wasn't it, from Bait on the pistol already on their T side. They're bursting toward mid. VP had those 4 players defending it. Mir just could not connect anymore from the long cubby. And the battle goes the way of the Glocks, chasing them into the apartments, into Boiler as well. And a great clear of Flit too. I think even if Flit did help out Mir toward long there, probably wouldn't have translated into a round victory.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, I was surprised it took Bait as long as it did to find all the kills in middle, considering how ripping that flashbang was. It was such a good flash. And then it seemed like VP still might somehow be able to salvage that situation, but then there was a flurry of frags, and Bait able to get themselves across the line, reduce the gap to just a single round. Both pistol rounds here on Inferno going the way of the T side, and we got a game on our hands here on Inferno, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I really think we do. Don't forget, of course, I mentioned in the pre-map segment we did that VP unbeaten on Inferno in recent times since the end of last year. And they haven't forfeited more than 10 rounds in any of those. So, a chance for Bait to put an end to that statistic, perhaps. You'd think a 7-7 is guaranteed. And I'm willing to put my hat on that one, that's for sure. B site's going to be open, smokes are up, bomb is being herded into position. MPL clearing it out very carefully, making sure there's no stacked up players behind any of these boxes. First oranges and second oranges are clear. Owen will try and do some of his work with the Mat 10 on A. Don't forget, of course, the numbers and the HUD are a little bit strange, of course, because we've got the coaches enabled, of course, in these qualifiers. So we do have 11 and 12. A little bit confusing on occasion, but that's how it is when we have the ability to add those coaches, of course, which is a nice addition for these big tournaments. 1 kill from here is good, but only a Mac 10 as a reward. 1 more kill to have a little bit of more bonus cash going into the gun round would be very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody ever going to turn down an extra dime. That's for sure, Trav. I think a bit of a stalemate here to finish off the round.
Is he going to keep it?
Completely surprised if the Mac 10 was held onto, actually. I mean, normally on the T side, you would certainly carry it through. CT side, not as prolific.
It is not.
You don't want to retake with the Mac 10. That is for sure. But James thinking about the future here, Trav. He's thinking, if I can get a kill with that gun, that would certainly enable an AWP later on. And so he's going to carry it through here. Hasn't bought much util. Wants to make sure he's not carrying much value coming into this next round here, I reckon.
That is long-term thinking from James. Look at that. 3,200 spare in this round. In the first proper gun round as well. Happy to stick with the SMG. Even 1 extra kill. We know that future AWP will be a lot easier to glean.
I do rate the decision. Even if they lose this round here, you know, you'll be able to drop a couple pistols and still look forward towards the AWP afterwards. He's, you don't take a huge knockdown either, right? He still has at least something to work with here. He can position himself accordingly. Currently, he's just jiggling archers. He's kind of just playing his standard role, I'd say. with that gun. As for Bates, taking their time. Not forcing anything at the start of the round here. They have got some presence towards the top and middle.
Yep.
But they've just been smoked backwards.
And by that, Moto smoke as well. The smoke from Moto that you can aim into the sky, of course, with no sky boxes on this Inferno these days. And we smoke mid from much further away. But Bait are going to be focused on B, and this is probably going to be great for them because it's only Fame here with a FAMAS. 30 seconds. He's been mollied back as well. 64 health. NPL in the meantime going for a lurk though, and I think they're choosing wrong here. It's a full rotation round to the A site, and there are 4 players for VP here. And James has managed to upgrade to a free Galil as well. There is 1 player pit, 1 player site. It's going to be a massive crossfire with 13 seconds. Surely you can't get past this. Captain Kirka tries his best, but he's the only one to get a kill. And Bait have been baited.
Yeah, really good decision making there from James to pivot from Archers and join up with his teammates on the A bomb sites itself. They knew that James was Archers initially, so they were expecting one of the defenders to still be there, and James was relying on that phantom presence to keep them at bay. Joins across with his 2 teammates on A, taking contact and just allowing for them to shut down that attack. VP's first round on the CT side is the gun round, and that's going to regain them the lead.
Yeah, just thinking... Of course, we have the X-ray. They don't. But if they went toward B, it was a guaranteed round. But VP played them. That's all what Inferno is about. The mind games on rotations. And VP forced them into the 4. And in the end, it was comfortable. 1 player on the close box on the site, 1 pit and 1 behind default is genuinely a completely impenetrable defense. Especially with that little time on the clock.
This is rough for Bait though, Trav. Not much utility. Oda's down to a Desert Eagle as well. If they lose this round, 9-7 becomes 10-7. That's going to be tough to salvage. Ascential going through the smoke, but Flitz waiting on the opposite side there. However, there's action on the opposite side of the map, and ground being taken by Bait as well. Surging their way forward right now. Player in Mini and a player in Big Pit right now. Those are the only 2 players on the side of the map. Bait know there has to be at least 1. They might not be prepared for the second, but I don't think it's going to matter. And they're going to clear him out with the Desert Eagle anyway. What a lovely offense coming through from Bait.
And Fame, oh dear, tries to push through the long smoke from Library and gets taken down to 8 HP immediately. Oh, Flit only just gets away as well. And Fame, of course, got caught through the smoke himself, so Flit's going to escape. But genuinely a superb round from Bait there, turning up the pace a little bit, as you mentioned. Essential kind of sold the fact they were more focused toward Banana. I know it looks silly, him walking through that smoke, but that was the plan. To then walk long quickly. And that first shot from NPL was gorgeous. Double pit can often be a setup on the CT side for teams where a bomb plant can come in on A, but you can stay alive in pit and maybe continue to be a nuisance. But NPL and Owner cleared them out immediately. And of course, that earlier save from Jay means that he has extra cash in this round, but not really enough to warrant fully investing with all 5. So 8 all. They have the 1 AK. But other than some smokes to delay the time, get the impression Bait might be able to take a lead here.
I think that's a pretty apt point there, Trav. Surely not much between them and that lead right now. They haven't had the lead on the entirety of the map so far, throughout the map, should I say.
Yeah.
Is that going to change right here, right now? That's the one thing that sort of stands between them and that lead. And, well, he's not hiding anything here, Trav. He's not trying to conceal his position, although... him out a little bit, fire off some shots in towards Banana, flex his muscles. And more often than not, after someone does that and they have a hero weapon, they then rotate towards the opposite side of the map, right? Because the thinking is, cool, I've shown you here, I'm top Banana with the AK, don't come B because I'm here with the AK. And then you obviously rotate towards the opposite side of the map. But it looks like Flip's trying to stay 1 step ahead of that mentality. He's expecting Bait to have expected him to go towards A. But you know what, Trav? All of that now means nothing because Flip is dead.
Yeah, Fame's trying to go push forward to recover the gun, but Essential's having some great impact here. First professional team, of course, is bait for Essential, and he's not really done himself a disservice in this game whatsoever. He's had a number of important rounds. And Flit, we mentioned him earlier in the T-half, of course, when he had a couple of big impactful frags. I think he was at one point something like 7 kills, 5 deaths. Well, he's had 0 impact since then, which is very unlike Flit.
Yeah, you're right. That is certainly goes against the expectation you have for someone like Flit. We were talking about big time coming into the game. At the end of this round, Bates are going to be just 4 away from picking up VP's map of Inferno. One of the maps that they're the least fallible on. Played it 5 times in the past 3 months, won it on every single occasion. But Bait, certainly testing that record right. Oh god. Oda just doesn't swing that 1 inch further. No guns to be saved, and Bait have indeed got the lead.
The Zeus attempt from James. I respect it when you have that much extra cash, of course. The Zeus rechargeable these days. Seen Rops put that to good use in some massive games on LAN. And that close-up position, for example. Probably the perfect angle for it. But that extra cash that James has, that I have mentioned, finally will be put into use for a CT side AWP. And VP need to start focusing on stepping up a little bit here, because this is the map they're unbeaten on. This was kind of the given one in this series for them. It was Anubis that I think most people, including us, would have been more unsure about, that Bait could have maybe done some work on, but Bait aren't that far away from that finish line. T-side Inferno, they've got some cash built up. This is going to be difficult for VP, but as we know, sometimes rounds with 5 alive can pop out of nowhere for VP. So let's see. Full purchase, utility is decent.
Yeah, it does feel like this is a must-win round for VP. Lose this, 10-8, Eco, 11-8, and at that point, they've only won a single round on the CT side so far, but Jame will open up, shuts down the very aggressive option coming through from Bait, and they're still going to commit to it, even though they've lost 2 players already. That Molly will flush Mia out, so at least a kill does come back for the T side. Somewhat salvages the situation, because they have map control to show for the lives lost as well. Miss Flash not going to prove to be too much of a problem. Rotations coming through from VP as well. A lot of moving parts in this round right now.
Yeah. They only have 1 flash left, though, after that missed flash. It is on Essential, so he might be called upon to use that. James looking for a re-aggression, though. This could be really crucial in this round. Essential's holding the angle. James knows his positions, and he hits the shot, but Essential gets the spray. Now then, 3v3, and once again, it's the main man Norbert in pit. In these tough positions, can he deliver once again? On the edge of the smoke, he gets his 1-for-1, and it activates Flit to come round from long. It's now down to Wrinkle. Swap to the AK. And he does have the bomb on his back with 35 seconds. If he wants to, he could run down mid and go back to B here. But a fast flank long instead is what he's trying. Fame is keeping an eye on it. But now he's running back to B. They think Wrinkle has completely exited the situation. This shift from Wrinkle is going to take a very long time, though.
Yeah.
And how many seconds is he going to have left in this round?
This is a serious concern, because he's going to have to start to run here, and Fame's going to hear these footsteps. Wrinkle's actually outbrained himself. It's a disaster of the highest order. There's no smoke for Wrinkle either. Has to stick the bomb plant. Swing comes through. That's really unfortunate. I mean, Wrinkle had everything going for him, but Trav, it's one thing to have the info, to actually apply an appropriate solution to the info you've got. That's what really matters, and unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out.
That is mind games of the highest order there. Fame realised it had gone quiet, went back to B, just in case. Little did he know that Wrinkle was shadowing him. So near but yet so far for Wrinkle. If he'd sprinted it down mid to the site, maybe he would have got a plant down just before Fame got there, and Fame would have been forced to wait for his teammate. But a huge round for VP. Utility once again good, but of course only 2 alive means that Norbert is down to a FAMAS. But as I said, Bait have good utility, or good economy, I should say, in the bank. So this is their one extra buy. If this goes south, though, immediately, as you like to say, the script gets flipped.
Yeah, exactly. And all that hard work could be for nothing. See what's going to happen here in the 19th, arguably the most important round so far here on the map. Wrinkle looking to try and assert himself to the AWP. This is the Zywoo move, made famous as he just ended that map in dominant fashion, or the match, should I say. Taking the bull by the horns.
CS Summit, right?
Nothing on offer for Wrinkle. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember who it is against. I think I've got Ents in my mind, but I'm not entirely sure who that was against. They were really struggling to close the game out, I know that much.
Yeah.
And then Zywoo was just made that move. They'd lost maybe 67 rounds in a row on their T side, and were on the brink of choking it out, and then Zywoo just got an ace.
It was definitely CS Summit. I remember it.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember who it was against.
Good times. Good
Either way.
times.
They have managed some control here, Trav. They just don't have much utility left.
Yeah, 9-all. What's the timing going to be like on these sort of pushes? Oh, okay. Flip will get taken down first, but Fame, superb hold, and it activates Mir to spray that smoke in CT. And Fame, I was going to say he's still staying alive, but Wrinkle has hit a dirty smoke bang without the scope. And now he's in a 1v2, which would be an ace clutch for Wrinkle to put his team back in the lead. And the rotations aren't exactly close. James has utility and that all-important defuse kit, and Norbert will have the smoke. In fact, Norbert has given that smoke to James, so we can get on this defuse quickly. It's going to be so hard for Wrinkle to stop this. But there's the first pick. That's the kit on the floor. And Wrinkle hits a sick ace for Bait. Suddenly they're back in the lead. And the star power of Wrinkle we mentioned steps up.
Isn't it a bit ironic that we were talking about how he was pulling the Zywoo move? Sure, it didn't go exactly as the Zywoo move did, but he was still able to get the ace and win the round for his team nonetheless. So we'll call that one the Wrinkle move, I suppose.
Good.
And that's certainly going to increase Virtus Pro's chances here on Inferno.
What an absolute banger from Wrinkle. That is what we wanted to see from him. This is why people have been speaking about him for a number of years. Of course, still only a teenager. Maybe that isn't as impactful these days, knowing what other youngsters have done in the scene of late, but yeah, he is a talent. That last shot was beautiful, and he repositioned perfectly as well.
Yeah. I mean, I was concerned after James was able to take down Owner in middle. It was really good patience there from James to bring it into the 2v1, but Wrinkle had it under lock and key. And now it's an eco for the CT side. It's not like Bates are doing anything particularly special. In fact, the one round that they really struggled was the round where they did change things up and they got very aggressive in towards mid, when they've just stuck to this standard approach of gaining map control, getting information, and then executing accordingly. They've looked almost unstoppable. However, need to proceed with some caution here, Trav. Even though they are playing against just pistols, there's a bit of a stack over on the B-bomb side right now.
Yeah, I mean, if they are able to overcome these pistols, and of course, just adds to the importance of that Wrinkle clutch, putting them down to the low econ again. Hona is creeping through library. He will have a flank toward this B site, but that's not going to matter. The bomb has been safely herded back to A. Let's see if Ona can get some kills here, perhaps. Maybe some bonus money to work with. There is one, and he gets into the cubby with quite a lot of health intact as well. This is just perfect play from Ona. He knows exactly what's going on. He's even going to try and launch his way through for more, but he's only giving up a Mac 10. It's not a problem. Essential spots the hop over towards CT as well. Bait are going to be 11-9 up when VP get the guns out again. Really putting VP with their backs against the wall now. It's been a bit harem scarum on a number of these rounds for Bait. They've fought their way through to a great opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good work now, as they're just 2 rounds away from winning the map, and you could go so far as to say maybe just 1 round away from winning the map, because if you win this against VP, they don't have much to piece together in the round afterwards. 12-9 could become 13-9 at that point. Bait on the brink of robbing VP, inflicting their first loss in 3 months here on Inferno. That would certainly be a big mark, considering that we go to Anubis to pick a bait afterwards to give them a lot of confidence as well. Big nades in towards Banana. Wrinkle actually seemingly avoids the might of one of them, but the molly will take him down. I think VP realized the remedy here is some sort of control towards Banana.
Yeah. Unbeaten in 8 on Inferno. Dating back to October last year. Could this be a massive turn up for the books? Slow mid take. Mira just shoulder peeking it from long. It's the sort of position where if the AWPer gets posted, Mira could get caught off guard on this jiggle. It's going to be the rifles to take first point, and that's the intel for Mia. Look at the amount of space they're happy to give bait, right? Lipple's gone all the way through. CT.
I think it's concerning, though. Oh, that's a smoke being thrown by the T side. Yeah, probably to try and bait so that they might not be wrapping around through that part of the map, but they were already spotted. Mia's in a world of trouble. He's lost his teammate as well. They know where he is. They're going to clear him out. That's round over. You have no business in going for the smoke retake of your Virtus Pro, just by the nature of the economy alone. What a wonderfully worked round coming through there from Bait, forcing the rotations, shifting the players out of position, and then exploiting them.
Massive from Bait. And realizing how much space they had to work with as well. Taking long as they did, at a decent sort of late round timing. Clearing out the entirety of Arch and CT, with NPL going through library as he did. And of course, they've got money in the bank now to try and hunt these rifles down, and why not? 3 pushing towards spawn to go looking for Flit. It's only a UMP on him, but we're going to chill instead, and I honestly, that's just as good an answer. If VP are able to win 2 rounds in a row, then who knows? Bait might have a little bit extra in the bank to work with for round 24. But VP need 3 in a row for overtime here, and that is not what I expected to say.
Yeah, that was not what I was thinking was going to be happening coming into the side of the trap. VP 3 rounds to get this into overtime. At least they have a decent set of weaponry to contend with, but let's see. What can they do? Just look at the numbers for Bait as well. It's not like anybody's dropped crazy numbers here. It's just a really well-rounded team performance. The kill delta here is just 14 and 12. Just 2 kills between the highest and the lowest fragment on the side of Bait right now.
Yeah.
Phenomenal distribution.
Worth mentioning, absolutely worth mentioning. NPL IGLing was a surprise to many, including myself. After Captain Kurtka, of course, has done it on this team for so long, but at the moment, this is looking fantastic. Can they translate it into a map win that breaks a huge streak for VP? They love Inferno. It goes with their style. Slow and calculated. But Bait have made all the right moves thus far.
One more right move is all they have to make here to get across the line. 13-9 would be a massive result for them. They came into this half down 5-7, but only dropped 2 rounds since then. Won 7 of their own. 1 more is all they require. Setting themselves up towards Banana right now. They're going to throw some dummy util over towards A to keep VP interested on that side of the map.
Oh.
And it's a pretty detached setup towards B here as well. 1 deep in towards CT, 1 is towards Coffins. Util will force them back, but at least Fame is able to get a frag.
And he falls back and keeps himself alive too, and it's a lovely second shot on a Senthiel. The fact they haven't put a smoke up toward Ruins does surprise me quite a lot, but they're being allowed to get that bomb plant. NPL... He flashed in, he knows there's 2 players there now, and he lines them up. 3v3. 2 more players rotating in towards Ruins, but NPL could be doing more work, and Wrinkle is holding for the chain rotation. NPL's doing even more, and there are just too many trades for VP. Wow.
Yeah,
Bait.
I can't believe that. I mean, how quickly does that snowball out of control? It was looking like, okay, you know, VP gonna live for another round here, down to Fame's double kill, but then NPL supersedes that with a remarkable double of his own, even a third added to the tally as well. Great hold from them in the post plants, and Bait have just beaten VP on Inferno.
Yeah, and I double checked it, of course, from earlier on. They won against OG in the Rubek Cup in October, at the very end of October, 13-9. Then they won 7 more in a row, of course, the most recent one being in the Kato play-in against Gamer Legion. It was 8 in a row for VP on this map. They hadn't lost more than 10 rounds. They'd never been taken to overtime. Bait have had one of the upsets of recent times, for sure. At least looking at recent stats and recent rankings, that is super impressive. Essential played really well. I mentioned he was a big question mark, of course, being the new 18-year-old youngster, first professional team. He did his job on a number of those occasions and did it really well. But the Wrinkle ace will obviously be the thing that will live most in the memory.
Yeah, the big question is, can they do it again, Trav? Can they do it on their own map pick of Anubis? That's the map up next. It's Ancients afterwards, so we certainly shouldn't be counting VP out. But we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's that second map of Anubis.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VP versus Bait, and I'm amazed to saying this as Hayes needs to desperately fix his light because apparently it's broken. There it is. Bait are in the lead 1-0. I'm shocked by it. I've looked back at some of the last few rounds of that game while we were in our break. Ridiculous instances. The Wrinkle Ace is one to write home about. He doesn't only smoke bang Mia in CT, he smoke bang wall bangs Fame on the site, and then finishing the ace in glorious fashion with all 5 bullets of the AWP clip connecting as well, which obviously has to be mentioned. And then the final round where Fame was toward Ruins, trying to stay alive to the best of his ability with the FAMAS, got 2 kills, but NPL star power, you mentioned him, Hayes, he's looking fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Super reliable as well with the added responsibility behind him right now. I think that's what's impressing me the most. And it's looking like that lower bracket could be quite spicy, Trav. I mean, obviously, VP are now down 0-1 in the series. They were one of the favorites to be expected to go through. You've got Preasy, who are looking like they might go on to lose against Heroic, so we could have Preasy in the lower brackets. Ents lost the first map to Metizport, currently leading 9-1 on the second though, so who knows what's going to happen there. And then in the other game, Apex leading Movistar Riders Koi 1-0 in the series, so very open-ended at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking like a very speedy series between Medsport and Ents, 13-2 and now 9-1 like you say. We could be into Ancient very quickly, but the question is here, will we be getting to Ancient? Because VP need to win Anubis to take us there. It's Bait's map pick, they're a map up. VP starting on the T side with a bit of utility alongside the P250 on Jame. Let's see if they can recover.
Well, it is a map that they've shown some pretty good form on in recent times, so it certainly isn't impossible, but let's see if they can indeed make it work. Couple sets of Julies in play here for Bait, and I think they're both over towards the bomb side right now, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to get called into action as well.
Oh.
Julies, Rain, Death, and Devastation. 2 players, 4 pistols, get all 5 kills. Goodness
me, what a start. The dualies are just ridiculous, aren't they? And Wrinkle hits 4 kills, including the assist on the 5th. 384 ADR, that tells you the amount of damage he put forth against all 5 of them. Wow, that is one way to start, and of course it's so important to get good amounts of CT rounds on the board early on. The fact they've denied VP a plant means they're not at risk in round 2. Bait seem on it today.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking like a really dominant force, I'd go so far as to say, especially in the second half of Inferno. They were down 5-7 going into their T side. They won the map 13-9, so only lost two rounds in the process of winning a number of their own. Really good work coming through from them. And now they've got a very easy contest on their hands here just against pistols. Only one upgraded, the P250 on the IGL himself. Not going to expect much out of VP here in this round.
Yeah. I wonder how aggrieved VP feel after that last map when they, probably felt themselves they did everything right in a couple of those last 2 rounds. As I said, of course, the defensive play from Mir behind the smoke and Fame on first orange on that Wrinkle Ace. Probably the best they could have possibly done to wait for rotations. I mentioned Essential likes playing Pillar on Anubis. Guess what? He's there on the first round of the defense on this map, and he steps up with 2 against the Glocks. You'll see him there on more than one occasion this half, I can assure you. I've done my research. But yeah, I think Fame as well on that last round of the game where NPL swung toward Ruins, getting a lineup and then eventually a third. Fame did everything right there too. Probably feels like,
yeah,
what possibly could I have done in that scenario? Get 2 kills and fall back and wait for your team.
Sometimes you make a mistake and the round still works out in your favor. The opposite is also just as true. Sometimes you can do the absolutely correct play and still not go on to win the round and not get the deserved results. It's part of the process. Essential. Charging forward with the MP9. Not going to clear his corner though. Didn't expect Fame to already be cooped up in that corner. He's going to get 2 kills as a result. It's very aggressive from Bait right now. This is something similar I actually see Eternal Fire doing quite frequently on the map.
Yes.
Normally they will smoke off James position there towards the stairs and sort of isolate the player in towards canals, but he's still going to continue to make moves right now as the NPL. He'll push through past the players who lost their lives a bit earlier and continue to take ground.
Oh, the
Getting
timing.
a lot of info as a result.
Yeah, the time for NPL is actually really nice there. This is not a foregone conclusion yet. NPL could still catch Mir off guard here. Is he going to check toward that position of the map? He's just going to look for it now, and yes, the awareness for Mir is so sick. It's just now down to Owner and Wrinkle, and it might work out for them still. There we go. Wrinkle doing more work. He's up to 7 kills already in this game, and Fame will get removed trying to jump through the smoke. And Mir's position was known from earlier on. 1 versus 2, 40 seconds. Owner's holding for him, but he will get taken down. This would be a huge clutch for Mir. It's up against the king of the game so far. Of both maps, to be fair, in Wrinkle. Timing is in his favour, and Mir catches it beautifully. That is so, so important for VP.
Yeah, that is massively important there for VP, the fact that they get across the line in that round there. Mia was the hero, man. I mean, I thought that round was in VP's favor every day of the week when they killed NPL on the flank. I was surprised they still committed towards the B bomb site, because you're thinking, we've just killed the guy who's flanking behind us. He's clearly pushed through A. They had a lot of info. They're probably stacking on B. They still commit to the stack or to the push anyway. And that felt a little bit lazy from VP, and it almost cost them, Trav.
It really did. It really did. Yeah, I completely agree with you on that strat as well, of course. As you say, it is one Eternal Fire. Love to put into practice to change something up on the CT side. Aggression through A and into canals to try and pinch the Ts very early, because it's so hard to sort of get CT control on this map full stop.
Yeah,
it doesn't work out, but...
You've got to get in danger.
Exactly. It doesn't work out to begin with, but the fact that VP go toward the final 2 remaining CTs almost catches them off. Ooh. They try and go for some presence outside B. They look for a tap, but it's Essential who gets tapped down to 9.
Yeah, even though Vertigo do win the previous round, they come into the round afterwards with lesser weaponry than their opponents. Tech 9 and 2 Khalils to plug the gaps here for the T side, while Bait still have a full arsenal of weaponry. Utility starting to run dry though. And VP, well, they are shifting their way forward and towards their main right now with numbers and force.
Once again, so reliable for at least one, but Captain Kirker can't get his one, and surely they can pounce. Yes, they will. And even though Wrinkle has that orb, it's a glass cannon, and yeah, Mir on 1 HP gets away with his double. And because Wrinkle, of course, is so squishy without that Kevlar, he wants that AWP for the next round. VP have fought their way back in early, but it could have gone south for sure. They did go in toward 3 players there, but they made it happen.
Alright, well, VP now start to get the ball rolling here on their T side, building themselves into it. It was a bit shaky there initially on the aggression. 3 players on that A bomb site for Bait, but they still weren't able to stop the offense. And Flit has a good idea that Wrinkle could be on the side of the map. Consolation kill there for the Ukrainian AWP. He's 8 for 1 right now, but the scoreline is what matters, and those numbers are level as things stand. Gonna have to be an eco for the CT side here as well. So VP, good chance for them to gain the lead.
Wrinkle is probably in his mind, if he's given a chance, absolutely jumping at the bit to make something happen in this round with the AWP. But he's bought Kevlar, so that means that he's got much less cash for the following round after. So definitely be a little bit of save in mind, I would think. MPL has that kit as well, just in case the round gets close. I like that.
Yeah, not a bad purchase. Just to make sure you have one on the team can be recovered. Where's Wrinkle positioning himself right now? Obviously one of the big factors here on the defense in this round, himself and Owner. Owner with the rifle in towards middle, the AWP over towards A. Not much over towards B. And Ascenthiel's going to find out the hard way that VP are sort of heading in that direction.
Ascenthiel is caught off guard on this occasion. A pretty decent start against top 2 opposition. His first ever game against top 2 opposition on map 1. Now, Bait will look to try and respond. I think they know the round's now gone as VP take over the B site. But they're going to have a few players in canal to maybe catch some long-range frags on the exit. But Flitter's just re-smoked that. So, actually he flashed it, I beg your pardon. So he'll get caught out by Wrinkles Orp. They now know where it's residing. And PL's kit will be removed by Fame. Captain Kurtka's looking to try and pick that up and actually manages it. He's going to creep back away again. But of course, Mir is on the hunt, so he definitely could put that to bed very shortly. Shifting the whole way, still plenty of time to do that, and could be a couple more kills on the plate for Mir. Already had one important clutch in this game. And there goes the kit once again. But the 2 guns that I mentioned will be a big priority still to save, even though that was the threat in this round for VP. It looks like will be kept over.
Looking at the statistics here, Trav, both of these teams quite heavily favor the T side, unsurprising, obviously, with it being Anubis. VP have a slightly more favorable CT side according to the numbers, but I think that if they can get through this first half relatively unscathed, I'm thinking bare minimum 4, ideally 5 rounds on their CT side, they'll be feeling pretty good going into their T side. We saw them salvage a 5-7 deficit going into their T side on Inferno, so if they were able to do that on that map, then you'd expect them to be able to pull that off on Anubis as well.
Of course, as we know, Bait haven't had many top-tier qualifier opportunities lately. This is one of their biggest ones of late. So a lot of that success, of course, comes against lesser opposition, but some of these ideas they're putting into practice are rock solid. To break an 8-win streak on Inferno that they did on that one, of course, is very, very notable. So we'll wait on the stairs in Canal, of course. If he hugs those stairs a little bit closer, that's a very hard angle to clear out if you're a CT, but now they'll be smoked off as well. Minute 10 in the round, so there is some progress for VP across the map, but the bomb is focused toward A right now. That's where Captain Kurtka and NPL have to deliver once again. The molly and the flash combination forces Captain Kurtka into the open nicely, and NPL has a lot of work to do. He can't deliver, and that should mean a 3-man save.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing to do in the round here for Bait. Really well work coming through here from VP. Very simple approach. Basic utility getting used as well. Just crushing that defense on the B bomb site, on the A bomb site rather. Fairly simple. Not many dimensions in that round for VP either, but you don't need to have much when you've got such a reliable exec. Jame with 1 kill, Flip with 1 kill, Norbert with 2, but they're getting into these bomb sites, and they're also going to try and constrict Bait here. Make sure they aren't able to save many weapons. Ascenfiel already hits the deck, and Wrinkle and Owner, they back-to-back right now, man.
They truly are. Happy to look for a couple more of these kills, but they're going to be leapt upon. It's a bit spooky!
Oh no!
And literally, last tick of the round, Norbert collects 1 bullet on Wrinkle, and of course Wrinkle didn't have a helmet. 1 bullet with the M4 was enough. Everything is conspired against Wrinkle there to lose his AWP at the very last second. That is not what was planned. M4 it is instead.
Yeah, doesn't really have much of an option. We're going to have to wait and see how impactful that's going to be. I feel like the AWP is such an integral part of the defense on Anubis as well. To not have that at their disposal could prove to be costly. As you say, last tick of the round, it was dispossessed.
Yeah, no,
VP now 4 rounds in a row.
They've built up so much money as well, look. It's already in those 4 rounds. James has his AWP, but still the most money in the bank. It's going to be tough for Bait to recover these. UMP and MP9 in play as well.
Really important round here for Bait. If they lose, it feels like things kind of start to snowball out of control at that point. VP are so good with momentum. Bit of a gap between the mollies by design. That gap is then naded. Lots of damage done. Essential leaps in with the MP9 between himself and Owner. Only able to get a single kill. That leaves Wrinkle to his own devices now on the speed bomb side. Doesn't have the orb, so he's able to get a little bit more aggressive and a bit more before position. Gonna push into Fame though. Nice. Wide swing works out.
Really nice from Wrinkle. Exactly what Bait needed, but again, it's still a tough situation. Oh, he's just gonna re-smoke B main and then just phase right through it. I love that from Wrinkle. Obviously, I wouldn't be saying I love that if he got immediately domed on the other side, but in a situation like this, it's going to work out because it's not going to expect that in a month of Sundays, and Mia gets caught off guard.
Yeah, lovely play. I mean, yeah, he could afford to take a risk in this round just because of how they were chasing things. And he's the one who's recovered things right now. 2 kills coming through from him. You can see how that's kind of confused things right now for VP as well. Trying to figure out how to get themselves back into this round here. 25 seconds on the clock. Man, timing's just going to work out for them. Wrinkle coming through towards the window. Does he drop down? No is the answer. That means the B bomb side's completely free for business. Plant will come through, and Beta going to have to retake.
Yeah, I mean, is that even worse, to be honest, than just holding the site in a 3v3, having to retake with long rotations? Wrinkle has kind of phased all around the map, floating around. And now the UMP on this retake is going to be Captain Kutker, who will have to take point first. He'll jump his way through, but Norbert catches him, and of course, Norbert gets his 2. So reliable. It's down to James. Wrinkle's just going to hold it with the kit, though. When does James swing? It's going to get close! Oh, James counts down in his head, and he counts correctly.
Man, perfectly timed peek there. James was just clearing out the angles with the orb. I was just tentatively watching him on the minimap, seeing his little icon shift further and further. Felt like it was a matter of time. Eventually, the angle gets exposed to him. Connects a shot first time, job done. VP 5 in a row. I mean, Wrinkle does everything he can in that round. 3 kills, but his efforts are in vain. Can't fault him for sticking the defuse there either. That's what I was thinking was the best option for him in the moment. I mean, Wrinkle at this point has more than double the kills of anybody on Virtus Pro, and his team's losing 2-5. Not like he's had many highly impactful frags though. I mean, can't fault him. He's just picking up the kills that are coming his way, but clearly haven't had a huge impact on the outcome of the round.
Now we'll start off the following with that MP9 against Flit nicely. Mia's taking a risk here, going through this smoke in mid. He did take a slight tag to some util and a stray bullet, so does need to be careful. Owner's here as well. Are they aware that could be a possibility? Maybe they're not, because Owner will get caught off guard. MPL was staring at that smoke. Will at least get the trade. Another 3v3 though. MPL of course got a free AK now. He decides just to straight up duel Norbert to try and get a kill in their favour in a 3 versus 2, but Norbert's too reliable for that.
Are going to be able to find the bomb plant. As for Bait though, they're just looking to inflict some damage. Unfortunately, it's really all they can look for from here. Oh, okay, nice shot from Wrinkle. He survives the ult tag, but he won't survive the tick to the molly.
What?
Oh, Essential out of absolutely nowhere. A double kill, both headshot, spray transfer, and Bait have just won an eco out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere is right. That's come from the other side of the planet. Goodness me, that did not look possible in any situation. And Essential, first professional team, has a clutch on the books against VP, and a super unlikely one as well. Wow. Someone clean up the evidence. That shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, it would have been great to have seen it from his perspective, but it was actually also very, I mean, a good sort of idea as to what just happened watching it from VP's perspective, because both those kills came through in such quick succession.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how does that affect proceedings? Bait robbing around back.
Incredible. Norbert waiting for aggression. He hears the trampling of Bait outside B and plays it very safe alongside Mia. That could have given Bait's CT side a massive lifeline.
Yeah, certainly. Especially if they're able to go on and win this round straight afterwards. VP would still have something to work with, but it would really bring Bait back into the game if they're able to follow up that eco round win with the gun round win right here, right now. Making moves over towards B main right now. They're going to come in contact with a couple of the Virtus Pro players. A kill apiece right now seems like is what these teams are going to have to settle for right now. VP committing to the original plan as they make their way in towards the B site. Essential's now the only player here. Back to the wall. No room to maneuver. He knows Fame's coming through from Cave, but won't be able to do anything about it.
NPL's crept up though. James not expecting to be next to that smoke. Beautiful kill. And Mia's going to try and phase it.
Wow.
But NPL's got his head switched on. And Mia gets caught as well. Okay then, VP. They have some form of cash to go for a purchase. James insta purchased an AWP with no armor. But that might be sold because Fame and Flick can buy. Mia and Norbert can't.
I think they'll go in, yeah, Trav. I think they're going to spend all their money around that AWP. As you say, they'll have 2 AKs and then maybe some pistols to plug the gaps and get some utility. Oh, Bait. Have they managed to salvage this map, or at least the half? I suppose it's a bit of a stretch to say the map was at risk. But the half certainly was, being down 5-2. I mentioned 4 was the bare minimum, Trav. 5 was ideal. Win this next round here. You level it up 5-1, and then VP have to eco, and they are indeed going all in, Trav.
Goodness. I mean, it's not a bad buy, don't get me wrong. You're still going to have the open 2 AKs. But Norbert's only on a P250, so he can afford full utility. Same goes for Mir with a Tech 9. Once again, it's an unlikely round in a situation which VP must have thought they'd have done most things correctly. Just like Inferno. But something's gone awry. A moment of brilliance. It was Wrinkle and NPL to finish off Inferno. It's now Essential's turn to change the course of the half.
Yeah, that was a wonderful hold. That NPL play really was a difference maker. Pushing forward ahead of the smoke, catching James and getting Mia as well. James now brought down very low. There's that glass cannon AWP that's being punished. 14 points of health for him. 1 bullet from any gun on the server would certainly lead to the end of his life. What a big round here. What a big opportunity for Bait right now. Not much util. Norbert has a full belt outside of that. VP are going to struggle to piece an exec together. Oh, James. He has to still try and make moves, right? Because he's one of the players who's got a really good gun on his team right now. But the health just doesn't really allow for him to do that. Honestly, I'd say just give the AWP to Norbert at this point. He's got head armor, he's got full health. And we've seen Norbert do really good work with that second AWP before.
You're not wrong. Norbert's at least been given the AK instead. So, that's fine. I have enough utility to make one of these A bursts work. Remember it last time, of course, with a molly toward the pillar and toward the cake. And the flash worked out perfectly. Defensive utility coming in to try and stop that. But once again, the flash is too much for Captain Kurtka. Fame will take him down. And this makes this retake super, super tough. VP can just win rounds from any situation. And I think it's going to force Wrinkle time.
Well, Bait have cleared out deep in towards mid, so they've set themselves up for the retake. They were waiting for that smoke in towards cameras, but that has to be the end of the round, right? Great kill coming through from James. Someone's pressed tab, had a look at the economy and said, boys, we need to carry these guns through into the next.
Yeah.
Again, that A bomb site proving to be a bit of a headache right now for Bait. Whenever VP feel like they have to win a round, they seem to just fall back onto that A exec.
Yeah, I mean, I did call it a bit early, the save, but I really did think that a 4-man save was super important for Bait. Last 2 rounds of the half, of course, coming in as well. Their money could be on a knife edge at 6-5 if they didn't save, but 3 players saving is enough. That's fine. Affords them a full purchase, of course. But another good fight from VP. Again, I think it's very much the right decision to go toward A in that sort of round where 1 kill can make the difference. And their flashes have been super on point on those entries on A in this half so far.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And that's what you expect from a team of Virtus Pro stature. Nade does clear out the smoke. Wrinkle was really lucky to fall back there just in time. Just a bit of chip damage going around the server right now. Wrinkle has to expect this boost with the smoke in play. How far does he clear is the question. Straight into James' crosshair. Beautiful shot coming through from his opposite number, just with a different gun this time round.
Lovely from James. Yeah, looking to re-aggress. Once again, gets an important kill, and he combines it with Captain Kutka's flash. His teammate may have gone down, and now he will drop 2 with a bit of James flashbang work as well. Owner tries to rotate, and he rotates into James Molotov. A swap will come through. And Essential will try and answer back. Making a lot of noise.
Oh my.
And they know where he is. Oh, he knows where the last player is now. Somehow taking flip. Big Spin will come through. Oh my goodness. He hits an instant dink. If he had an AK, it was a totally different story. But VP scrape it.
I have a feeling he ran out of ammo there, you know, Trav. I mean, he was certainly running low on ammo, but I think he might have just run out there. I'm not sure if he has an extra bullet in the magazine or not, and I think if he does, he might complete that kill. That instant dink was beautiful. So brave for him to step out and force that fight. I was thinking just try and play the time here, try and, you know, catch your opponent off guard. And he kind of does to a degree with that risky play. Anyway, last round of the half now. Last chance for Bait to get themselves up to 5. And they don't have a phenomenal set of weaponry to do it with either.
Yeah. One thing I have noticed with Essential's style is that if he has any doubt, he jumps in and swings. That I have no doubt. Nice bit of aggression outside, and Essential once again steps up with 1. But Mia is good enough to trade once again. Damage done is significant. Captain Kurtka could get some interesting timing on James here, but James should see him, and he does. NPL 1v3 to close out this half. As you said, 5 would be lovely. VP looks like they might have fought their way through to an 8th. And they very well have. That was tight. So many squeaky rounds in that first half. But VP have doubled the score of Bait. We'll see if they can convert it after a quick break. Many rounds that could have gone either way, but VP will be feeling at least a little bit more content with an 8-4 on Anubis. However, Beta on the favoured T side, and are certainly not out of the possibility of a 2-0.
Not by any stretch of the imagination, Mr. Trav. I mean, it's going to require a mammoth T side from Bait if that is going to be the case. VP looking good. I'm backing them to finish the job off from here. There's a slight gap in their defense and towards middle, and Bait, without knowing that, have managed to exploit it. In fact, maybe they've got a bit of a read on the situation. They've wrapped through cameras. They've got complete control. Wrinkle should get a frag for free. Fame plucked out the air, and this pistol round has gone swimmingly for Bait.
Jame removed as well. Ditto for Mia. And just like on Inferno, where Bait won that ridiculous brawl toward top mid in that sort of 4v4 pistol rush, the players that were instantly facing. Once again, a faster play on the T-pistol works out nicely for them. Flit looking for a bit of cash, which will help out if they do decide to force, but I get the impression that probably won't be the case. Bait win the T-pistol with ease.
And that's going to be the start that they needed, right? I mean, coming into this T side, we did say that they would always have a chance if they were able to get 4 on the board. Losing the pistol would have made life very difficult for them. Close the gap to 3, and it looks like Virtus Pro want to go for the 4 spy here, Trav, which is quite interesting when you consider the fact that the CT side is the unfavored side of Anubis. To try and get the job done with the 4 spy is going to be a massive ask.
It's always a risk. We've got a full selection. 5-7, Spamas, MP9, CZ on Mia. Falling out of favour the CZ. How good the 5-7 can be and is. But sometimes it can be down to personal preference of whether you want something that's a spammy pistol or a full auto pistol. He's in a good position to get at least a 1-for-1 in mid. Probably the goal in that sort of situation. Bait will be walking toward A once again, though.
I agree with you. You don't mind 1-for-1s when you're on the 4 spy. If you can try and take the round as deep as possible, that's when you can make some chaos happen. Unfortunately for VP, they're stacked up over towards the B side. Only one player over towards A. And Senthiel's a bit disconnected from his teammates. NPL was as well, you know, not in a position to be traded. Were either of them. Doesn't look like it's going to be too costly. CZ, well, the 5-7 would have gotten a kill in that position, I reckon. Their one-shot headshot would have worked out, I think, Trav.
Yeah, that's what we mentioned. There is a difference. And VP, well, obviously, they'll decide, let's try again with this 4 spy in the next. We've still got the 2 main weapons. A little bit of almost an accident from Wrinkle as he sprayed the corner of that smoke just when Owner was crossing back in front of him. And of course, Owner's only 10 HP, so that could have been a team kill. But thankfully, doesn't occur. Again, Bait putting pressure on VP on this immediate comeback. It does seem like they favour their T sides in terms of the setups and aggression they put forth. They've been a lot more pacey than VP. I think that usually goes without saying when VP play any team in the world. Most opponents of theirs are a bit more pacey, but
yes,
but still, the point stands.
Not to be. Yeah, I like the tortoise in the hare, right? Just tortoise still somehow always finds a way to win the race. Shows you it's not always about speed. Is okay if you finish first though. Either way, let's hit Virtus Pro can produce here with the weaponry they have at their disposal. Obviously looks like a 4 spy, but it's an eco carried through these weapons. Means that they still have some sort of firepower at their disposal coming into this 15th round. And they will still be guaranteed a round after this as well.
They just need to be careful. They'll know that there is still problems to face. Chain. 5-7 in mid. Shadow spotted, but that flash, even though it catches NPL, it catches a bit of Jame too. Another important kill from NPL. Reminder, of course, for those of you who may be a little bit unsure of what this bait setup is, as Flit, back of the site, we'll concentrate on him first. We do some multi-fragging here. The rotation is quick, and I was right to switch focus. That rotation from the temple position has caught another kill on Fame. Captain Kirk, that's such an important reaction on Mia to get a quick headshot, but there's the 5-7 from Fame again. Bomb dropped. NPL now, he needs to step up. He is the leader of this team, but he'll be removed by Flit. And as I said, the problems were still there to face, and they walked right into them.
Yeah, that's a disaster of the highest order for Bates, in fact, as they're fighting back here on Anubis. They lose a round they absolutely couldn't afford to. Just getting picked off one by one. That's what I said in the round preceding that. When you're on the force bar as a CT side, if you can just get your kills, get your trades, force the round as deep as possible, that's when things can start to go wrong for the favorites, the team on the gun round. And that proves to be the case for Bates, who have now had to call a timeout. They don't have much money in the bank either, Trav, so it will be tough for them to piece together a decent buy here. I reckon that's the round that seals the deal for VP.
Yeah. Just like how Ascenthial's random clutch, I think it has to be said. Quick fire double spray transfer headshot on the on that first half sort of got Bait back into the game. This is another one of those that is pretty important. I was going to say, of course, those of you who are more acquainted with Bait may not know that NPL, of course, the former Navi player, currently leads this team. Still only 18. Didn't do much wrong in that round. They just got caught focused too much on Flit without having any blockade or firing squad looking into Temple. And got caught by the 5-7s. And now in this following round, it's 3 AKs and a couple of Deagles to try and answer straight back. And you'd have to feel like they need to.
Oh, absolutely. If Bait loses 10-6, then 11-6 after an eco, there's no way back in from there. I'd go so far as to say. Got to get the job done right here, right now. Let's see. Can they find a way? Looks like it's going to be a big exec in towards the bomb. That flash is good enough to force Norbert back initially. Molly will also obstruct his vision. Takes a bit of damage as well. Flit wants to clear that smoke out with the nade. It goes too deep though. Norbert only good for the one. Flit desperately trying to force the issue. Teammates going down left, right, and center. Bomb plan actually going to come through here. Somehow they've created enough space, and now the pressure has shifted.
Oh, NPL just can't cross back though. Jame keeps him in his clutches, and Fame has removed Wrinkle as well. Owner does well to find Flit, and it's back into a 2v2, but 40 HP each on the T side is going to be tough to deal with. Still only a Deagle on a Senthiel, but Fame does need to be careful. He's 18 HP himself, but they play it perfectly off the back of each other. Jame and Fame, the rhyming squad, makes it work, making sure not to overswing at any given moment. And they manage to seal it. That is the 10-6. Bomb plant gives them something, maybe pistol armor with some util rather than a little bit, probably what would have been a little bit less.
Yeah.
But
No, you're on the money there. It would have been Glocks and maybe a flash or two, but now they can get some upgraded pistols and some util, but I'm still not sure that there's any way back into this game here for Bait after they lose that previous round. They were in a solid position, 4 versus 3, but they just couldn't lock it down in the post plant. That superior weaponry working out wonders for VP. Should be a formality here for VP to get themselves up to 11.
Again, a good fight on that round, though, from Bait. I mean, they did make it close. It's just the Jame and Fame experience. So many of those situations over the years together they've dealt with confidently. They definitely did it there, even though Fame was so low, just shoulder peeking back and forth, not giving up his life before Jame got close. Smart play. Let's see if they can now confirm the 11th. 3 players on the opposite side of this smoke. Flit, ready and raring. Gets 1 and 2. USP out for the 3rd, and even manages to find a Senthiel as well. Captain Kurtka will finally answer with 1, but Flit has put this round to bed. And here's exactly where he is. That is the 11th. And now Bait kind of need a bit of a flawless streak to get back into this one. If not,
it has to start right here, right now.
Yeah, we're going to Ancient otherwise, aren't we? So
that's it, and I reckon at that point Bait would turn into history. Ancient has been such a good map for VP. Map they've relied on for a long time.
Yeah.
Map that's played a big role in a lot of the successes they've had at recent LAN events. Was a big map for them qualifying for the major as well, the RMR. They beat 3 teams on that map, including Na'Vi. So if this does go to Ancients, I certainly fear the worst for Bait.
Yeah, and they've only played it once in the last 3 months as well, and that was in ECL last year in relegation against 9 Pandas. They lost that 13-11. Of course, we all know how good 9 Pandas can be, but of course that was when they still had Amster as well. So it's been a while. They definitely played it in a few of the open qualifiers, and we know that Ancient is now the middle ground map for most teams in World CS, but yeah, you'd have to favour the VP recovery.
Alright, well, let's see if Bait can begin the fight back. Can they commence a comeback there? Right now, Wrinkle with the Zorp in towards middle has gone very quiet, Trav. Was he not 13-3 or something of the sort? Almost disappeared entirely since then. Teammates have started to stand up. Good awareness there from Mia. Playing the smoke fade, waiting for the players to potentially become exposed, not getting caught off guard, and that's the first frag that comes through. James also isolated Captain Kirker. Need to be careful. It doesn't seem like they're completely aware that there could be someone ahead of the molly.
And Mia's just gone pushing through that mid smoke there, looking for information. Not sure that was entirely necessary at that stage of the round, but they did sort of make it a combined play to keep Bait guessing. Yeah, it's going to work out for a kill back in Bait's response, but James is missing his shots here. Unlike him, trying to waste the clock, but Owner's going to pounce, and pounce correctly he does. 2 versus 2. They've got some afterplant utility as well. Essentially, can get a smoke down toward camera. They just have to be wary of that flip big flank. He's made noise on that. He'll get caught Essential, but Owner was always going to get that trade. It's Norbert versus Owner. Norbert is so reliable in these situations. He fakes the footsteps to go toward the right, but Owner has positioned himself behind the waterfall pillar. Norbert creeping forward. I think he sees a leg from that position. He knows exactly where he's locked into, and Owner has no idea that he's walked up slowly. Calm clutch play once again from Norbert, and it gives VP their 12th.
I think Norbert just spotted Owner crossing over to the pillar there a couple seconds before that, so that's why he was able to just, with full confidence, shift walk his way forward and get that kill onto Owner to lock in the round. 6 map points now for Virtus Pro. Only dropping 2 rounds so far on the CT side. Like I said, man, once Bait lost that anti-eco, wasn't really any coming back from that. They have got decent weapons to work with here to try and force, or at least try and start the bounce back, but VP looking like we expected. I mean, sure, they fell off on Inferno, but we know how good these guys are, and they're proving exactly that.
Yeah, this is a great recovery, and once again, Norbert's so reliable in an important round. Flash through the smoke for Bait, trying to take something, and Fame is now very stuck. He needs help, and he's going to get help with a lot of utility being thrown in from his teammates, but he'll be mollied off the corner and somehow strafes away with still a decent amount of health intact as well.
Look at this quick pivot here from Bait, a really quick calls coming through from them, and they're going to beat Virtus Pro to the punch, I reckon. Love this heads up decision making coming through from Bait. Virtus Pro, they're caught on the back foot, and they will lose 1 player out as a result. Bomb plant going to come through. VP have more than enough to make the retake happen. The numerical advantage at their disposal, all courtesy of Flit right now. Multiple kills coming through from his rifle. It's only a Sentinel left remaining. 1v2 is what he has to try and recover. Playing around the bomb site right now, it's not going to happen.
Very, very well sorted out from VP. That is more like the VP we know. Sick quad kill from Flit. It's more like the Flit we know as well. And they will manage to seal Anubis. But they have more work to do. That was a great recovery, of course, after what they probably would have thought was a huge failure on map 1 to not close out a map they'd won 8 times in a row. They managed to recover Anubis, and especially that CT side at the end, that was pretty calm, especially in those difficult retake positions.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think Virtus Pro showed some solid form there, and it's going to give them a good boost of confidence going into Ancients as well. Having a look at some of the other games just to update everybody on the other IEM Dallas closed qualifier matches here in Europe. Movistar Riders versus Koi currently in the second map, 10-9 up to the Spaniards, or majority Spanish team now. Apex leading the series 1-0. Preasy have just forced the third map against Heroic, and Ents versus Metizport is in full flow in their third and final map. We're going to throw to a break here on the D-Stream. When we come back, it's the third and final map between Bait and VP, who will determine who will stay in the upper bracket, or which will determine who stays in the upper bracket and who drops down to the lower. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm hier nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen.
We have a third map decider between Bait and VP. Map 1 was an upset. Map 2 wasn't so much, but that was the map we thought might be a little bit more unsure on. So we do go to Ancient, but the problems will continue to rise for Bait because VP, again, have a fantastic record on that map.
Yeah, Trav, it kind of feels like the series slipped through Bait's fingers on that second map. What was the score? I think it was 8-6 when they had themselves, or yeah, it would have been 8-6 when they had themselves that anti-eco and they lost to the Pistols, and everything kind of slipped through their fingers from there. And I don't know, against a team like Virtus.pro, you don't really get many opportunities to sort of get the series away from them, right? And that was the turning point, I think, where things kind of fell back into order and went the way that we expected them to coming into this match. Now we have Ancient, as you say, the last map of the series, and it's been a phenomenal map for VP. You think there's any chance for Bait coming into this one, man?
I'm not sure. I mean, the problem is that every single stat goes against them. We said the same about Inferno, of course, so you never know, but at least on HLTV, obviously they played a lot more Ancient in open qualifiers. But they've only played one. That was toward the end of last year. They lost to 9 Pandas. And when it comes to VP, they've played 9, only lost 1, and that one loss was in the Kato play into Cloud9. It's not exactly a team you should really be too worried about losing to. They've dating back to ESL Challenger Atlanta last year. Of course, they beat M80 Apex, they beat Sinners, Saw, Fnatic in the RMRs, and of course, this was also the map where they secured their RMR. That sort of confirmed their major spot, basically, through the RMRs, thanks to wins over Saw, Fnatic, and then, of course, Na'Vi as well. And that Na'Vi series, of course, as I mentioned earlier, was particularly clean. So, yeah, everything stacks up against Bait, sadly. You'd expect VP to take this 2-1, but should is a strong word.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, keep in mind the previous Bait roster, going back through some of the changes that they've had. This team has always been pretty reliable on Ancients. It's been a map in their wheelhouse. I mean, they played it over 50 times over the past 12 months, so it's certainly a map that they're competent on. It's just obviously with the changes, it seems to have taken a bit of a knockdown, the pecking order, now behind Anubis and Mirage, whereas maybe it was actually at the top of their of their choices at one stage. So we're going to have to wait and see how much work they've really done on the map and how much they have to work with. But you did make an apt point there. We expected Inferno to be a walkover for VP, and that certainly wasn't. So yeah, we don't want to make that same mistake twice coming into Ancient now, but I think the main thing for Bait is they just can't afford to really slip up, right? As the underdogs, you can't make mistakes like losing anti-ecos and still expect to try and get that upset win. So coming into this, Bait just have to be completely on point, and they can't afford to make any unforced errors like losing anti-ecos.
Exactly, that was a big turning point in that Anubis map, of course, as you mentioned. And of course, interesting point to make as well, I think you touched on it toward the end of our coverage of Anubis. Every single opening round right now in this EU qualifier, 2 spots up for grabs at the 100th IEM, of course. Every single one has gone to a third map decider. VP, of course, and Bait are about to start Ancient now. Koi have taken that second map against Apex, 13-11.
Okay,
They're going to be going
on.
to a third. Heroic and Preasy, they're in a third. Preasy currently 6-2 up on Heroic. We could be seeing Heroic on this stream later. That would be a turn up. And Ents 9-3 up on Metizport on that decider map as well. So it's getting very interesting. And yeah, I can't wait to see how it all turns out.
That's why it's so difficult to predict who's actually going to qualify for IEM Dallas, right? Because there's so many different teams that could go on to make it happen. An upset here or there completely shakes up the brackets as well. Trav, you and I are going to have the pleasure of casting a lower bracket game a little bit later on this evening. We'll be casting the loser of Metizport versus Ents, which is looking more and more likely to be the Swedish squad, against the loser between Heroic and Preasy, the Danish derby. And, well, like you said, Preasy currently lead Heroic there. So we should have a, well, regardless of who ends up in that particular match, it's going to be a straight fire game. And the loser then gets eliminated altogether on day one, Trav, completely out of contention. So there's a huge amount on that line in the match a bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it deserves to be said as well about just quickly looking around the grounds. Heroic were 9-3 up after a 9-3 T-side on Vertigo. They lost the map 13-9. Preasy won 10 T rounds in a row. Heroic could not win a single CT round. So that's something to look back in the demo later and wonder how on earth that's happened. Preasy looking good today and causing Heroic a lot of problems.
Yeah, that is that's a good point. I mean, they could certainly going to be shaking things up going forward into the brackets. I didn't actually get my predictions out earlier, Trav, because we jumped straight into the game. You went with the fairly vanilla predictions, if we're going to be fair, right?
Yeah.
VP and Ents, the two highest rated teams in the competition. You didn't stick your neck out there too much. I'm kind of inclined to pick one of Preasy or Metizport as one of my two teams.
Okay.
I think that there's certainly, you know, the tier 2 sort of realm, but they're in really good form, both of them. And I think on a good day, they're both capable of beating anybody in this qualifier. So I'm going to go with Preasy and Virtus Pro, actually. So there we go. That's my prediction. Let's see if VP can even survive their opening game.
Preasy is very much a bold pick, and you know what? I'm here for it. I respect it. I'm here for Ancient. It's a decider between VP and Bait. Winner, of course, continues along the upper bracket. Loser goes to that lower bracket. Let's see how it all pans out. VP have lost 1 in 9 on this map. It's another great home for them. Can Bait do anything about it?
Lots of utility at the disposal of Virtus Pro right now. 2 smoke grenades, 2 flashes, and an HE as they start to shift in towards that A bomb site. James? Is it James? No, it's not James. Don't even know who it is in towards middle. It is James with the 1 to his name. He's number 7 on the HUD, number 1 on the minimap. Tough to connect the dots either way. He's gotten a lot of space and information in towards the middle. A lot of control been afforded to him. Bait are just stacked up on that B bomb site right now. And Virtus Pro, they're going to waltz into a completely vacant A site.
Often can be the case that A is the site that is heavily retaken, I guess you could say. Left alone as a CT, especially in gun rounds. But this is going to be super, super difficult in a pistol round. We have got that kit on Captain Kurtka, but Jame and Fame standing tall once again. Nice shot from Wrinkle. That'll actually force Fame back away to play a bit more defensive. Can Captain Kurtka get this smoke on the bomb? Fame will leap away, playing it super defensively, but with Owner being removed, Captain Kurtka just going to have to leap his way onto this defuse, I think. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to hold it, but a nade to break open the smoke is absolutely perfect. That is the one problem with that play these days. Wrinkle hits some lovely taps on the exit. It's another pistol in this game where Wrinkle gets a quad kill, by the way. But this time he's not on the winning side.
T-side pistols have been very successful so far in the series. I think 4 of the 5 pistol rounds we've had so far have gone the way of the T-side, and VP doing really well in that round with all the space afforded to them. I love that they had the HE grenade late into the post plant as well, so there wasn't any, you know, monkey business there with the defuse being stuck in the smoke. Nade to come through means it's easy to get the frag on Captain Kurtka, not only because of the damage it's inflicted, but also because of how it clears out that smoke, of course. And now Bait will settle for an eco. Great work out of VP.
And USPs to eat up to follow. Medsport are fighting back a little bit in their game against Ents. It's now 9-5. That could still go either way. Preasy is 7-3 up in their decider against Heroic 2. I said that we could have a comical situation of perhaps Heroic versus Ents being the lower bracket matchup. I mean, that's still not beyond the realms of possibility somehow. But right now, at least, it's looking a bit more solid on the Ents side. And it looks looking a bit more solid on VP as well. They're going to take nice eco frags, and of course, Flit getting a couple with the UMP. Ooh. That was dirty
Nice
from
little cheeky
NPL.
kill there, yeah. Love to see that. Couple clean shots, some surgical precision. No way's a third, right? No way a third. Although, could carry the UMP through. Should have Yeah, there we go. All right. But James dies as well, you know. So, essentially, 3 kills come through there for NPL. That's not a bad return in the eco.
He's forced James to die to the bomb there, and with the USP hitting, I think, 3 dinks in total, amounting to 2 kills. Yeah, superb job, honestly, to get some bonus cash, of course. We'll quickly switch back to us and back to the game to sort out the HUD again. And we're back, of course. Sometimes the HUD can be a little bit weird with the coach slot, of course, we've got in play now, with Mia being number 11, of course. It is a bit strange, but that will be fixed in the future. That's obviously a special little plug-in that we've got to have coaches enabled for these qualifiers. Flit.
Oh, Wrinkle's in a really important position. And he just gets stepped on by Mia. A beautiful headshot coming through from the rifler. In the meantime, Flit asking questions over towards ramp. Those questions get answered. Good work out of Captain Kirk. He still has a job to do in the safe bomb site right now by himself. Molly's going to force him into the open. A lot of damage done, but unfortunately it's not fatal. Means the A bomb site's been compromised.
Ooh.
But the numbers still remain even.
Touchdown from NPL. James and Norbert with 0 utility between them, and that could be the problem. It has to be pure aim duels from VP in this situation, and he'll look for a peek, and he goes for that pure aim duel, and actually it's James to take Ono, who's looking to take mid back with NPL. It's a good deep nade. But for the clutch, James will swap to the Galil. Surprisingly,
wow.
I actually thought he would stick with the AWP in this situation, but he wants more maneuverability with the rifle. That is actually genuinely surprising that he'd go to the Galil instead. But he does have the site to himself.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the confidence and conviction with which James has made these decisions. And NPL, he's rooted on the opposite side of the map. I mean, James saw the nade come through from the top of middle from Red Room, waited a couple of seconds, and then just started running straight into A. Reads the situation perfectly. NPL doesn't have a kit either. There is one in his path to the A bomb site, though, and he'll recover it. So that certainly does give him a chance in the retake. But James is deep behind the box right now, so it's going to be very tough for NPL to find this frag.
Yeah, and the time is ticking down so low as well. He may have a smoke, but on low HP, how does he really go about this? He has to run his way in, and James will take it comfortably. I guess another reason maybe he goes for that Galil instead is probably there's some information relayed from a teammate that, you know, I've dueled him. He's pretty low. I think Norbert probably would have commed something along the lines of, okay, I've hit him with 2 or 3 bullets. That's why the rifle felt more comfortable. Of course, it means that James doesn't have the AWP in the round after, which is probably the main reason I questioned it. But at least he has the AK. And at least VP have won the round. That is the all-important.
Yeah, absolutely. And they shouldn't have a huge challenge in overcoming this next round either. Still is going to be a bit to overcome, though, in terms of the SMGs and upgraded pistols. But VP off to a strong start here. Inferno certainly didn't go the way they or most people would have expected. And they were in control in the half, 7-5 up going into their CT side, but things completely fell apart from there. However, were remedied going into Anubis. Taking it to a third, and, well, looking good right now. Looking good. Feeling good. You know, if you look good, you feel good. You play good, Trav. That's the style.
Confidence. All about confidence.
Absolutely, mate.
Remember,
We've seen a lot of confidence from a few players on the server as well.
Indeed. Remember, Kenny S once told me that if you don't take the initiative first, if you're playing hesitant, it'll never work out for you. And, on many occasions, that can be the case. NPL tries desperately not to play with hesitancy, But Flip bests in with the UMP just as that nade comes flying in. VP to try and take A as well. That is the site that is clear. It will be a relatively quick rotation, and Essential still has a kit to make their hopes slightly above 0. It should be 4-0.
I appreciate that appropriate assessment. Honest and real, Trav. Shooting straight as you do.
I'm true.
Not as much in Counter-Strike, but on the microphone, yeah.
Thanks. You've never even played with me. That's so rude. Anyway, here
I
comes
know,
the damage. Here
firing
comes the
shots,
damage.
man.
Hang on a moment. Okay.
No damage.
Never mind.
One
One kill.
frag.
Just 1 kill. That's fine.
1 damage. 1 damage. Okay, bait. I mean, this is where they have to make a mark, right? Lose this, and that's when things start to seriously snowball out of control. Lose this 5-0, anti-eco 6-0 if you aren't able to save any guns, and that's going to be a really tough situation to find yourself in.
Yeah.
AWP for Wrinkle is going to be a massive facet of the defense. I've seen him do huge work with the AWP on this map before, T side and CT side, but CT side in particular. I think there was a game I cast where he had, in CSGO it was, remember to add the context, he had about 24 kills on the half. By the way, Owner does open up in this all-important gun round.
Mia gets his 1. MPL answers back, and it looks like he wants to play with that smoke a little bit more. Once again, VP realised that A is often left open, though, and that's what Fame is doing again, trying to get some deeper map control. That's a lovely reface from Wrinkle, though, and yes, I do remember some of those ridiculous shows of form he has shown on this map, and Essential is very well aware that Fame could have crept through the entirety of the A site. Good catch. 4 alive for bait. Norbert in a 1 versus 4. With a little bit of utility to spare. And Wrinkle's already got the deep line.
Yeah. I actually went on to find the game for you, Trav.
Go on.
It was against Eyeballers back in August last year. Wrinkle was 36 for 11 in a 16-10 win.
I actually remember you talking to me about that once, I think. That was
Yeah.
so notable.
And on CT side, I was wrong. He was actually 29 for 5 after the first half of the game. So, try to figure that out. 29 kills in 15 rounds.
Yeah, of course.
Died 5 times.
MR, exactly. And MR 15 times. But,
Yes, exactly.
but still, just as impressive, to be honest. Wrinkle's going super aggressive in the following. Looking to maybe get the deep line through the bottom of mid here once this Molotov dissipates. This is actually a lovely angle to hold. Just to be wary of getting peeked from that right corner, but it's actually James who wasn't in the know. The Wrinkle could be pushed up, but couldn't react quick enough for James just running across the angle. If James was walking across that angle or just shifting it, definitely would have been a shot that Wrinkle could have hit.
Yeah, Beta committing quite a lot here to this positional control in towards middle, and it doesn't really harm VP all that much. They're just grouped up outside of ramp right now. Oh, but Wrinkle will actually find an angle on that boost. That was really deep. James, I think he just stepped into the scope there. And that's going to be a really important opening kill coming through for the CT side as they look to try and double up their round count here in the 6th.
Yeah, didn't get caught earlier, gets caught this time. Wrinkle gets a second bite at the cherry and makes it his own. Cynthia will be smoked off, and that means he'll force himself forward with Owner alongside. Actually, a really weird off angle. He's going to get completely punished for it. Stray bullet from Flip through the smoke. Wrinkle needs to step up off the back of it. He does find one more. He's wary of there being a Jaguar flank. But MPL will take down Fame through that smoke, and I believe that's the bomb on the ground as well. It has to be recovered by Mia. Tap will come through, but great damage from Captain Kurtka, and MPL team up once again. Wrinkle wasn't even needed for those last 2 kills. And Bait get an all-important second round. Because of the damage done previously, VP already on an eco.
Yeah, really well worked round coming through there from Bait, just in terms of how they set themselves up and then how they shift themselves afterwards. Good teamwork, good decision making, taking that control in towards Cave when they did as well. VP didn't have many options available for them. They were funneled and taken down. Now they will have to eco, as you say.
Cynthia starting off against Flitch. Norbert taking some damage running through that fire, but I think they know what's up with that one. They're going to try and double peek it, but with nothing to face with, they will have their faces put to the floor. So, you often ask me this question. What's the base minimum for a team? What do you think Bait need on their CT side on Ancient against a very, very strong Ancient team?
Well, I was pretty impressed by Bait's T side on Inferno. A lot less so on Anubis. Considering they've got that more recent player joining the team in terms of its Senthil, I don't know. I'm going to go with 5. I'm going to put the number at 5 as the bare minimum for Bait. I think Ancient has become a map that you can get a lot of work done on the T side, and I remember it being a good half for them in general. So I'm going to go with 5, Trav. Where are you at?
Yeah, I think 5 is also a must. They get 4 on Anubis, and that certainly wasn't enough, but I don't think it would have been enough even with 5 or 6, so yeah, we'll have to see. At least in a really important round to take, in a tough situation in that 3v3, especially after Owner and Essential got taken down for free on that execute from VP. They've answered back. Got a free round off the back of those pistols. And some money to work off the back of now as well. Wrinkle is staying very, very mobile, which is great to see from him too.
Yeah, that's what he's about. Their CT side is heavily reliant on Wrinkle dictating where he wants to play and the moves he wants to make. NPL trying to take the bait a little bit, but it also does put VP on notice, so it's not like Wrinkle will catch him off guard from that position. In fact, it's enough to completely force VP towards the opposite side of the map, and they're moving with pace right now as well. There are 2 players here for Bait, and they're in 4 positions of their own. It's going to be a massive skirmish towards ramp. They're trying to get back to a position of safety. A couple of things will come through from Essential. Owner, he mops up with the triple of his own. Great work there, capitalizing on the damage done by his teammate.
Yeah, so much done by Essential, and a great triple, or double swing I should say, in the end from Bait, and they close it out thanks to Wrinkle. That was super, super nice. And the Wrinkle there, I'm not sure if that was necessarily what he wanted, but actually switches to the AK, as he's got so much cash for the AWP. That is a bit bold, but we're getting toward the end of the half, so, you know, why not? If you want the AK and the instant headshot capability, that's fair. But yeah, you're absolutely right. So much damage done by Essential, and Owner, in the end, had a chance to own them, and he did.
I've actually been really impressed by what I've seen out of Essential so far. You mentioned he's played, what, 11 maps for Bait so far. Rating doesn't do him justice, but he's been in some tough positions, and he's provided what they've needed out of him most of the time.
Yeah, I mean,
you'd imagine only with experience it's going to get better. He's being tested by some of the best in the world right now, Trav.
Yeah, and some of the most mentally taxing opponents to go up against as well in these late executes and long games. Again, of course, he doesn't get any kills in that round, but he did about 175 damage or more. Made it free for Owner. The third was the especially important one for Owner. Holding down mouse 1, taking the triple nicely. A bit is Owner, who has a slight issue right now, as he is the only one not to have purchased up yet, but he is spinning his knife, so I'm sure this tech pause will be finished soon, and there we go, he is back. VP have enough cash for the Tech 9 utility buy, which is the bane of many an opponent of theirs. So Bait need to be careful not to fall foul of previous mistakes in this series we've already seen.
Yeah, and I think it was less at the disposal of VP in the round they were able to win on Anubis compared to what they have right now. Either way, as you say, they have to make sure they get across the line here against the pistols. VP have quite a lot to work with. It's going to be a massive execute in towards that A-bomb site. Smoke is going to block off the vision of... well, they've actually got 5 smokes, Trav. They've got all the smokes in the world. How many are they using for the executes is the question, because looks like they're going to have 4 smokes at their disposal going into a potential post plant here, and that's going to buy them a huge amount of time.
Norbert trying to leap his way in to bait for his teammates Tech 9, but they deal with that nicely. Of course, the plant can come through, but now just 3 players remaining. Needs to be some ridiculous Tech 9 shots. Hit! I say that, and that's when Flick comes lurking in. Free AK to be picked up, and somehow he's trying to phase that smoke back onto the side, but NPL stops both. Now it's just Mia. That was a great attempt from Flit. They do have kits, so they don't need to rush this one. Find him and remove him, and there he is. Found by Owner. Great chance for Flit, but if he got that third with the AK, of course, that's when we could have really got excited for that one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, that was a really good attempt from him. Those 2 quick kills come through. He couldn't find the third. He was actually really close with his initial shots through the smoke. And I thought he made a perfect decision by just trying to slink his way through the smoke there. But unfortunately for him, NPL, his radar was on point. Hits the shots through the smoke, and Bait will win against the Eco. Quite an expensive one, a bomb plant and 2 kills. But they've got the lead here, and all of their rounds have come consecutively as well.
Another great performance from NPL, it has to be said. Again, reminder for those of you joining who may not know, I do believe he's the IGL for this team at only 18 years of age, of course. That now the experience trying to work out for him, but Essential will get a move removed from Norbert straight away in the following round. Quick execute from VP. I mentioned that they don't turn the pace up too often, but this time Norbert presses W and it might be enough to take a 5th round.
Yeah, should be. Oh, I was going to say, imagine he was able to get the wallbang kill on Fame just by shooting at Mia. Fame's been tagged down here. I mean, Fame's still asking questions, but surely no way back into this retake, right? I think they're just making sure they lock these players in right now. Flip plays the phase, and that will get VP back on level playing field here, 5-all. Norbert shouldn't get out with his life intact. Fame won't either.
This is, I really love this for Bait. This is exactly the right thing to do. You've got so much cash.
Oh.
You've got so much cash. Force VP forward and play aggressive exits. They do, and it means that Fame only has a Galil for the following round. I know there's only 2 rounds left in the half anyway, but still, that is absolutely the right thing to do if you're Bait, when you have that much economy available to you.
Alright, well, what a game we have here as the decider. Both these teams desperate to avoid the wrath of the lower bracket, especially with how stacked this qualifier is. Any game in that lower bracket is going to be a massive challenge. Flitz got through the smoke. He doesn't spot the Santhiel above the flames, though. Sort of a throwback to CSGO, how the incendiary could sometimes provide a bit of a one-way there.
Yeah. And even now, like, Molotovs and incendiaries can be very, very hard to see through on their own, even without smoke play. Flames are tall. This time, with the help of that little angle for Essential, they do get a 5v4 though. Wrinkle has a full sight line from Jaguar down lane. Confident in going for those, of course, and he's just hidden. I say just hidden from Mia. Has he been spotted by Mia? Oh, that is very tight. They do have utility to flash and smoke Wrinkle off, but NPL is going aggressive towards Mia's position. Timing is horrible for Mia. He just switches off the line as NPL swings, and Wrinkle takes his kill as well. 5v2 out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it's the aggression for Bait. It's the initiative that's being taken by the CT side, which is working so well for them. They're not giving VP anything for free. They're contesting them at the B ramp double doors, contesting them at the bottom of middle. Hell, they're even making moves in towards A main right now. They've got the entire map under their control, and they know, obviously, VP style, they're not going for this one, so they want to try and get some extra kills. Just constricting this T side as much as possible. Oh, man, Trav. Are VP going to get away with any weaponry here? That's the question. They now know where James is positioned. Fighting tooth and nail to keep their guns in play. It looks like there will be a Ford.
Nice.
At least no. Wrinkle gets the kill at the last second, and James, oh man, he's going to rue that one.
That is... We all know, I mean, as a single Counter-Strike fan on Earth right now, who is in tune with the professional scene that doesn't know about Jame time, we know they love that, but I'm telling you right now, that is sometimes what you can expose with them. The T-side save when they're low econ, when Bait have plenty of econ themselves, last round of the half, Jame, $500, all he can buy is utility. That's what you should be doing against VP. Suffocate that money And now they're left with a Mac 10. Jamin, of course, no armor because he couldn't even afford Kevlar. And Flit, Fame, and Mia trying to be the main points of attack in this round. Of course, utility incredibly limited as well. Bait have a fantastic opportunity at a 7-5 in this third map decider.
Yeah, they really do, Trav. They've worked super hard to get to this position as well, because remember, they started off 0-4. 1-5 in a row, lost a round, and then straight back to winning ways. Some prolific form on display right now from the Ukrainian outfit. Now they just have to deal with the force buy to get themselves up to 7 and take a decent lead into their key side. Oda in position, double kill, both of them get lined up. Surely he's not going to add a third. Gets incredibly close. Unfortunately, the timing's against him to pull the nade out. Essential's in some trouble as well. The maneuverability of the Mac 10 proves too hot to handle. And we just flip this back into an even 3 versus 3.
A bit of a show there of Essential, how good he can be, but also his inexperience in that situation. Caught in the middle of nowhere in no man's land. James should hold for Captain Kirk, but gets removed, of course. That no armor proving to be a problem. And now it's down to Mia. How does he position himself? He's won a 1v2 on Anubis in this series already. And he's phasing behind the back of the site. There's going to be a hold of the defuse zone. Surely Mia won't get there in time. NPL's just holding it. And that is how Bait get a small lead on Ancient. What a competitive third map this has been. Great to watch. We'll see who comes out on top after a quick break. One more half in this best of 3. Who continues in the upper bracket? Who gets dropped down to the lower? So far, Bait have played brilliantly today, and they're looking to do more on this T-Pistol. Another fast one. They go for fast mid. That translates into fast B. And Flit will respond to at least make it a 3 versus 3, but there's a tasty tap from Wrinkle on the P250. He makes it at least a 1-for-1. Jame wasn't expecting Captain Kurtka so close, so it's Flit with the smoke kit in a 1v2.
Yeah, can he make it happen is the question, and start VP off in successful fashion here. He's got the smoke to play with as well. So he could just get really cheeky with it and stick with the fuse inside the smoke. It's exactly what he's going to go for. Looks like they're going to try and get the knife on the smoke. Owner's rattling off the shots right now. Oh, it's not going to happen. His teammate doesn't even step out at all. And it works out perfectly for Flit as he robs the round off of his opponent.
That was... When you see him lurking on the flank like that, knowing the bomb is planted safe from cave as well and not open... It just reeks of that smoke diffuse, and Flit knew exactly the right thing to do. Bait didn't react immediately, as you say, with both players. And that could be another big round that switches the momentum. Of course, we saw the switch of momentum happen a number of times on Inferno. With Bait pulling off an unlikely win. This would be just as unlikely to take Ancient. It's the 2 super strong maps for VP. But of course, we see these rounds won almost as much as the CTs win them. The T forced by after the bomb plant on the pistol. There's going to be 2 Galils. Make that 3. And an AK in play with Essential sacrificing himself on the Deagle with utility. A hit back can be coming.
Okay, well, proceed with caution here, Virtus Pro. As you say, there is a lot at Bait's disposal. And they're just working as a unit right now. It's a fake over towards B because Owner just charged straight through, but he's cannon fodder. And, I mean, it's not like he's achieved anything because Mia's still rooted in position. He's got support here from his teammates as well. Fame will be the first to go down, but that's okay. It's just the one casualty on the CT side. Jame realized it was a fake and just very quickly shifted across. The NPL through the smoke will find a frag, but he should get traded straight out, and he certainly does. VP able to weather that particular storm.
Yeah, nice try from NPL. He's up to 19-6 in this game, it has to be said. But, yeah, too much on that equation. And I think Bait must be probably a little bit frustrated that they give up a life pretty much for free with Owner rushing in toward B like that. And they go quick in toward A. But there is still so much work to do. So much defense to fight their way through in Donut and from CT. So VP make that one look good. A nice one dig from Owner though to immediately answer back, but the nade will follow up from Mia and take him out the round. Good flash for Flit. He'll find himself one more. Now VP should be about to retake the lead again.
Oh man, I mean, it fell apart for Bait on their T side of Anubis, right, Trav? They were up 7-5 going into their T side, and they weren't able to get a whole lot done from there. Excuse me, was it a 7-5 half in favor of VP in that first half?
It was 7-5 on I think it was 7-5 on Inferno. It was 8-4 to VP.
8-4, right? That's
Anubis.
Right. Yeah. But then Bait just couldn't get much done at all on their T side, right?
Yeah.
And it's looking fairly bleak from the get-go. Obviously, haven't had a gun round yet here in the second half, so not going to draw any conclusions just yet. But
yeah, I just double checked. 7-5 and an 8-4, both to VP in these two maps. Bait, of course, having an 8-2 T half on Inferno to make that upset happen with insane rounds and a particularly outrageous one from Wrinkle. But yeah, comfortable for VP on Anubis. And now Ancient is ever so slightly back in their favour again. How much does NPL have in the Ancient playbook? Of course, only 18 and the leader for this very young roster. Jame already will take down his counterparts, and Flip will help out toward Essential. Is this where they streak clear again?
oh man, it's looking like the phenomenal start. I mean, Bait looking to try and impose themselves at the start of the round, but VP also making moves on their CT side, and it works out really well. However, NPL looks like he might have found a way back into the round here. Great opening kill on Norbitz, and he's got Flip low here in towards Cave as well. That's his 20th kill. Great work out of MPL, but he certainly can't afford to clock out just yet. Teammates finally going to arrive on the scene. The cavalry's come through. The bomb plot's going to follow suit. And Bait have to make it work in the post plant.
Yeah, I was going to say that Molotov will surely remove Flit. It was one tick either way, whatever stage of the molly. And he does get removed by the fire and flames. But the flank from Mir is quick. Captain Gutka goes to check it. Mir's reaction is good. And he doesn't take much damage for his troubles either. Still 2 kits in play. Ono and NPL are in a bit of trouble. Jump spotting for Mir, spotted out by NPL. How does he isolate these fights? It's going to be so tough for him. He somehow falls back toward the back of the site, but takes the tag to the molly, and there goes Ona. He can't get anything done himself. And the defuse will come through. Kit is on the bomb safely. VP find their 9th, but not without struggle again.
Yeah, and I guess the bomb plant coupled with the round loss bonus here for Bait means they will be able to afford another buy, so at least they'll have weapons coming into the next round here, but they're yet to get off the mark on their T side, and that's a problem. NPL does well in the previous round to get them back in the conversation, and he's played very well on Ancient so far. In fact, throughout the whole series. Took the initiative there, realized he had to make a play to try and get his team back into the round. Walks up ramp, clean headshot there on the first. Then they get the molly kill on the player in cave. It's looking good, but VP still just able to force their way through, and now just 4 rounds away from keeping themselves in this upper bracket. Quick update on some other games that are going on here in the European close qualifier for Dallas. Apex vs Koi, tie in the 3rd map there at the half. Heroic vs Preasy is on match point in favor of Heroic. Is it going to be OT, or is Preasy going to get dropped down into the lower? And then Ents have successfully overcome Metizport 13-5 on that third.
Yeah, that was a lead for Preasy, just like we mentioned that Heroic had a lead, 9-3, and lost 10 rounds in a row to lose map 2. Preasy are up 9-3 themselves and haven't been able to convert anything yet. They're going to have to play for overtime to recover that one. Wrinkle with the AK this time. I think we'll take a dink through troubles against Flit. And Norbert will shoulder peek out the rest of the Bait members on the ramp. It's going to be tough for them to entry in here. Even with that opening kill, there's still 2 players on the site to find, but they're just going to absolutely wipe it out. Wow. And now they know that Fame is CT as well. That's actually not what I expected. 2 kills quickly in, and then still 2 players on the site to find. Usually, that catches a T-side off guard, but not this time. This is going to be a clean one for Bait.
Yeah, very, very successful. They're quite happy to play that numbers-based approach, right? And despite the fact that they were pushing into as many players as they were, still very successful in their pursuit of that B bomb side. Fame just looking to try and save his AK. There will be an investment in the next round out of VP, but Bait finally able to get one up on the C side. Oh, Wrinkle, is he going to step out here and catch Fame? There's no way Fame's expecting one from T-Spawn. But how many kills does he get before he eventually loses his life? Maybe the answer is he does not lose his life, and he gets 4 in the process. That's a lot of economic damage.
Yeah, just how we mentioned, of course, that Bait were doing it to VP in the first half on a few occasions. Having the econ to limit their opponent's money. Well, this one's even more impactful. Only 1 player survives in the end. Fame does superb work there. Of course, it means that the only downside is an essential Galil and Wrinkle, of course, without any utility, but still, long term, that has a lot of impact. We'll be walking A pretty quickly off the back of this though for Bait. Again, 1 round the gap. 2 in Donut to worry about. They've entered the Donut player once or twice already. They're going to try and do the same again. NPL goes for it, but Fame this time stands tall, and he's got Mir in support. It's a beautiful double Donut hold, and Norbert will deal with the last. VP are first to double digits.
What makes it a disaster is how many kills Fame gets at the end of the previous round, because now look at the money for Bait. If he only just gets 1 or 2 there, they probably still have enough to buy here. But because of all that economic damage inflicted, they're down to pots and pans in this next round. Huge impact from those Exa kills. And then they lose the round straight afterwards, and it's down to an eco. VP looking really good here in this match now to keep themselves in the upper bracket and condemn Bait to the lower.
Yeah, they finally put the opening nail in Bait. It's been a superb performance from Bait today so far, to be honest with you. Really fought well. But if they can deal with the deco, I get the impression that could be a bit too much for Bait to recover on T-side Ancient. We shall see. Mentioned Heroic that we're on match point, by the way. They've just squeaked it against Preasy,
Wow.
13-11.
Okay.
They were 9-3 down after a 9-3 T-side for Preasy. But Heroic answer back with a 10-2 T off of their own to take it in regulation.
So that then confirms for you and I, who will be casting a bit later,
Yes.
at least one of the two teams. Actually, no, we have our full game, right?
We have both, yeah. It's going to be Preasy versus Metizport in our later game, in our lower bracket matchup later on this stream. So make sure to stay tuned for that one. Stay tuned to this round, because the Deagles can still do big damage. There they go. Ascenthiel and Wrinkle get a couple, but now it's all down to Owner. He knows that Mira's still in there, but he's just waiting the clock for his teammates. Rotation to come through. And that's a lovely shot on Mir, still somehow isolating these fights despite crossing the CT angle there. Molotov won't spread to him just yet either. Slight tag, they'll know he's still locked in that corner. Smoke isn't fantastic. Now Owner only 19 HP though, he hits one more bullet, but not to be. Super nice try. But VP once again squeak a retake and reach 11-8.
Yeah, I genuinely thought that there might have been a chance there for Owner, because he gets a nice shot on the player in towards Donut, and then as he swings back towards Temple, he sees both the players in CT. So he has the information as to where the remaining players are coming through from, and I thought there might be a world in which he gets a few more clean shots to finish off the job. Anyway, VP up to 11, 2 more from finishing off this match. Can Bait keep themselves in the contest? It's essential that they win this next round.
There you go. If I get one, you get one too. It's only fair.
Yeah, right, it has to be. Good for the goose is good for the gander.
Oh dear. It's all or nothing now for Bait. You always feel like you have a chance when your opponents are on 11, of course, still 2 from victory. The gap is only 3. On 12, you always feel like it's a little bit more within reach. But they're locked out of B lane right now. Look at the control VP have. And when a CT side gets control like this with the B doors smoked off and full vision either side, very often it's very hard to retake it if you're the offense.
Good useful usage coming through from Bait right now to negate any forward positions taken by VP, force them backwards. And he'll also maintain his forward position in Jaguar with good effect as well. 2 kills coming through from him. Kind of dispels the attack here because the bomb carrier now has to shift his position, but thankfully he is able to get himself out safely. However, Jame will inflict some damage. Good kill. 2v3.
Yeah, from Red Room as well. Yeah, always peeking off his teammates' contact. Realising when he has the best opportunity to pounce. And Norbert is also in the best position here for this. Owner creeping forward. He has the bomb. He's disconnected from his teammate. He's about to get caught in the side. There goes the bomb. Wrinkle lurking in with the AWP. Knows he's got Norbert locked in the corner. And he hits a nice shot. But now it would be a full clutch required. 2 more to find. Bomb will just go down in time, but actually goes for a fake first. That will surely catch him off guard here. 4 seconds. It's the wrong decision from Wrinkle. Doesn't commit to himself. Doesn't back himself to go for the plant behind the pillar. And he'll have to save his AWP.
Feels like a bit of a cop-out. That feels like a bit of a pity in all honesty.
Agree. Obviously, he's not to know if there's a player close in cave just to ruin the dream, but still.
I mean, you're guaranteed to lose the round if you don't go for the plant. Because you're not going to get both of those kills with faking one out. You didn't have enough time there to fake it out, get the kill, and then plant afterwards. So, felt like one of those situations you just had to gamble and go for the bomb plant. Anyway, at least he'll carry the AWP through. Wouldn't have had the sniper rifle otherwise. 12-8. Bait. They need 4 in a row from yet to force overtime. They've only won a single round on their T side so far, Trav. That's a problem. VP are up 7 in the second half.
Yeah. I was feeling it there for Wrinkle, but as soon as I saw a fake plant in 8 seconds, I was like, this ain't happening.
Yeah.
After what he did on Inferno, it makes you feel like he can do anything. That That ace is one you might be seeing on the highlight reel later. But a highlight clip is nothing without a BO3 victory, and now VP have multiple chances at it. He tries to go aggressive in mid for the following round, but look at the amount of damage he takes to the molly. Has to fall back away, but James takes a lot of damage in response from Essential, so even Stevens pretty much.
Yeah, both AWPers tagged down, as you say. Levels out the playing field, but obviously Bait have no room for error. Have been able to get some decent control. Essential in towards Jaguar. They've got Ono who's watching, it's Wrinkle watching ramp. Player bottom middle, player outside A main, just pretty standard default coming through from T side right now, looking to see what they can accomplish and what options open up later on in the round.
Oh, little gap. Does Norbert jiggle peek it a little bit too wide. Not something I expect to see him do. And he won't. Bomb still in spawn, by the way, with 45 seconds. That is concerning. You'd have to expect it would be Wrinkle to go back and collect that, and that's exactly what will be happening. But again, the time on the clock is the worry here for me for Bait. Mir in a good position toward bottom mid. Once again, steps up for 1 and 2. 21 kills in the game for Mir, stepping up when necessary. 3v5 for Bait to stay alive. And Fame will once again get an important kill. Captain Kutko is forced forward to try and keep his teammate alive. And he manages that to at least get 2 kills. But the bomb plant's been denied. Captain Kutko's on a bit of a run here. He needs a quad kill ace, but Norbert's creeping in again. Does he realize it's Donut? It's a great attempt from Captain Kurtko, and Norbert's going to reveal his position from Donut. And I think he knows he's got him locked in toward that right corner. That smoke gives him more space to play with, of course, and Norbert can jiggle, peek, jump the little edge of that smoke, and hasn't seen across toward the left as he would look. Oh, it's so nervy right now. Can Captain Kurtka keep his team alive? Norbert is waiting so patiently. He's got a kit. He knows he can do it. But Captain Kurtka's done it. And Bait are somehow still in this series.
Yeah, what a huge round coming through from Captain Kurtka there to save the day. I love how he positions himself there as well, tucked in behind default. He knows that when Norbert comes through from Donut, he's definitely going to be hard swinging that right corner. So he's waiting for that audio cue, waiting for the step. Norbert not nearly looking in Captain Kurtka's direction, and that means it's an easy frag in the 1v1 to complete the clutch and keep his team alive. Not only that, they've now sent VP into eco territory, Trav, so Bait, I mean, they're essentially, what, 1 gun round away from overtime. Oh, yeah, I see things.
Can't believe it, right? I mean, can't be understated how impactful that was from Captain Kurtko. Ignore the actual clutch part. The fact he charges in to what he knows is 2 players in Donut, gets both trying to protect his teammate. It's not a success, but he still runs back and gets the plant. Wow. Impressive stuff. I mentioned the NPL IGLs these days. Captain Kurtka left to do some more of the fragging, and that is some time to step up for him. Nice little dink from the CZ for Mir. Let's put Owner on notice. These rounds are losable for Bait. They have to be careful.
Yeah, the game goes on, though. Jame in a phenomenal position will find the first frag. That does give Bait information. Okay, we now know the 1 gun that VP have. Well, I guess they don't know for a certainty it's just the 1 gun.
Oh, no.
And Flitz has found the Galil that was dropped by the frag coming through from Jame. He's gotten another. He doesn't have armor. Only Jame does. And he has shifted away from the B site. Norbert's there with only a P250. This is still okay for Bait. It's not the end of the world, but the rotations are coming through thick and fast from the CT side. Flitz gotten another with the Galil. Please, Captain Kurtka's heroics in the previous round can't all be for nothing.
Oh, he gets 1 more, but now he's down to 29, and Jame has the line with the AWP. It's Wrinkle 1v4 with 14 seconds! Oh! There's a collateral! That certainly gives him more time to work with. It's Cave, and behind the start he has to worry about, and Norbert has missed a big shot. Does he check Cave properly? Oh, I was feeling it, but not to be for Bait. Fantastic attempt from them in this series, but VP will stay alive in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and as a result, they will have to drop down to the lower bracket. Will Bait, what a game. I mean, they tried, they fought hard, they gave it their everything. and unfortunately their efforts were in vain. I mean, it was always a really tough draw for Bait coming into it, having to play up against the higher seed in the qualifier. But yeah, they gave it a good shot, and it's a result, I suppose, that will be disappointing right now, but bitter for them, but still a performance to be proud of.
Absolutely. I mean, the amount of work they did on Inferno, they snapped that 8-win streak that VP had on Inferno. That is not something to be ashamed of at all. That's a really incredible win. Anubis was more of the VP show, but the decider really could have gone either way, but for a few of those close rounds. So many retakes that VP had to make happen. But in the end, it's a little bit too much. Once that collateral came in for Wrinkle, I was hopeful that we see something special from him again, but not to be.
Me too, man. I was also feeling it after we saw Wrinkle hit that shot. I was thinking, okay, 1 versus 2, we're onto something here, but unfortunately not to be. Flit was mega in that round, and I also want to point out how good Mia was on the CT side. He only got 7 kills in the first half, and I think he ended the map with 21 to his name, so 14 kills coming through on that CT side. He just was a massive part of the defense and did a lot of work for VP, and that means they progressed through. So Trav, I suppose we should have a quick updated look at the bracket now that we've completed a couple games here in the closed qualifier. Heroic vs Ents is one of the upper bracket matches. Preasy vs Metizport, one of the lower bracket matches. 2 games still going on. Well, I suppose not really with the one that's just ended here alongside our match. Apex about to get beaten by Movistar Riders Koi, Trav. Yeah. And that'll determine the last matchup going into
It will indeed. And yeah, it's going to be tough to see how that will work, of course. There's still very, very close matches going on there. Between Koi and Apex, so they're getting close to the finish line. I think Movistar Koi there, so be interested to see how that goes. But we'll be back later on tonight, of course, in about, let's say, just under an hour from now for the lower bracket matchup to stay alive. Preasy versus Metizport. So going to be a fun battle of 2 quality tier 2 teams. We'll see you for that a little bit later.
build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the half-life, but
auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei.
Hello and welcome back to the IEM Dallas EU closed qualifiers. It's time to eliminate someone from the chance of one of the 2 spots at the 100th IEM in Dallas. And to bring you that action, it'll be me, Trav and Hayes. For a good old-fashioned Sweden versus Denmark.
Yeah, and lives on the line, Trav. I mean, nobody wants to be in this position on day one, right? First day of the closed qualifier. If you lose this next game, you're out of contention entirely. Obviously, the qualifier is stacked, as we've mentioned. 8 teams, 2 spots available. It's so tough to try and get one of those spots, but getting eliminated on day one is just brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not what either one of these 2 teams want. It's Preasy versus Medsport, 2 teams that have been doing some great work, of course, at sort of the lower ranks in CS, some of the tier 2 tournaments. But it's Medsport who have been the talk of the town lately. An incredible run in the Blast Showdown, of course, taking a map off of Spirit before falling. And of course, I took a map off of Ents in the opening game of this bracket as well for Dallas. So, yeah, I think got to be said that they are looking to cement some great performances lately in this qualifier and at least get through to the lower portions of that lower bracket.
Yeah, it seems like Metizport are one of those teams in the tier 2 space who have been making their ways up their way up the rankings at an aggressive rate. Currently ranked 30th in the world, so breaking into that top 30. It's the highest rating they've had as an organization, and yeah, they're doing phenomenally well. And sort of they're in ceiling discovery mode right now is how I would like to phrase it. You know, there's no really telling how far these guys can take things in the next 3 to 6 months with the trajectory they're on and what sort of level they'll be able to get to. So I'm really excited for it, man. I'm looking forward to seeing how far they can take things, and qualifying for an event of Dallas's stature would be massive for them, especially considering they didn't qualify for the major, right?
Exactly right. I mean, yeah, as we all know, I think Nilo was the bold prediction of many of the top 20 players from last year, but the entire team is gelling superbly, and they're making Sweden proud, that's for sure. I mean, beating Falcons and Monty is putting a fully Swedish roster back on the map again in big events is huge and a fantastic achievement. And seemingly they can all have their pop-off moments too, right? Which is a great sign. Susp was, of course, from that 00 Nation project. ZTR has had his time on in the Ninjas in Pyjamas main team and academy roster, including Godsent too. Jaquinho can be hot and cold, but when he's hot, he is hot. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they can continue to progress, as you say.
Yeah, I think Jaquinho is sort of the biggest question mark in the team. I am kind of enjoying his redemption arc. Obviously, he was the guy who was added to the Fnatic team very early on in his career, and a lot of people have spoken about that and said that it's an example of a player who was thrust into a team at too high of a level too early in his career, and that really came back to haunt him. He even picked up the AWP role in Fnatic when he was actually a rifler before that. I think he wanted to rifle, and I think that AWP mentality has now stuck with him because that's all he's been looked at being added to teams in the future, if I'm not mistaken. Just my thoughts on it. But yeah, like you said, he does have a lot to offer, and he's in some decent form right now, but still certainly room for improvement. Either way, didn't get to talk much about Preasy, and we're not going to get much of an opportunity in the pre-game either, because we're thrust straight into the pistol, Trav. First round is live.
It gives us lots of content to talk about in the EK rounds, so all good.
Yeah, it actually makes up for most times where we have to go into podcast mode, right?
True, it does. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, obviously we'll get into more about Preasy in a little bit, but firstly we've got to talk about the pistol and the veto, of course. It is Vertigo. It is the first map of this BO3, and Roy already answer with 3 lovely taps there, dancing around to the gap. He can make it a 4th as well. ZTR not able to spam him down. Quad kill from Roy to start us off. And yeah, it has to be said that with Vertigo being Medisport's pick, it is only their 3rd most played map in recent times, but that's still 18 times, and they've only lost 1 in 12. So, and ironically, that one they lost was in the BO3 that they eventually won to qualify through the open quals to these closed quals. So they love this map, Medisport. So it's time for Preasy to see what they're made of. Ouch.
Oh, that is a meaty HE grenade, and it's actually the best case scenario because the HE tenderizes all of them, and then the SMG is able to reign supreme. My goodness, who threw that nade even? Was that a refresh nade maybe? Or I don't even know where that came from. Doesn't matter. Dupree mops up. That's a lot of money at the hand of the MP9.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I think that might have been borderline 300 damage with one nade. That was insane.
I'd say.
Absolutely insane. Let's see what Preasy can
Okay.
do on Vertigo with their first round against the weapons, of course. 2 MP9s and 3 M4s in play.
Just trying to read into the success of Metizport on Vertigo. It's not a very AWP-heavy map, is it? And you'd say Metizport's core strength is their riflers. Adam B, Susp, and Nilo. That trio of riflers is so strong. They have a huge amount of firepower behind them. And I feel like that's why they can be really good on this map.
Agreed. Oh, ZTR. Dupree trying to play the movement with the MP9, not working out for him, and that Molotov may take the trade, but Nilo says hello. And Ultex will go down. Already, that's going to be the opening gun round in Medsport's favour. Refresh and Roy will have to save their M4s. And yeah, I mean, the streaks that Medsport have had, I mean, we can talk about how good Preasy had been on map 2, by the way, which is Inferno, later. But Esport are loving Vertigo. Includes a 13-11 against Falcons, 13-7 versus Monty, 13-8 versus Spirit, and the 13-2 versus Ents, who, as we know, have the 9 core who adore Vertigo. So it's incredibly notable.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. Just trying to get a bit more information, and I'm just thinking in general about the tier 2 scene and thinking about the rifle cores at that level. Trying to think about where Metsport would rank in that, because honestly, I think that sort of in the teams who are up and coming and don't have some of the biggest names, I feel like this is one of the heavier hitting cores, you know, in terms of riflers.
Yeah, absolutely. I
mean, it's not names you would normally expect to be in that conversation. Names like Adam B and Susp and Nilo.
Yeah, and even ZTR had a superb map earlier today against Ents. In that game I just mentioned, that 13-2, I think it was like 20-4 at one point or something. So they can all do it, especially on Vertigo. And of course, I mentioned the 9 core. That is exactly what made the 9 roster, they were 9, they're not Ents, what really put them on the map and gave them chances against some of the best teams in the world in the biggest events in the world, is having that specialty map. And it looks like Medsport are looking to try and do exactly the same thing.
Preasy also have a specialist map sort of in Inferno, I'd say. I mean, don't play it as much as they would like, probably because it gets bans a bit more against them, but they really got on it, and that's going to be the second map of the series, so both teams going to be feeling very comfortable in their picks.
Team B playing with the smoke. Obviously a little bit dangerous, but this time they got the AWP in play. I mentioned that Preasy, of course, and the times I've casted them in the past, we know they're kind of AWPless, and they do switches between TMB and Refresh and Dupree. It's Dupree who has it this time. It's a 2 for 2 as they make their way up ramp. 50 seconds, and they've still got enough utility to secure a plant.
Metsport going to assume control here, and Preasy can't do much about that bomb plant. They're going to have to go for the retake. They don't have a kits in play. There's a smoke grenade, but there's no refresh. However, Dupree will get the trade straight to the smoke. That's certainly going to make matters a bit easier here for the CT side. Susp in conjunction with Yakinio here. And that drop down would have been heard by Dupree. Information relayed through to Ultex, and now it's only Jaquinho left. 1 versus 2. Smoke on the bomb. Great shot coming through from the rifle. Ultex barely has any health in Jaquinho. Oh, he's not wasting time. He's forcing the issue, but he's off his life up. Ultex doesn't have a kit. And why on earth has Jaquinho gone for the gunfight there?
Yeah, I mean, that is very surprising for me that he's gone for that. I think probably the information would have been relayed that Ultex was very low off the back of the fights from earlier. But yeah, he had 3 bullets. He thought, okay, I just need to connect 1 of these 3 and I've won the round comfortably. But it wasn't necessary to fight that one so early. That's a give up from Jaquinho, sadly, and he'll know it. Especially with that lack of kit you mentioned. He could have just wasted 5 more seconds and that would have been that. Could have gone for a fresh reload behind the edge of the ramp. Also has to be said as well that Susp dropping off the railing, making noise in that little corner, gave up his position too. So yeah, small errors, but they contribute to a big round for Preasy.
Yeah, and I mean, that retake was looking really difficult. They just didn't have much going for them, but as you say, Preasy able to capitalize on 1 or 2 small mistakes and swing the tide in their favor. Metizport piece together a decent buy here. 2 SMGs, 3 AKs. They're not wasting any time as they transition in towards the B bomb site, but they've lost 2 for the price of 1. Dupree's on point with the AWP. Support rotated through as well. Tough position that Metizport find themselves in, but they're still going to commit to the initial plan here. Or are they?
I'm a bit unsure of it, but they've still got this smoke up, and they can use it to jump up, of course, on the edge of the box. Nilo's going to be the one to choose to do that with the AK, but it's ZTR with the UMP to remove Dupree from the equation. And there's the headshot from Nilo. He takes a dink from Roy, and that's what forces Refresh to swing. And somehow he's still alive. I have no idea how. ZTR will take it in the end, and now he knows where TMB is, but the health advantage is significant, and it's only a UMP. That was TMB's every day of the week. And they won't even take the AWP. That just shows you what this team's idea is at the moment. They are a rifling team. They don't really like running that AWP too much.
I mean, we are kind of seeing it cropping up a little bit in CS2. Obviously, Cloud9 are the biggest example of teams doing it at the highest level, or of a team doing it, should I say. Not having a, you know, historically traditional AWPer in the team. Boomage doing it most of the time, sort of juggling it every now and again. Preasy emulating that here as well. But I'm still not a huge fan, Trav. I certainly haven't been converted, I'll say that much.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people have been talking about how to fix Cloud9, right? They've had some rough losses.
Just pull out the blank checkbook for Monacy, man. By the way. CTR finds a way. Yeah.
That is one fix, that's for sure. I
Yes.
don't think that's going to be the fix they'll employ, but we shall see in the future, of course. Who knows?
I feel like Monacy would fix most teams, to be fair, Trav, who are lacking an AWPer.
He could
Either
fix
way,
me for
CTR
real.
finds a second. CTR is fixing this round perfectly right now in a team safer because they found 2 phenomenal opening kills on this B bomb site, and Preasy continue to contest. They don't really want to forego control here, but they will have to.
Yeah, and Roy, incredibly stuck. Actually does well to deal with Nilo, but he's going to be out of there for a save on 10 HP. Good battle toward B, and as you say, mostly ZTR taking point first. Very nicely done. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. Like, it is a weird thing to see AWPless teams still. I think since the update came through from Valve a few weeks ago, of course, which kind of made the Pika's advantage not so significant. Made the AWPs feel a little bit more comfortable, especially than what they did at the beginning of the game's release. We saw lots of AWPers struggling.
Yeah, I mean, the best of them all even took a break from the game.
Exactly.
So that tells you all you need to know, really.
Decent start for Preasy. This is a good answer back from Medsport. Of course, Preasy couldn't keep Dupree's Counter-Strike major record intact, but they're still a scary team. It was an incredibly topsy-turvy game against Heroic in the upper bracket. They were 9-3 behind and won map 2, and were 9-3 in front on map 3 and lost. So they could have been in a different position.
Actually. And they'd won, what, like their previous 6 matches before that. Obviously, 2 of them were best of ones, but Preasy were in phenomenal form going into that, and they shouldn't have let that slip. Now they find themselves, well, with their backs against the wall, no more lives on the line here in the lower bracket. And this is a pretty rough investment they have to work with coming into the 7th round as well, Trav. Up against the might of the AKs. Plenty utility for the B side as well.
Yeah, of course, they've run AWPless on this team, on Preasy, since they lost Nikodos to Heroic. So, of course, Nikodos playing against his former team in the upper bracket game. The difference in that, who knows. Roy tries to hold a wide angle there, more of aggressive sort of angle in the corner to try and get at least a 1, but he gets removed. No sandbags present, so Medsport to worry about, but lots of 5-7s tapping away. Dupree, Eagle, the boost on top of Refresh will take Shaquinho nicely, and there's still damage being done through these smokes, but it's only peppering. And now he's down to 7 HP. Vortex rotating in, but how much can he really help?
I feel like the HE grenades are really important on the T side of Vertigo, especially when execing on either bomb site, just because you know there's a limited number of positions CTs can take up on this map, and nades are just so valuable here. Especially against pistols. Just try and tenderize your opponent before you have to go up against the pistols. Make life a lot easier. I'm quite surprised Metizport keep 4 players alive there, frankly.
I am too. I think 3 of them were tagged below 40, or around that level. That breaks the 4 spy from Preasy. They're now down to the full eco, of course. So I'll take this opportunity to have a little bit of a chat about Altex as well, because of course we didn't get a chance to talk about Preasy in the pre-game. But yeah, I mean, Altex has been one of my favourite players who are kind of one of the ex-Astralis bunch, right? Truly talented, as we've seen from his days in that setup, but sometimes he can fall off a little bit statistically against the top teams. So in a game like this one, I really want to see him play really well and give Medsport a fright.
Yeah, it was kind of just unfortunate that, you know, things played out the way that they did, but I feel like he's ended up in a really good spot right now here on this Preasy roster.
Yeah,
I like the players he's surrounded by, the likes of Dupree, Roy, and Refresh. 3 very experienced players, some more than others, obviously, but I think Altex could really thrive here in this Preasy roster.
I like it. I really do like it. I think it's probably the best choice for him. Nilo does well.
Up there, do you, Trav?
Say that again?
So do you like what they're cooking up there?
I like the recipe. Whether it can translate is another matter. We'll see. I do think Medsport are on a better trajectory at the moment than Preasy. Of course, Preasy were at the RMR. They did have a chance, but couldn't make it happen. Medsport didn't even get there to begin with. So that is the difference. You can look at it, I guess, that Medsport have had great games against the top teams. Monty, Falcons, even taking a map off of Spirit, of course, but Preasy have been at the RMR instead of them. Yilo got 4 kills in that anti-eco nicely before getting swung upon, so he's up to 9 now in this game. The most talked about member, I think, probably of this roster. Great nades into Altex, though, the B defender, banking them off the girder, down to 11 HP already.
Nilo is the most spoken about player on Metizport, but I think that Adam B and Sus just go under the radar as a result of that. It's kind of like the donk effect on Spirit with the likes of, you know, Zontix and, or maybe Shiro or Magix, but either way, let's see what's going to happen right now. Metizport have some control. Preasy are aware of the potential, but what are they going to do about it is the question. They've lost Altex and they don't have much utility left either, but Dupree will stand tall in towards B. Bombs had a lot more work to do. A second kill, sure, but that control has now been lost.
That is probably the most Dupree could have possibly done in that position as well. So, Altex being so low, that was the freebie. Dupree in a tough position, having to worry about 2 angles. Somehow does get 2, and Roy and TMB are giving this a little bit of a look. Roy's actually stepping forward here, the help of a flash coming through, but Jacquino will put that one to bed, and now TMB, nothing in the bank. When I say nothing in the bank, 2 other of his teammates have also got nothing in the bank, so there's not much from Preasy to work with going forward. TMB needs to find a way to save, but might be difficult. I think he'll just be okay. Well,
Keep in mind that Metsport do slightly favour, I say slightly, they quite heavily favour the T side of this map. 65% win rate compared to a 50% win rate on their CT side. So Preasy are going to have a more difficult time of it here on Vertigo in this first half. If they can just survive, they'll fancy their chances. And I think survive means 5. Less than 5 is going to be trouble here for the Danes, I think.
yeah, that is usually the happy medium number, isn't it? Not even a 6-6. The happy medium is usually the 5. Even 9-3s feel very doable, and of course, Preasy will know all about that from earlier today against Heroic. Of course, a pistol and a conversion. Somehow you can be 9-6 in the blink of an eye. Another important opening kill from Jacquino that removes the saved M4. Thankfully for Roy, he's managed to recover that, but even getting this one-way smoke down, which I believe lands on the lip there, as you can see, just above Jacquino's vision. Sends the smoke down. Whether it helps to progress forward and get more kills from this is another matter.
Yeah, it's about damage control right now for the T side, just making sure they keep numbers alive. Not that there's many more rounds to be played, I suppose. Economy not as important as a result. Of course, we haven't discussed the decider just yet of the series. It will be
Yes.
Ancient if we go to a third map, which kind of seems likely, right? Vertigo is such a strong map here for Metizport. They'll get across the line. Inferno, the map to come afterwards, is really good for Preasy. Not to say Metsport shouldn't be competitive on Inferno. And that means we'll go to Ancient as a third and final map, which should be on paper the most evenly contested map between these two teams.
Yeah, both have played at 20 in recent times, which is a lot. Both of these teams have been grinding away at some of these lower tier tournaments, and that's obviously just their HLTV played maps. Doesn't even count all the open qualifiers they've played in, of course, including the one for this. Of course, both these two teams were open qualified teams in tough brackets. Dupree 1v3 with a Deagle. We've seen magical Deagle work in the past from Dupree, but nothing of the sort this time. Nilo swings beautifully. Clean shot with the AK.
Click on the trigger.
Yeah, exactly. He's up to 13 and 6 now in this game as well. Did great work in that round especially. Sweeping up the AKs, throwing one off the map to make sure none of the Preasy players could recover it. Smart mid-round decisions and smart headshots too.
Yeah, clean, really clean coming through from the Metsport players so far, particularly Nilo. Big round for Preasy, lose this 7-4, and they're going to have to just force by what they can afford going into that next round. I think 8-4 is going to be really difficult to recover from here for the Danes. And it's not like Metsport have changed their flavor all that much. They have just been using Susp and ZTR quite consistently towards the stairs to ask questions of Ultex. Applying some pressure in towards middle. Haven't been throwing many fakes. Haven't been taking the round too deep. Just sticking to what works for them.
Yeah, it's nicely
Another
done.
good kill out of Sus, but whoa, Dupree, what a response.
That was nice. Of course, he was that second man over on B for support for Ultex, but you know, damage done early on by the flames, of course. We saw them tanking that damage underneath the B stairs. Dupree answering back, and oh, that's a lovely third on ZTR. Dupree still has that dog in him, you know? He's still got that little ability just to have rounds like this, and Nilo isn't expecting Roy to be pushed so far forward. So 3 free AKs to recover, and Preasy have a pretty good shot at a 6-6 half.
Yeah, he's still a relevant force for sure as Mr. Dupree, and it's so good to still see him competing, right?
Indeed.
It was always rough that he got cut from Vitality after winning the major.
Legend of the game. We can't say for Vitality that necessarily turned out to be a bad decision, but...
No, of course not.
But still, I agree with you. Susper's seen the arm there, so knows that there's some close aggression toward the B stairs on this final round of the half.
Metsport have done this well though, Trav, where they've taken this control consistently. They haven't allowed for Metsport, excuse me, for Preasy to really push deep towards stairs throughout the round and get the information as a result. However, this time it looks like Preasy will ascertain that control.
Yeah, nice little change up. I know it's only the last round of the half, but a good time to throw something different in, even though you've got full weaponry on a full gun round. Doesn't mean you can't try something a little bit more aggressive, and works nicely. It removes Susp from that default position. A utility swap between Ultex and Dupree, as I mentioned, the duo defending B. Metizport are going to try the same thing again. They're boosting Adam B up onto the plywood, and maybe trying a boost on the railing as well. I love this. It's one of their consistent ideas. Ultex still fighting against Nilo, but Nilo will catch him, even while jumping up, and now Dupree needs to be ready, and of course he gets his one, but it's only one. 3v3, 30 seconds.
Still decent from Dupree to get the one kill. He was mollied out into the open. And it looks like Refresh wants to force the issue here, charging through the smoke grenade right now. Oh, his aim is off. Jaquinho just shifts to the left there, and that means Refresh misses the mark. 2 versus 3 in the last round of this first half. Can Preasy level up the scoreline going into their T side? It doesn't look like it unless TMB pulls off a highly unlikely 1 versus 3 clutch.
Yeah, he's got no utility for this either, even though he's got 2 low HP players to fight. They now know where he's coming from. He's isolated where 2 players are. Time really is the problem, and Jaquinho will put an end to it. Lovely quad kill from Jaquinho. That's puts him up to 13 on the half, and Metizport will edge it ever so slightly 7-5. We'll see if they can complete the win after the break.
deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free.
An incredibly competitive half between Metizport and Preasy, two of the best teams, of course, from Tier 2 at the moment. And you could argue that with Metizport's recent results, maybe they're Tier 1.5, but they need to prove that a few more times in the future yet. Great halves for Jaquinho and Nilo. See if they can compound it to, once again, take Vertigo. They are loving this map as of late. What can Preasy do on the T side?
Added to the tally at this point if you're Metsport. As you say, what can Preasy accomplish? It needs to be a big T side out of them if they are going to fight back here on Vertigo, and they'd love to open up with the pistol round win. Nilo's getting a lot of information in his forward position, and you can see how the pieces are shifting on the board as a result. Looks like Preasy are doing that thing where normally when you're playing matchmaking, they're like, come guys, let's fake rush A and then walk B, but they're actually still going to commit A here. They're hoping that Metizport start to think that it's going to be some sort of a fake A. They've now got Ultex applying pressure B. They're hoping that's going to now draw all those rotations back, and it's working. It's working by design right now. It's working wonderfully for Preasy. Everybody from Metizport has rotated off, but wait, the bomb was going B as well. They didn't commit to the plan, Trav. They second-guessed themselves, but they will still end up on A.
Yeah, they're so far forward on A, of course, as well. Actually, it's quite a nice strategy because by design, it gains the T side so much control on either side. But the problem is, when the dualies come in on the retake, it can be so hard to deal with. But TMB's done so much damage. He's the only one left. And now Susp has to waste the time for ZTR to come in and help out. He can't get back round toward Gap. There was a chance for that. But ZTR finds it and will take the defuse as well. Nice try, TMB. He hits so much damage there.
My goodness. I mean, the plan was beautiful out of Preasy. Unfortunately, they just second-guessed themselves for a brief moment there. They wanted to try to go back towards that B side because of the space Ultex had gotten. Then Ultex died and they had to recommit to A, and that gave Medsport chance to shift players back. So chaos. Chaos was the description or the word I would choose to describe that round. Of course, Preasy do get a bomb plant in the pistol they lose. So it's a pretty decent investment here for them in the next. Ultex bites his bullet, he gets utility. And Preasy are moving with pace right now into this B. Bombs like, my god, Sus completely blinded up, gets demolished by TMB. Dupree chimes in with the frag of his own. And that's the round over. What a way for Preasy to answer back.
Love that from Preasy. Full W. TMB taking no prisoners. Rushing up B stairs there. And once again, the bomb plant on the T-pistol works out for a win. Off the back of his 2 kills this time as well. Roy almost transfers to the Galil. TMB somehow takes Jaquinho. One more bullet out of that last 5 from that spray from Jaquinho needed to hit, but somehow it doesn't. So it's just ZTR saving. And 1M4 with utility Ks left over will be very important. And I feel like that's a little bit of an overface there from ZTR toward Gap. That wasn't necessary. Just put himself in the corner and made sure that M4 was still alive into the next round. But an easier one to overcome now, I would say, for Preasy in this response.
Absolutely. I mean, Metizport in their response are going to try and do to Preasy what was just done to them, but they don't have nearly as favorable of weapons to work with, right? It's upgraded pistols, 3 smoke grenades, and 2 flashes. That's all Metizport have. Preasy, that's a huge reprieve for them, winning that force buy. And I love the way they approached it as well, Trav. Just full aggression off the back of 1 flash, no hesitation.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, just committing to the plan. Even if you get blinded by a flash or whatever it is, even if you spot someone and get tagged, you just keep going because you know your teammates are following up, right? So you just got to trust the process.
And I feel like in those sort of rounds, they can be very often overcomplicated as well. And you can get punished for that. So the simplicity from Preasy and what is, I wouldn't say a simple map, but a map where those sort of plays are very viable and workable is a great idea, especially on a round like that. Great stuff. And it's going to confirm 8-7 coming in.
Yeah, just about keeping players alive now for Metizport so they can have at least some sort of weapons to work with in the next round. Successful for Preasy here. Depends how much they want to hunt. I mean, I don't think that there's really much of a reward here. The reward for them would be keeping all 5 players alive because that would just have a massive injection of cash to their economy.
I would agree with that too. Alltex, I think, was the expendable player with that MP9. But there's not really much need for them pushing in with these rifles. NCR, though, will get caught in a horrible timing. They will push for these Eagles. Of course, they would be removing the armor, so that's something. And they do remove the armor from Jaquinho as well. So there's much less to be worried about in this following round when it comes to the full team. However, there will be an AK stolen by Nilo. So they have lost 1 rifle in that sense. But overall, it should still be easy. And it should still be an equalising 8-8 coming in.
Just got to approach this round with caution now if you're Preasy. I mean, really not many pitfalls at all, but Nilo does have an AK. Over towards that B-bomb site, just hoping that that's where they end up. Bit of a gamble from him. Bree is 15 and 10 right now, by the way. He's, well, tied for second out of the fraggers on the server along with Jaquinho, so he's having a great run on both sides right now.
Yeah, he's loving life. We mentioned, of course, that he can still be a force to be reckoned with, and that is great to see. One of the legends of Counter-Strike history. And, of course, the present still. Susp finds Refresh, that's okay to keep over. And he finds Dupree as well. Preasy don't seem like they are too concerned about building up their own money and are very focused on removing the saving players from Medsport. I do respect the aggression in that sense. Can Nilo keep his AK alive? 17 and 9 himself. Leading the server right now. I don't think,
unsurprisingly.
Yeah, I don't think Preasy will want to throw away the 2 AKs either right now. They've got only 2 left, so it's fine.
8-all. Wasn't expecting to say that a couple rounds ago, considering the fact Metizport were, well, playing against a round that they should have won, I suppose. Preasy were able to get across the line with their force buy, and well, things have looked really good for them since then. If they get the lead here, 9-8, anti-eco thereafter, double digits ripe for the taking.
They're trying it again.
Off the back of that flash, yeah, and why not? As previously.
Yeah, very fast B-stairs control and a very fast boost as well. Medsport put this into practice a lot on their T side.
Oh man, okay. Both teams just kind of feeling the round out right now. Nobody overcommitting. Nobody wants to make a mistake that could potentially cost the round. Adam B, I was hyping him up a lot coming into the series. He's 3 for 11 right now. Certainly going to have to up his game here to aid Metizport in getting across the line. Plays a vital role towards A ramp as well. As for Preasy, looks like they're just going to congregate outside this B bomb site and set up for the exec.
Yeah, again, a pretty decent idea. Take fast B stairs, then just wait about another 45 seconds. Keep Medsport guessing. Force rotations. But problem is, if they do still commit to B, there are 3 players to fight. Make that 4. Medsport have guessed correctly here. And Adam B is waiting for that Roy lurk in mid as well. It's all going Medisport's way. Just too many men for Preasy to fight on the B site, and they're going to be forced to save, you'd think, in this round.
Yeah, really solid defense coming through from Metizport. They're just able to immediately put out any attack that was coming their way. Anytime Preasy attempted to try and get themselves into a position where they could shift in towards the site, they lost a player. Never able to gain any traction as a result, and it's going to be Metizport to just make sure that Preasy don't get a taste of the lead. Not tasting that sweet nectar today, at least not in that round.
At least not yet, indeed. And yeah, it is kind of interesting how that sort of mind game battle played out, right? It's almost a bit like an Inferno round where you're trying to force rotations on either side of the map. In this instance, for Preasy, they thought that the silence they had kept on B after the early take would have forced more away from B, but in the end, Medsport had 4 very quickly, as we said, and that 1 in mid. Course, stopping that Roy lurk, but pace will be upped immediately off the back of it. Lots of noise being made towards ramp, and Chiquinho fights brilliantly with 2, but Adam B will make sure that Chiquinho doesn't go untraded either. 3v2 for the Swedes again.
Yeah, Medsport going to be pretty happy with the way that these fights have played out so far. Big contact coming in towards ramp early on. Normally dictates the outcome of the round. Preasy find themselves down by a man, but have some control to show for it. Altex and Refresh combining. Got a bunch of utility between them as well. The problem for them is 2 of the 3 Metizport players are over towards the A-bomb site right now, so find themselves on the right side of the map. Neither taking huge amounts of damage to utility. He's down to just 12 points of health. His nade will answer back, but eventually he'll actually burn out entirely.
Are they aware, though? Are they knowers of Adam B? And they weren't. Quick flank around from Gap. And that's a huge kill. 35 seconds. Altex may have the bomb on his back, but it's going to be a tough one. Can he isolate the fight? The answer is right now, yes, he can. Susp, very smartly, is continuing to jiggle the elevator position. Altex realizes that they aren't just going to peek him 1 by 1. So goes for a plant. Then that's when he decides to duel against Susp. But Susp is better on this occasion. Another big round for Medsport. Double digits first for them.
Yeah, and imperative timing as they find their footing here on the CT side as well, right? Because it looked like things might just start to slip away from them. At 8-all, but they're able to win that vital round. Got 9-8. They follow that up with another round win, and Preasy are going to have to settle for an eco here, I think. Forfeit that 11th round for Metizport, and then look to contest thereafter. I have a little bit of money to work with to get some bits and pieces, and a Hero AK included in the mix. So there is some firepower behind them, but this is Metizport's moment. I like the call for a pause though, Trav. Because there's a lot you can do with a round like this as the T side, right? You got utility, you got some firepower. What do you conjure up?
Exactly. It's these sort of rounds, even if it's on a lower investment, you have to give it as much thought as the full gun rounds. These days it's not customary just to run in on full ecos with Glocks when you're on that econ position. take your time, force the CT side to use their own utility, so they have to repurchase it, and it's impactful later on. We have decided to sell a few things and repurchase different weapons and utility, so we do have an end result of double Tech 9, double P250 and 1 Deagle. Pretty fast ramp again, but Adam B gets a really nice settler before they rush up the ramp fully.
Yeah, it's kind of stifled the attack now for Preasy. It's not going to commit to it as they make their way forward, but okay, actually will be able to find a frag. Not a huge amount more on offer those. They continue to get picked apart as they make their way forward. So, Metizport take the sting out of the round there. Adam B starting to come good. I mentioned a few rounds back, they're certainly going to require his services. And I think with him coming online, yeah, sort of coincided with the success. Maybe a few of his kills coming here in the anti-eco, I suppose, but that'll boost his confidence.
Ooh, we've seen Milo hit some dirty swings. I know it's only against Refresh's Deagle, but that was nice once again. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of a nice way to play that for Medsport as well, right? Other than those low econ rounds, when you're up against those Tech 9s, you can want to play safe because you want to lose those. You know, you're supposed to win them, playing the ranges with the rifles. But I like teams, especially in that scenario that we saw there, sort of fighting fire with the rifle push. Honestly, that is the best way to deal with them sometimes. Bit of a triple swing toward ramp to stop them from advancing any further, and it works out nicely. So 11-8 Medsport. Does their Vertigo streak continue? Or does Alltex have something to say about it?
He's had quite a bit to say in these past few rounds, but needs a lot more to say if Preasy are going to make it work here on Vertigo right now. Sus towards the bottom of the stairs right now, catches Jabri off guard, goes for a godly transfer, but he's not able to find the frag on either. That shifts the pressure onto Chiquinho, the first responder on the scene right now, but he'll suffer the same fate. Great multi-kill out of TMB here, blows the door wide open on the round, and that's the job done for Preasy. Vital round is going to go their way.
Yep. As soon as Alltex took that opening, that's when more aggressive positions were obviously taken there by Medsport. And Susp had a nice line, but it's the worst feeling when you have an angle like that. You know it's aggressive, you know it's dangerous, but the first player jiggles you and you can't complete the kill quickly. Just get swarmed upon after that. And ZTR and Adam will try their best to save their two guns, but both now low HP after grabbing a kill apiece. I don't want to see Preasy hunt anymore here. They need the economy. 3 guns is what they should prioritise.
Terrorists win.
Well, they will be able to keep those 3 guns in play, as you say, and that keeps them alive here in Vertigo as well. Metizport still comfortably seated right now, up 11-9 on their map pick, but the job is not done just yet.
Indeed. Reminder.
Big moment in the game right now. Yeah, go for it.
Medsport have won 1 in 11 on Vertigo. That's including some great teams, of course, in the showdown and some tier 2 events as well. So, looking to keep that streak intact. 13-2 against Ent, 13-8 against Spirit, 13-7 against Monty, 13-11 against Falcons, and a streak of more tier 2 orientated teams like Sangal, Endpoint, Sprout, for example. The only loss coming in the open qualifier for this very close qualifier. But they ended up winning that BO3 anyway to qualify for this, of course. But Preasy are fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. Tooth and nail right now. They're giving us everything they've got. Going to try and make their way up ramp. Adam B quite lucky to still have his head intact right now. And he hears the footsteps as the players rampage their way forward, but he wants to fight fire with fire. He knows he's got the AK, so it's an even contest in terms of a one-shot headshot, but everybody's staying alive for the time being. Shouldn't be for much longer though. Roy now leading the charge as he makes his way forward, looking for a slight gap in the smoke, but there isn't one on offer. So he's going to take one. He's going to make one, but Adam B was ready for it.
Yeah, dangerous from Roy, but had to make something happen. He felt like he had to make something happen, and not possible. Sus playing a very defensive line from next to the gen behind the ledge there, but he gets removed from Alltex, and suddenly 4 versus 3, 20 seconds left in the round as the bomb goes down. This is a very tough region for Medsport. And he needs a kill right now, and if he doesn't find it, kind of gets it on the fadeaway in the end. That probably gives him the incentive to still go for this.
Yeah, I'd say so. Low HP here on Altex, particularly going to be making this difficult here for the T side. Nucleus taking down TMB. He was the highest health player in the situation in this post plant right now. Incendio is going to be making life so difficult. Forces Altex out into the open, but still able to hit an instantaneous headshot. That could take the heat off of Fresh right now. 3 frag onto Adam B. There's a kit in play on Jaquinho, but it doesn't matter because Refresh will take off his head and Preasy continue to contest.
Okay, here we go. Medsport, a low economy on 3 players. Refresh with a big 1 versus 2. Time ticking. Jaquinho could not find him. And that round, it has to be said, is thanks to Altex, to be honest. I thought for sure that Incendio was going to spread on White Box there and just connect that 1 tick, which would have been enough to remove him from the round. But that's huge for Preasy. If they can overcome the Deagles and the 1 hero M4 here on Adam B. 11 all is in front of them.
Yeah, looking highly likely at this point that should be the outcome. Unless Adam B can pull off something remarkable, but Preasy are giving this gears right now, man. Great to see the level coming through from them. 2 evenly contested teams locking horns here. Of course, both desperate to avoid being eliminated on day 1 in the qualifier for Dallas.
Yep.
Both these teams taking to qualify for the major, so managing to qualify for an event of Dallas's stature would be huge for both the players and the org.
Exactly. It would be the 100th IEM, of course, as well. It's quite a prestigious Dallas this time around in the history of the Intel Extreme Masters. Preasy have cleared up this round very nicely. It was dangerous, but haven't lost a man just yet. And of course, their economy is still on a pretty low position on 3 players too. So if they secure this one with 5 alive, which it looks like they're going to do, that kind of sets them for the last 2 rounds of the game. And they'll be fine. Metizport 11-11. We're guaranteed at least the full 24.
Well, I mean, that's not entirely surprising, considering the fact that both of these teams are so evenly contested, right? Also, yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to split them. Jaquinho, I suppose, you know, you would say is a recognized AWPer, but he has had his struggles with the AWP, and we haven't seen him AWPing a huge amount yet in this map. Preasy also don't have an, you know, a through and through AWPer kind of thing.
Yeah.
Kind of juggling the roles, so another similarity between these 2 teams we could draw upon.
Yeah. Most important similarity right now, of course, is the fact it's 11 all. Roy going super aggressive. Oh, Jaquinho trying to play behind what he expected to be more utility there, but in the end he ends up jumping straight into it. It looks comical. I'm sure there was a thought process to that. And TMB, oh, through the smoke on Adam B as well. Just a spam from the bottom of ramp. Medsport trying to fight for it after losing that kill early. And look at the amount of map control they've given up thanks to that. Nilo gets shocked by the fact there's already a player in elevators too.
Yeah. And there's a player coming through from CT. They're just all over. They're sprawling all over Metsport right now. It's only Susp left, and the only thing he's thinking about is saving his gun. TMB won't be able to deny that, but knows where he is now, and it looks like Preasy want to hunt for this. My goodness, look at Dupree just charging his way forward right now. Susp has a very tough job on his hands here to try and save his gun and see Dupree, but his teammate clearly relays the info through that, mate. Someone's on your screen right now. Preasy gonna get themselves up to map points on their opponent's map pick on Metasport's stronghold, and they're giving this everything they've got to try and get the last kill, and understandably so. They've got enough money to buy in the next round, Trav, and Metasport barely have anything to work with.
Yeah, Preasy were super aggressive at searching for these saving players early on in this half. At some point, I thought they were a little bit too aggressive on that, for the sake of their own economy, but This round certainly makes sense to try it. They almost find him, but Susp saves a critical AK, and Preasy have a chance to take what would be a against the grain Vertigo off of Medsport. As I said, they've only lost 1 in 11, dating back to the first map they played this year on the 25th of January on this map of Vertigo. Would be a bit of a turn up, but Adam B gets off to a good start to try and fight for OT.
A really important kill coming through, but that frag is negated. The crown jewel of Metizport has been removed from the equation, and he will now sit on the sidelines. He will watch on and hope that his team can get the job done here and force us into overtime.
Nino will be so frustrated he's given up his life there. And Adam, of course, he was fighting on the edge of the building there toward the previous round. And he got just straight up spammed through the smoke. So, impressive mental fortitude, I guess, to play the same position once again. He gets 3 from it. And with ZTR swinging with the MP9, it looks like we do have overtime. And it feels right as well. These two teams have been inseparable. Reaver will make some noise jumping on the sandbags as well. Can't make that jump up on the corner. Sandbags player, of course, all about that now. There's the spin coming through, and he's done so much damage. If Refresh finds a way to even get 1 more kill from this position, I would be very surprised. Extra rounds. It's 5 HP away.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way Refresh can take this job in regulation. Not with the health he has at his disposal, not with the amount of time that's left on the clock. And it's taken Medsport a lot of work, but they will get this cross into overtime. Don't think they would have expected to even find themselves in overtime, but here we are, 12 all.
Damn,
funny enough,
super impressive.
Trav, these two teams have played against each other in a best of 1 before, and that did end in overtime. That was in February on Nuke, ended 16-14 in favor of Metizport.
Yeah, looking forward to see if that changes up this time around. I think we've got some toilet breaks coming in. Quick tech pause. Don't blame them. Maybe not. It was very quick.
Wow. Yeah, too quick.
Too quick. Too quick for a toilet break. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's worth saying now, of course, that people probably expected Medsport to take this map. They still might, but they've played a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike recently, and maybe there is I wouldn't say burnout yet, because there hasn't been a huge amount of travel involved in it. I think it's the travel that really burns teams out, but they have played a hell of a lot in the last few days. It's been a day without officials for Medsport, so when does it catch up to them? That is the question. Straight into overtime, let's see what they can do.
Yeah, again, Nilo's the first player to fall here for Metizport. That's 2 consecutive rounds now. As you say, Medsport have been playing a huge amount of Counter-Strike lately, and they're struggling here in this round as well. Yukini's going to push forward, but Refresh is waiting on the other side of the smoke, and, well, I mean, Metizport, everything's just fallen apart for them here in the first round of overtime.
Probably thinking we should have done this in regulation. We knew we had a favourable buy to go up against, but not this time, and more work to come through. But of course, that is sometimes the equation, right? Such fights for his life and toward the zigzag there, but removed by Roy. Of course, Medsport, you've been questioning what's going to work for you on CT. There's been a few rounds dotted in, of course, but Preasy have been the more dominant on the second half.
Yeah, they certainly have been, Trav. They've been good throughout the map so far, but they've gotten better as the game's gone on. Had just 5 rounds to main range their CT side, and were able to get themselves up to match point. Now they find themselves with a 1-round lead in overtime.
Ooh. Surely doesn't stay alive for much longer. No, Roy catches it. Thankfully, ZTR is there in support this time. Retains that man advantage for Medsport. Once again, the fighting back and forth on ramp has been impossible to call, to be honest, in this game. Sometimes Adam B will just get sprayed straight through a smoke. Sometimes he'll make a triple kill happen. Sometimes he'll go 1-for-1. There's been no consistencies, and it shows how closely matched these two teams are. Nice shot from Jacquinho, and that should put an end and make it 13-all.
And I really love that we've got such a evenly contested game in our hands when there's so much on the line, right? This is what it's about, Trav. Two teams who are in decent form, and two teams who would love to qualify for this event. And it's going to be a leveled up scoreline once again. Good luck splitting these two teams, man. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. And you say, of course, wanting to qualify for the event. I mean, it's going to be a long, long run through that lower bracket, of course. Loser is eliminated. Winner goes through to play the loser of VP and Apex, who are currently playing in the upper bracket right now. That's 4-2 to VP in the map, the opening map. Heroica 12-10 up on Ents as well. That could be first map going their way. The other upper bracket of the game. Oh, goodness me. And in this Vertigo, Team B, so much damage done by the Flames. Somehow manages to take Adam.
Yeah, good way for Preasy to start off the round here. They did get the opening kill in the previous round as well, though, Trav, and they weren't able to convert that into the win, but they will find a second follow-up frag, and that's blown the door wide open on this B bomb side. They're going to assume full control. Of course, it is the last round of OT, so Metizport will have a crack at the retake, but it's going to be so difficult. ZT are brought down below half health as well. How on earth do they make this one work?
It's the worst feeling when you know you have to go for it, but yeah, I got some flashes, maybe set up a few plans here. Nilo, of course, close to that smoke, having to check it because he's not aware there's a player pushed up close. But here come the flashes, trying to send them in. It's going to be a bloodbath, unfortunately. And as expected, Preasy take the 2-1. Roy gets the double to finish it off. He's up to 23, and now he is the one leading in the server. But as I've said to you before, Hayes, 2-1s in overtime can often breed more 2-1s, and it can go on for a much, much longer. We'll see if that's the case as they switch over to CT for what probably will feel like first time in an age.
Well, I mean, Trav, I'm strapped in for the long run here, man, because this series could really go the distance.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the line, so both these teams are going to be giving it everything they've got, as I've said already.
I love it, yeah.
Small margins can make a big difference in these sorts of situations. Dupree's going to open up with an AWP here. How much do we actually see the AWP on Metizport here on their CT side? Because I don't recall seeing it much at all.
Yeah, it seems like they are pretty comfortable to go AWP plus as well on a number of occasions, even though Jacquinho is their primary. We've seen, of course, they've been hitting some nice shots, even with the rifle, as Jacquinho in this game. Did a few small mistakes, but a couple of big rounds. I think the 4K to end off the first half comes to mind. And now Medsport on the attack. If they clean sweep it, 3-0 on the tee off overtime, they will take the game 16-14. But Preasy with the slight advantage at the moment. We're on the CSGO scoreline for at least the next few minutes.
Yeah, nostalgic.
Yes.
I can appreciate that.
First to 16.
15 all, and then it's OT number 1 in CSGO terms.
Yeah. Counting up the OTs.
Just trying to confuse everybody who's watching right now. Not just keeping you guys on your toes. That nade does a lot of damage in Ultex. He could try and capitalize on the damage done. Good position taken up. As soon as Jacquinho tries to boost himself up, he falls prey. And then, well, it's actually Ultex, excuse me, who's got both of those kills. Finally, there will be a response.
Yeah, Ultex has been fighting for his life on B on a number of occasions. Remember, of course, he was double naded playing white box earlier and often got caught off guard a couple of times. This is his first significant defense, it feels like, of B. And it's such a big time of the game as well. Managing to double down this time.
Alright, well, let's see. They're going to be committing in towards the bomb site. Yeah, indeed, a numbers deficiency for Metizport, but Preasy have 2 players over towards A, and it's a fairly detached setup right now, so there could be a way for Metizport to still make this one work. One smoke going to be enough to completely blockade the site itself. Dupree wants to drop that HE, wants to drop the hammer as soon as he gets info. Bomb plant comes through. Just the question is, where does Nilo advance? He's going to be planting in an alternative spot, but kills still continue to come through for Preasy as Dupree dropping it down, man. 2 great kills out of the AWP, and Nilo will lose his life as well.
Oh my goodness, that was the main problem there for Medsport. Preasy had 3 HEs. That actually was a default plant. They would have just blown it up instantaneously, but even though it was a plant in the corner that was safe, damage was too much for Medsport to deal with, and Dupree gets a lovely second as well there. Doubling down on what Alltex managed earlier in the round, and it gives Preasy some map points to work with. Super impressive from Preasy to battle back from basically what felt like a deficit the whole game until they reached map point in regulation. Medsport have been the kings on Vertigo lately, but Preasy, I said, they were no pushovers, and they're proving as such.
Absolutely, been really good form from them here, getting better and better as the game goes on. 2 map points to finish off the job here on Metasport's map pick. They had 1 map point in regulation, except that was on the T side. See what they have to offer from here. Oh, Adam B didn't really get the memo that there was a net into the smoke there. 28 damage from a teammate's grenade.
Crept up pretty quietly though, and that could mean some damage done. With B and Nilo get a couple of frags.
Oh, no.
Refresh fighting for his life. So messy. Oh, I just physically cringed, IRL. That is a shame. that is a shame for Refresh, and it gives Medsport a chance here. But of course, Dupree trying to go for some of these smoke bangs. If he can connect with one of these, the round could very much be on, because his NCR 17, Sus 9 HP, but a nice angle held. And Alltex is left spamming the smoke to try and recover 3 more kills. It's looking unlikely. Little right-click smoke on the corner, of course, going for this. Absolutely should. Jaquinho caught, but couldn't finish off the kill. In the end, Medsport sneak it. Just.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Refresh. I thought he was actually in a position to swing when his teammates Sandbag and Top Ramp were taking the contest, and he might have been able to catch 1 or 2 players off guard, but I think he had maybe fallen back, didn't quite exactly catch what had happened from his perspective. Either way, Metizport with another chance to force another set of overtime. Or will Preasy avenge the result of Nuke last month where they lost 16-14? Can they inflict that exact result here on Vertigo?
One round needed for Preasy. 1 round needed for Medsport to give us more rounds on Vertigo. And this time Metizport are changing it up quite a lot. We haven't seen really much toward mid, other than occasional lurks. We're going aggressive this time. 4 players will be charging through the fire and flames. Goodness me, you can barely see a thing through that smoke and flashes. And Refresh is going to try and double down. Only gets 1, but they spring on Susp on the B stairs nicely. And with Roy taking Jaquinho, that might be enough, because the HP on ZTR and Nilo is so rough. Last option for them is to walk through this elevator smoke and try and go for A instead.
Yeah, man, such low health ZTR, just 22 points of HP, 1 versus 3. And it's not gonna happen. Oh man, TMB finishes off the job, and Preasy will indeed get that 16-14 result, Trav. Ridiculously close, but a huge upset win for them on Metasport's pick of Vertigo.
It absolutely is, and I've got to say, I've got to give them huge props, right? I mean, we saw earlier today that they can be pretty up and down on this map, of course. Even though they managed to take down Heroic, it was they did lose the first half 9-3 before winning, I think, 10 rounds in a row to actually win that game. And again, they've come from behind to win here as well. That's incredibly impressive against Metasport's strength, of course. Only losing 1 in the last 11, Metasport, and they've fallen to Preasy here. And that puts a lot of pressure on Metizport now, because of course this is the lower bracket. Loser is eliminated from the chance of going to Dallas for the 100th IEM event. And yeah, they of course are now going up against Preasy's favourite pick of Inferno. We'll see if they can somehow battle back against that after about a 10-minute break. Back into the action for Sweden versus Denmark and Preasy versus Medsport. Great win for Preasy on Vertigo. Super impressed with that recovery on that first map. And now they have their strength in Inferno to follow.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it was the map of Vertigo, Metasport's best map, and Preasy was still able to get away with it. Didn't finish off the job in regulation, but they were able to in the first set of overtime in their second map point in OT, so good job from them. Like you say now, they go into Inferno. This is their trump card, Trav. Is it 2-0 for Preasy on the cards here?
Very possibly. I mean, yeah, as you say, I mean, we spoke about how much Medsport love Vertigo. I think Preasy love Inferno just as much. In 2024, they've lost on it twice in 12. And I think, honestly, it makes kind of sense, doesn't it? Because as they're a team that don't like to play necessarily with a primary AWPer. Sometimes TMB takes it, sometimes Dupree takes it, sometimes Refresh takes it. And Inferno is one of those maps where, especially on T side, is very, it's not a necessity whatsoever to run the AWP. So, yeah, it's showing well for them. And yeah, I'm really expecting more good things upcoming on this map, for sure.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, we could end up on Ancients, and it certainly wouldn't be the way we expected to get to a third and final map, but
yeah,
it's still certainly on the cards. You can't count Metizport out by any stretch of the imagination. I would say that Metizport are probably more competitive in Inferno than what Preasy are on Vertigo, if you compare the two teams relatively speaking. So, you know, I would still expect Inferno to be more competitive than Vertigo. So I still think there is a really good chance we go to a third here. I mean, Metizport had some rough results in Inferno. They lost it 3 times in a row, but they've sort of remedied things since then, beating both Apex and the Chosen Few. So it should be a good one, Trav. It should be a close game. I don't think it's like a clear-cut one.
No, it's definitely not clear cut. We're not saying that just because Preasy are insane on this map that it won't. Metizport have no chance. Same went for the previous map, of course, as well. I mean, it's super interesting to see how it's playing out because of all that. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned that the first map maybe wouldn't be read as close when it comes to the stats, but the server said 16-14. So it just shows how it plays out differently than it does on paper on many occasions. And yeah, Preasy, they've had their good results on Vertigo, just not as good as Medsport lately. So yeah, it's good to see them playing well. I think Altex had a number of really important moments as well toward B. I mean, we called him out saying that, sometimes he's got great numbers, very talented, but sometimes against the better opposition, he can fall off a bit. Didn't have like a positive KD as far as I remember, but there was a couple of occasions on B where he got 2 kills and survived, and those were the critical rounds in late overtime as well. So yeah, I think they really figured it out nicely, and especially on those late rounds in OT when Metizport tried to change it up for fast mid, which they hadn't really done in the entire game. Preasy were on it like a bonnet, and I think straight away countered it with lots of utility, and it worked out nicely for them.
I think that was mostly thanks to Roy and Dupree. It felt like Roy was a bit of an unsung hero. I went and checked the numbers after you mentioned the Altex points, and Roy finished the map with 25 kills and 20 deaths. So that actually, I feel like he gained most of his kills towards the end of the map, and in overtime as well was where he really stood up and did most of his damage, whereas Dupree was more consistent throughout the entirety of the map, chipping away with his kills. Also a lot of impact out of him, so yeah, if those two are going to stand up again, Inferno is going to be challenging for Metizport. As for Metizport, Nilo was impressive. Maybe sort of cooled off when the game got to its peak and when it was at its most important. Susp was also good as the map went on, but we definitely need to see more of the ZTR coming into the second map.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if they can do anything about it, because as we said, Preasy, we've got a bit of time, a little bit of a short delay before the beginning of Inferno. So I can just run you through some of the results that Preasy have had on this map lately. So we look at the recent ones and you say, okay, I mean, they've lost to Team Secret in a Tier 2 event. Like, that seems poor. But other than that, K10, Fnatic twice, Guild Eagles, Ecstatic, TSM, Into the Breach, Entropic, all gone. Then one blip to 3D Max. Then another massive streak. They beat Mals, they beat Fours, they beat Alternate Attacks, Fours again, TSM again, Eyeballers, Sync. Like, it's very consistent on a map which can often be a little bit 50-50 either way, of course, with utility fights on Banana and such. So, yeah, Inferno's fallen out of favour for sure a little bit in terms of teams at the top level. I think Ancient is the middle ground map now for many, which is why we see it as a decider in this one. But Preasy love Inferno. They have a chance to pick it. They will always do so, and we're going to get into the action now.
Pistol round live, and it's numbered in towards top of Banana here for the CT side. No utility. Excuse me, there's a single flashbang and a couple Julies have been dropped across to both Susp and Nilo as well, so they have a lot of firepower in conjunction with that armor. However, most of the players on the wrong side of the map here for Metizport as Preasy start to make their way in towards mid. And they've actually got Dupree tucked in towards Log, so they do have information on the flank. They don't have to worry about their backs right now. Also does give them the option to potentially rotate back if they need it.
It does indeed. Refresh is the man with the smoke and flash for the T side this time. One smoke can sometimes be all you'll need. With how patient Preasy are taking this, it's making Medsport double guess themselves. Unfortunately, with how slow they've taken it, they've guessed the site where Preasy are about to attack. Altex gets taken down by Nilo's dualies, and Roy and Dupree will answer back nicely with their Glocks. And of course, Jaquinho in CT, very low HP already, does actually really well to get one, but it's a wrap toward the B site after all. And Metizport are quite far away on these rotations.
Yeah, it was a really nice shot there from Jaquinho, especially considering how low on health he was, but still a 2v3 retake. Metizport down by a man. Preasy have actually navigated the situation very nicely, and Adam B might be based into the quad player. Roy tucked in towards Tree, just swings out. Good timing from him. They now know exactly where Nilo is, and it looks like he might just want to call this a day. Jaws of death awaiting on the crossfire. 1v3, no kit either. Preasy in the driver's seat here to get this pistol round racked up.
Yeah, really curious strategy to make it work as well. Nilo getting some kills would be really nice. And that's a beautiful tap on Dupree. He wants all of them. He wouldn't have had time for the defuse, but wants to try and collect all the kills. Roy stops it with a quad kill of his own. Great start for Roy. He had a CT pistol 4K on the first map to kick off Vertigo. He's got a T pistol 4K to kick off Inferno.
And that'll certainly give a good boost to his confidence. He's showing some good form. AK immediately purchased up here for Roy. As for Metizport, they have nothing, Trav. It's the bare minimum, not a single penny spent in the round.
Yeah. That'll give Roy some ecos to farm, and the round is over before it's even begun. I think that's 1 minute 42 on the clock there at the top of the screen. The round ends. That's a quick one. That is certainly a quick one. But yeah, smiley face from Roy. He'll be happy with that. 6-0 start for him as well. And the pistol strategy was extensive, however, very well thought out. Now it's time for Medsport with the guns to step up. ZTR has the MP9 in full utility. How much do they want to fight?
It does look like there's going to be a bit of a contest here towards Banana. Just both teams showing a bit of ankle, nothing too excessive.
Not too raunchy.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody overstepping the mark right now. Nobody wants to make a mistake and give up a position in the round. Susp is in a forward position right now, but TMB doesn't even consider it in the slightest. So that's going to be a kill for free for Susp, and he's content with one. He wants more.
Great start to the CT side. Roy with his AK, looking to wait for Refresh to join him. And I think he hears the rotation away from Long there. But unfortunately, even if they do commit toward A, it's a very hard crossfire to deal with. Jaquinho near Moto, comfortably dealing with Long. Adam B and Nilo can play off the back of each other from pit and behind default. Comes the play, but actually the turn away from Adam B there means that Roy just destroys him. But Nilo is too good on the trades, and Jaquinho knows where Refresh is to finish it off. Nicely done. 4 alive as well. Important start to their Inferno CT.
Yeah, and a good statement made there in the way they get across the line in the round. Later on in the round, even keen to swing Banana. Means Preasy are going to have to keep that in mind going forward. Metizport on the board. You mentioned that the AWP wasn't integral for the T side. It is a big side of the CT side of this map, though. We didn't see Jaquinho buy the AWP or play with the AWP much on the CT side of Vertigo, but I expect we'll see it more here on this map.
hop off on top of the kegs there. Works well for TMB and ZTR, actually. It was a long time since he'd been out of the round, but posthumously, they'll manage to remove Dupree. A quick answer back from Preasy. 4 versus 3 already. Chiquinho and Adam B holding a nice double hold toward top mid here, but little do they know. Triple apartments play. Checked by Adam, and he gets 1, but it was never more than 1. Quick rotation from Chiquinho, though. That means Nilo can continue to tap away, show a bit of a fake, and Chiquinho playing super aggressive in the middle of sort of no man's land right now, and it's going to catch him out. And TMB pops his head up on the side of default to deal with Nilo as well. I thought for a second Medsport had recovered that situation and had decent angles, but Preasy were 1 step ahead.
I thought so too, Trav. I thought after they get the first kill with the player coming out of apps and then another one as well, there's no way for Preasy to make it work, but yeah, they actually do. I think it was a refresh who comes out of apartments. He's able to just wait an extra second for his teammate to come through from short, and they work in conjunction. Maybe it was TMB and Dupree. Either way, it was really good work coming through from them. And that's going to force Metizport into eco territory after they win their first round, ecoing straight afterwards. Pretty rough here for the Swedes. It's them who has to take this to a third map, Trav. Anything less, and they're eliminated from the qualifier on the first day.
Not what Metizport would have wanted after their impressive streak as of late, but as I said, of course, it's about consistency, which for these teams they need to put into practice to really cement themselves at the top level. I was going to say, if they can make a good run in the Dallas qualifiers and perhaps, you know, do something special here as well, with all the other success they've had, they can cement themselves as a tier 1.5 team at least already, but yeah, it's about keeping it up, and it's so tough at this level to do that, especially when games come thick and fast day by day.
Yeah, it has its pros and cons, right? Playing a lot of officials, playing a lot of Counter-Strike. We have seen some teams just rocket up the rankings. You know, I think a prime example of a team who are able to make their way the entire way through from, you know, tier 4, tier 3 up to the top of tier 1 by playing a huge amount of games with Gambit youngsters who then became Gambits and eventually Cloud9, right?
Yeah.
But there are a lot of other examples out there as well that you could find and use to, you know, make a case for playing a lot of officials, but playing a lot of games, as Metsport have been, can also lead to a tiring situation. I suppose Preasy have also been playing a lot of CS, but yeah, there's just so many tournaments, you know, so much online Counter-Strike going around right now. It's kind of how it goes, right?
Yeah, you have to be built different, don't you, really, at this level, to keep on putting in good performances day by day. Showdown results are insane. Sometimes it's hard to translate it to other tournaments as well. A big qualifier. They worked very hard, Medsport, to make their way through the open quals to make it here. You'll be disappointed to fall by the wayside on day 1. Preasy with a superb start on their favourite map.
Ooh. Nice shot from Chiquinho. I like that. Did mention already that AWP is going to be important on the CT side. And it's the opening kill here in this all-important gun round, because if Metizport loses, then Trav, things start to get pretty sticky for them, I would say.
Indeed. As the a siren wails past my house, who's going to be put in jail at the end of this round? That is the question. I live in London,
hopefully...
so, you know, it's a common thing, sadly.
Oh, alright. Well, it would be a common thing here in South Africa if we had police. The crime's there, just not the response either way.
Gotcha.
Just a bit of self-deprecation to keep things light-hearted. It's going to be Preasy who get themselves into the top of middle. But Trav, this is so difficult. 20 seconds on the clock, and now they have to get into the A bomb site. Very limited util. Metsport have 3 players ready and waiting. Util starts to rain in. Chiquinho unscopes at an untimely moment. Could offer his backup to the Archers player. He does. It's now on Nilo. He goes down, and Preasy makes something out of nothing.
Yeah, really Forced into a corner there by the clock there, Preasy, but they fight their way through with it. And Jaquinho's timing is unfortunate for him, as you say. I'm not sure if he would have taken Dupree, whether he would have been able to stop the plants or anything in that situation once his site players had been taken down. But I think it certainly would have made a difference in how focused they were on him. And an extra 2 seconds could have made that all-important difference. Another big round for Preasy.
I think Jaquinho just has to focus archers there. He just has to trust his teammates on the bomb site. Gets drawn in, exposes his back. And, well, Nilo is just left with a world of trouble on his hands at that point. Oh my goodness, refresh. Gorgeous headshot. Clears the ZTR of his brain.
Wild.
Abdi, the coach of Metsport, now gets a chance to relay some thoughts.
It never rains but it pours, as they say. Medsport not being able to save what they wanted. Only that one gun left over, and Preasy outplaying him on the T side at the moment. Standing around waiting for someone to blink, perhaps, in some of these rounds. Especially when Preasy left it late, but yeah, maybe Medsport had their eyes closed.
Alright, well, not like they have a huge amount going for them in this next round here. 5-1, I mean, sure, they have got that max round loss bonus behind them, so they can dip their fingers a bit deeper into their pockets, I suppose.
Yep.
A few more upgraded pistols, some utility. Of course, Susp carried the rifle through. He's going to have to be the killer here in this round as well. Right now, towards the top of Banana. Opening kill picked up by one of the Ds. Going to keep Metizport interested.
Yeah, Jaquinho dancing between the pillar underneath Balk there. Worked out nicely. Opening one dig. Fortunately, of course, no gun able to be picked up, as that is too far away in mid, and I believe that will be herded away by Preasy to make sure it's not recoverable. Nice shot from Altex on Jaquinho to at least recover the situation, and now with the molly in toward the cubby, they can start thinking about taking long. The molly takes a very long time to dissipate, and Dupree gets caught by that, but Roy catches Nilo. Lovely shot toward that angle as well. Covers it into this 3 versus 3.
Yeah. I like that Preasy just aren't really doing a huge amount. They're just sticking together as a unit, although Adam B, my god, never mind. Scrap the entire point I was making because Adam B has just stepped up in a massive way. Dupree knows exactly where he is right now. HE will do a good chunk of damage. In fact, it's going to just get the entire kill. And now you've got ZTR who's coming up from middle. Dupree's going to commit to the default bomb plant right now. AK out in time. Oh, but he can't hit the shot. ZTR can. And Metizport have robbed Preasy blind.
Huge round there. I thought for sure Dupree would turn around and have a glance at short just in the nick of time. But as NTR makes sure the P250 shot is accurate, and that's going to be huge for Medsport. Winning on a half by when you're trailing like this does wonders. Of course, gives ZTR some extra bank to work with as well. It's been an uncomfortable start for Medsport, but sometimes you have to, at this level, get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Trav.
And they've won an uncomfortable round. Well done.
But that's just one round. They have to make sure they follow that up. Has to be some consistency here. They have to build up some momentum, because if they lose the round straight afterwards, it's back to square one at that point. Quite a lot of early pressure being applied in Banana, but Susp has been able to deal with it. Next up to the plate is going to be Roy, and he suffers the same fate on the opposite side of the map. 5v3 of the Batcher for Metizport.
Yeah, compounding that half-by win is what's most important as well. Not letting it be a flash in the pan. This is a good way to start. Preasy, of course, not a decent bank left over, so it's important for Medsport to win a couple of rounds clean as well. They are holding the bomb toward top Banana, and Altex looks like he's going to traverse his way back.
Oh man, I don't know how they make this one work, especially with Metizport now having rotated the extra player across and towards the speed bomb side. They do have smokes to work with, but there are 3 players ready and waiting here from the CT side. 35 seconds on the clock. Preasy have already pulled a number of rabbits out of a couple of hats here in the series so far. Gonna have to be another one here as well. There's no further util for Medsport to keep them at bay, so it's gonna come down to the gunfights. Fresh smoke in towards CT. Dupree leads the charge. Good first kill coming through from him. Combined out of Ultex, who's gonna double down. And you know what, Preasy? These guys are rabbit farmers at this point.
That is crazy from Preasy and insane from Ultex as well. I think on 2 occasions there, he basically saves Dupree. We're getting the headshot a split second before Dupree does. And of course, they are giving it a glance, and I think they know that they've got Dupree stuck between the fountain and the pillar there. They go for a lower peak, and it works out nicely. Jaquinho can't react. Refresh removes that AWP from the equation. Adam, of course, will stick around to try and recover that AWP, but he can't find the kills to make that AWP recovery safe. Great frag from Dupree again. And Preasy in a 3v5 make it work.
Yeah, that's really devastating for Metizport, man. They win themselves an eco, then they get in a beautiful 5v3 by shutting down the initial sort of options from Preasy, feeling out middle, feeling out top of Banana. Both of those players went down. 5v3 in favor of the CT side, and then they just completely fall apart like a slow-cooked piece of meat. And now once again have to eco.
Already the nade has come flying in on the one gun they have in ZTR. Does really well to win his fight anyway, and I know probably for sure they'll try and find a teammate, likely Adam, to give the M4 to. Kevlar. They know, I think it's going to be a beat take. At least the pressure is coming through a bit early. Roy could get caught and does. It's actually Adam's Deagle to get that frag, so he doesn't need the M4 anymore because he's got a free AK to take. Suddenly, once again, Medsport are looking decent on a half-buy here.
Well, I mean, this seems to be the round, or these sort of rounds where they do most of their work, and they've got the numbers stacked up on the correct side of the map right now. Question is, can they make it work considering how low 2 of these 4 players actually are? Oh, DFB gets one. It's so chaotic. Dupree gets the low HP player. Refresh finds a kill. He knows Nilo's here as well. Nilo looking to force the issue. Will get himself around the corner, but Refresh is hunting. Refresh is chasing. Nilo will fall. 1 versus 1 is the result. Refresh now knows exactly where Adam P is. Able to round the corner once and twice with his life intact. Bomb plant to follow suit. Let's see what happens in the post.
Squeaky bum time, but he's ready for the swing, and he hits an instant one-tap. It didn't need to be that stylish from Refresh, but he's made it look that way, and to great effect as well. Goodness, that was a wild set of circumstances. So close for Medsport, but Refresh better on this occasion, and a lovely way to finish.
Yeah, that was wonderful, man. Seriously wonderful work coming through from Refresh. I love the way he takes the initiative to hunt down the player in church. Charges him down. Nilo quaking in his boots, and then such a clean 1v1, surgical precision. 7-2. And this is the gun run for Metizport to ensure that the game hasn't completely snowballed out of control.
Oh. Unceremoniously removed, and once again, the B entries are so successful for Preasy. Making it so difficult for Medsport to even feel like they're in these rounds, and Jaquinho is holding toward the T-steps, but of course that's an angle you can get caught and seen from the underpass. Adam gets removed as well.
Oh.
Wow, all these shots are hitting, man.
Yeah. From bad to worse, Trav. Things falling apart. Metizport have won 2 rounds. One of those rounds was an eco. And the other one was the first gun round.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
Not a huge amount of success.
I feel like we've given Preasy quite a lot of credit for, you know, how well they play Inferno and how good they are. I do feel as though maybe we haven't given them enough credit, to be honest, because, you know, technically, as that's a shot from TMB, now Nilo is so very stuck. They're going to clear out all the saving CTs as well. As I said earlier, it never rains when it pours. But yeah, I feel like we're not giving them necessarily enough credit for this, because this is a really well-rounded performance. They put... they fought Heroic really close in the upper bracket earlier today as well. They are on it today, it seems. And we gave Medsport a lot of talk, of course. A lot of praise for how well they played in the showdown. But today, it seems like maybe they're a little bit out of gas.
I certainly tend to agree with you, Trav. I mean, technically, they've been beautiful on the map so far. Oh, there's very aggressive, but there's a lot of aggression coming through from the CT side down middle right now. TMB has got 1 kill, but there's a lot more where that came from. He's got some support from Refresh, who's holding the cross. TMB eventually will fall, but the situation has been somewhat salvaged. Still an AK on the deck. Refresh wants to molly that. ZTR pushes forward ahead of the molly, but into the Tech 9. And Adam B is going to lose his life out here too. Ultek's just a matter of time. That was chaotic, but Preasy make it work.
Yeah, it's actually... probably quite depressing for Medsport that the closest rounds they've kind of got in this game have all been low econ, aggressive rushes, it feels like. The rounds they've won, of course, so as you say, were just... one of note really was that half buy, which gave them some economy to work with, but... yeah, Preasy. Just domination. Once again on Inferno from them. They sort out a tough scenario there as well. Smart play from Refresh to molly the cubby and pull the Tech 9 out when he has the AWP, of course. Preasy have so much economy, they're choosing to pull out the AWP on Inferno. It is very map-based for them. Sometimes TMB, sometimes Refresh, sometimes Dupree. On Inferno on T-side, it's occasionally Refresh, and did really well while building it there. A little bit of luck going Metasport's way on round 12 as the half comes to an end, and that's what they're going to need, because a smoke spam is kind of the only thing that's gone their way in recent times.
Yeah, that and an eco round win, Trav. So not a huge amount to get excited about. Metasports have had a very tough time of it so far. 9-3, the best they could hope for, and that would require them winning this last round of the half. It does look like Preasy are just going to try and take a bit of a contest in towards Banana as ZTR and Susp work together here to try and make something happen. Timing the utility, Susp swings off the flash, but it's just going to be info for him.
Easy for you to say.
Apparently not.
It's a tongue twister, that one for sure.
Yeah.
Susp now in the corner with ZTR, and they're kind of stacked on top of each other right now. It looks very uncomfortable, and honestly, ZTR probably will feel quite fortunate to get one, because that was really a rough hold. As you say, sort of body blocking each other. Nilo trying to deny the plant, but can't find it. So there's a great chance for Preasy now in this 2 versus 3. Refresh and get the AWP posted. And in the after plant, it can often do great work, but not this time. He tries to go a little bit more aggressive off the back of it, and Nilo takes him. So it's Ultex, 1 versus 3. Medsport need this third round for a chance, and they are going to get it. Nilo will get the defuse, and for the little slim chance that Medsport have, that at least gives them a glimmer. 3 on the half. Can Preasy consign Medsport to elimination? We'll find out after a quick break. Denmark on the edge of knocking out Sweden. Preasy on the edge of eliminating Medsport from the chance of IEM Dallas. 2 spots available in this close qualifier, of course. They're fighting away in the lower bracket to give them one more chance against one of Virtus Pro or Apex. I can tell you that VP are a map up against Apex and Heroic are a map up against ENCE, but ENCE 11-6 up on map 2, so that one might have some legs yet. I can also mention, Hayes, by the way, that Bait was 8-0 down to Movistar Koi in their Anubis game in that lower bracket match, the other lower bracket match, and they lost it 13-10, did Movistar Koi. So that's a huge comeback for Bait, and they're looking good today.
Yeah, they have actually shown some really good form. They were unfortunate not to beat Virtus Pro. In fact, could even make a point for them being the architects of their own demise with the mistakes they made and how they went on to lose that particular series. Either way, Preasy, they were also leading a certain series quite significantly early on, Trav, weren't they?
Yes, they, yeah, I think it's fair to say that that one was a surprising one. I mean, as we said earlier, I mean, 9-3 behind and winning map 2, but 9-3 in front and losing against Heroic to find themselves in the lower bracket on that third map decider. It's been a weird day for them.
Well, I'm sure that will be fresh in their minds, and they want to do everything they can to ensure that they don't have something similar happen here. Because then there is no opportunity to redeem yourself. Well, I guess there is a third map at least, but
yeah.
It would be mentally devastating for them.
Yeah, it would be very surprising if that were to be the case. We can hear the ticks in chat. Probably some discussions going on between two teams. A bit of a delay before we start the second half, but should be unpaused very soon. Of course, a lot of these players will know each other quite well from all their games in Face It and FPL, of course. Especially for the likes of youngsters on Medsport. We need to quickly go back to cams for a second, I believe, to fix something quickly while we wait for the second half to get underway. But yeah, I think Preasy, honestly, are probably be waiting pretty significantly. It might be a weird factor for them to have to wait a bit longer when they have such a lead. Will they be overthinking it? Got to stay calm. They've got the experience of Dupree and Roy. You'd think they'd be fine, but for what's already gone today, you never know.
I think, I mean, we don't even know whose issue or who's causing the issue right now, do we? So it might even be Preasy, right?
Sure.
Could be paused for them. But hopefully it's not going to be too long before we do get back into the game here. I mean, sometimes a delayed break, or a prolonged break, should I say, is nice when you're chasing the game, because it can kind of rob the leaders of their momentum and give it a bit of a standing start. But there's so much work to do for Metizport here coming into their T side, Trav. Now it's about taking the initiative. Now it's about making sure that, you know, even though you're behind, you don't go into your shell. You can't afford to not play your natural game just because you're chasing it. And sometimes that can be the struggle with making a comeback on the T side, is you're so afraid of making mistakes and then losing the game as a result that you don't play your normal way. You start second guessing yourself and overthinking things. And that's just going to be a tough aspect that Metizport have to overcome. Yeah,
I mean, of course, we spoke a lot about how good Preasy have been on Inferno, but at the same time, it's not like Medsport are pushovers on this map. I mean, they've beaten Apex, like we said. They've all had good wins against good Inferno teams at sort of the tier 2 level, like Eyeballers, for example. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously one of their weaker maps, I think, overall, even though they play it a lot. As you said, they've had some weird losses. I'm just looking back at them now. I mean, TSM 500 Sprouts, I mean, probably wins they would have not matches they would have looked at and said that's not really our best showing. But yeah, I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. A pistol 9-3 can translate into 9-6 very, very quickly. And yeah, in a game that's as important as this for the last 2 spots in the 100th Intel Extreme Masters, of course, it can be incredibly impactful either way. And, they're going to need to try and step up their game to at least make it respectable on the second map, because they will not have liked how it's gone.
Well, I did predict Preasy as one of the 2 teams to qualify for IEM Dallas, so hopefully that's still going to be a possibility at the end of the series. As we do have a bit of a look forward in the bracket now that we've got some time to kill. We can kind of predict what some of the matches might look like going forward. Of course, Bait versus Movistar Riders Koi is happening at the moment, and, well, it's going to be very difficult to predict what's going to happen there. The winner of that plays the winner of this particular matchup, which is looking increasingly likely to be Preasy. Over in the upper bracket, VP currently lead Apex 1-0 in the series and 3-1 in the second map, and Heroic beat Ents on the first map, but it's looking like Ents should get the win on the second map there. So upper bracket final also tough to call.
Yeah, of course. Still the A and B streams and C streams running for those games, of course, if you want to catch some other matches going on. It looks like maybe with Koi going up against Bait. As I said, they were 8-0 up in map 1, but lost it 13-10. There's a chance that perhaps Preasy will be looking to close this day out first of all the late evening matches. So we'll see. I think that's probably going to be their goal after what happened earlier, obviously. So we shall find out. I believe we're going to get back into the game very, very quickly. But yeah, I think what's surprising as well for the likes of the top teams, the more higher rated teams that we've spoken up in this bracket, is the fact that they've all been taken very, very close today. Of course, we saw the VP versus Bait game already. Every single opening round in this qualifier went to the full 3 maps. So, yeah, I think it just shows the quality at kind of every level of the... sort of every level. I believe we're going to go back in game in a moment or two, but of course we had to fix a few bits and pieces, I believe, with some sort of sync issues, I think, not working out too well. So we'll get back into the game shortly.
I think we missed some rounds, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Trav,
we've had some issues. We've had some issues, unfortunately. We can only apologise for that. I think there have been a few reports about that. I've seen them in Twitch chat. Don't worry, I've been keeping up to date with that. I'm not going to mention it, but yeah, it's. I think to get us back in sync, we've had to skip forward, sadly. So we're in a weird position of not really knowing how it's gone since the beginning of that second half. However, we can see that Preasy are now 2 away at 11-4.
Yeah, so Preasy won the pistol and then converted that. However, they did then lose the first gun round, which was actually exactly what happened in the first half as well. So hopefully that pattern won't continue to play out, because if it does, it means Metizport loses next round, and with that, almost certainly the series. So much work to be done for the Swedish lads here to keep themselves in contention for IEM Dallas. Round by round is the name of the game. Can they build their way back?
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, as it happens with technology, sometimes it can break without reason whatsoever. Unfortunately, I think that's the circumstance we found ourselves here. So, apologies for missing the rounds. You can blame us, even if it's not our fault. As we go into round 16.
Well, speak for yourself, Trav.
round 16. TMB already taken a lot of damage, but Dupree is the one to start it off against ZTR. Another opening kill for Preasy to work with. Dupree will put himself back into the long cubby as that smoke is still up. And he's got TMB to bait for him as well, which could be very handy as Medsport try and advance further top mid. And that nade is really good. Thankfully, they are aware of that possibility of Dupree still being there. And Jaquinho hits a really nice headshot. So 4v4.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the safe bomb site right now. However, thankfully for Preasy, they have rotated an extra player across. It's TMB who's coming through, so he's able to kind of at least keep some presence towards Archers. That's going to funnel Metizport back around here through shorts up towards the safe side. Refresh has an auto shotty, but it's quite an awkward range to have the auto shotty. On top of the box is much better. 2 low HP opponents both get finished off with a single shot from the shotty, but Metizport are now in with a really good chance. 2v2, bomb plant comes through, TMB on low health. This is a tough ask out of Preasy right now.
Yeah, not sure this is possible, to be honest. It's going to have to be mostly Roy, and he's the one who's disconnected from the action here. TMB, has got the off-angle in pit, checking crossing onto side. He'll go for the swing in the end. That's what we know Nilo can do. Up to 15 and 12 in this game, of course. And Roy is just waiting for some exits to try and limit that T economy a little bit more. He needs to be careful about going down to the bomb, of course, but he should get a couple of free kills. There is 1 and there is 2, and that's exactly what Roy wanted. He may go down to the explosion here. I think he should. Just about. But, of course, Medsport survive with nobody either.
Yeah, a lot of economic damage inflicted by Preasy, and that might be even enough to sort of coerce them into going for the force buy here. especially with the lead they have behind them. Wouldn't be completely against it myself, you know. And, well, Dupree, or rather Refresh, he's purchased up. But it's just going to be the one hero rifle. I don't know, man. I'm not so inspired by the hero rifle on the CT side myself. You can't...
No.
You see, the hero rifle on T side, you can put yourself in position with your teammates' support, using them as bait, having them throw some utility for you. On the CT side, it's such a big gamble as to where you're going to position yourself to try and have that impact.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at least they're trying something a bit goofy with it, right? Boosting onto quad like this. It should work out for a 1-for-1, you would think. Dupree has a Zeus, which could easily offer up a possible 1-for-1 later in this round. As you can see, he's close long right now, waiting for someone to swing the angle. Refresh. He's ready for it. And he does get his one, and now they know there's a rifle in play. Preasy kind of peeking that defensively, but it works out.
I reckon they're going to think it's a force buy, though, after that kill comes through. I don't think they're expecting that to just be a hero rifle. That's a missed smoke, though, and CTR says, I'm going to go in and salvage that AK in case it is an eco. So at least he's able to bring the AK back into his team's control. However, there's 3 players on that B-bomb side right now. That's exactly where the T side are heading. If there's a Eagle, an M4, and USP. Roy's got the flash. He has the flash. He's got something to contribute here, Trav. Oh boy, not like this, Metizport.
Not like this. 4 players in position. TMB with the Deagle already finds Nilo, and he finds 2 as well. Good answer back from ZTR. No. Refreshes, M4 gets removed. That's the threat. And they should be fine. I kind of wish the M4 was still hiding toward back quad, to be honest, or maybe even dark. But in the end, he goes for something a bit more aggressive, and it doesn't work out. Alltech's fast rotation with the 5-7, but no Kevlar, and only a UMP to pick up. This shouldn't be possible.
And there's actually an AK underneath them. Yeah, he realizes that now, but that's going to compromise his position, so he wants to try force a gunfight, and instead he will settle for the save. That's rough for Preasy and Refresh in particular. He had to get another kill there. That was a 5 versus 2 for the briefest of moments. 4 kills come in such quick succession there for Metizport as Adam B and ZTR rescue the round. That would have been devastating for them. Oh, so close for Preasy. Going to be kicking themselves if they don't make that round work.
Super important to recover that. That would have been a death sentence for Medsport for IEM Dallas if they couldn't convert that round from such a deficit. They do well. Of course, Preasy on 11 always makes you feel like you still have a chance if your opponents are still 2 away from a victory. Now a full purchase can come in. M4s and AKs across the board. Dupree will chuck in that fast bottom banana smoke from spawn, which of course is very commonly used these days. Yeah, holds Medsport at bay. Ooh.
Oh, good opening kill. Straight through the smoke. ZTR can't do much about that one. Been celebrating these rounds. Metizports have been winning, but the problem is they're still so far behind the game. They can't afford to take a step backwards yet, Trav. Can't afford. And I've got 2 lives here on Inferno. Can't afford to lose one just yet. Ooh. Good eyesight there from Dupree. Looked like it might have been a bit of a Go TV bug where we don't actually see exactly what Dupree sees on his screen because I didn't see them on that second jiggle. Either way, information gained. And they've shifted themselves accordingly, left a lot of space at archers.
Double pit for Dupree and Alltech's. A little bait setup could work really nicely, and Alltech's still doing good work as well. Dupree has to be aware of the possibility of an apps drop, and a good HE in towards Sus drops him down as well. Adam will manage to deal with Alltech's, but Dupree is mistaking the grass right now. He can make something happen from this. There's one, but it's only one. That's huge from Sus to hit that quick fire flick headshot. And even with 60 HP between the 2 of them, this is so very doable now in this 2v2 after plant. But unfortunately, Adam is just watching mid. He hears the running up mid, and it takes the attention away from Roy. Sus, big off angle, needs a clutch. He finds one, but 1 bullet would take him down. But 1 bullet isn't connected. Beautiful second burst on Roy. And another lifeline for Medsport. They're fighting.
Yeah, fighting tooth and nail right now. Great clutch coming through there from Susp. I love the way that he actually just takes the initiative. He doesn't stay rooted in the corner. That off angle works out perfectly for him. And that second headshot to finish it off was beautiful. Not so sure about Anubis positioning towards the top of mid there. Just a really big gamble that he wasn't going to get peeked from the Archer side. And, well, he does. But thankfully for him, it doesn't cost his team the round. 7-11. Preasy, they've had a couple of opening kills in these rounds that they haven't been able to win. And I wonder if they might start to get a touch nervous here.
Yeah, I'm wondering when that starts for them. Oh my goodness, the amount of shrapnel, bullets, nades firing through that smoke to a banana, and TMB continues to try and jump spot it, but Susp removes him. Vortex's aggression is also stopped by Nilo, so it's going to be 11-8 for sure. Preasy going to want to probably push with this 5-7 on MP9, especially Refresh in his case, because he wants some bonus cash with the SMG to be able to afford a full purchase in the following round.
Yeah, would certainly be welcomed in the Preasy camp. You know what they'd love more than that? Is the round win. I wonder if Refresh could make that happen from this position. You know, not asking a huge amount, Trav. Just, at least 4 kills.
And the timing is awful. Sees the shadow, but too late.
Close enough.
Close enough. Nice try. Ish. So yeah, Dupree might be worth saving his Kevlar now, of course. Be able to fully purchase up in the next round. It would make actually a pretty big difference on 1500. Least money out of the whole team. Of course, the loss bonus is good, so he'll be fine. He's looking for something on the exit. Fair play.
7-11 becomes 8-11. Preasy have got a good round loss bonus behind them, so they will have a solid investment in the next round. Dupree trying to wreak as much havoc as he can. One bullet will be enough, but it actually just clip through something to the tiniest sliver of damage. No AWP though, Trav. No AWP on the CT side.
Yeah, it's been a theme of today, of course. We know TMB, since they lost Nikodos, not necessarily a team that run the AWP. Refresh pulled it out a couple of times on T-side when their economy was at a really good stead. We've seen Dupree do it on Vertigo. We've seen TMB do it in the past. AWP is kind of an afterthought for this team. We've seen them actively switch away from it as well, even when they had enough time to pick one up at the end of a round.
Oh man, TMB's done this a couple of times. Flirting with danger right now. There are 4 players heading in his direction. He's got some support from Roy, who's dropped the incendiary. That's going to make life awkward for Yakinio, who has to stay in front of it, but that's going to be okay for the time being. TMB continues to ask questions, but I'm nervous right now, Trav.
Plenty of questions being asked. Right now, Yakinio won't have any answers on 15 HP. Little tags on the shoulder jiggles from CT. And Preasy, a great thing for them right now is they've still got quite a lot of utility. They've got 2 resmokes, 2 incendiary still to delay this play for Medsport.
Alright, well, Metizport going to group themselves up for a massive exec into this B bomb site. There is Dupree, who's kind of rotated across towards the side of the map, though. So Preasy going to have an extra player to try and stack up this defense. Incendiary is really well timed as well. And he's going to get a kill. Oh, Roy forces the issue. Great swing out of him, but Susp the smoke has dispatched off Dupree. It's another 2v2. Nilo's lurking on the opposite side of the map. What's the timing going to be like for him? He's going to be tracking them down right now. Susp just has to stay alive and let Nilo cook.
Exactly. Susp is supposed to be ordered right now by Nilo just to stay alive toward the site somewhere. So Nilo can do that. The calmest double headshot. He knew exactly where they were rotating from, and he makes it look beautiful. That's why Nilo is so talked about. 19 and 15, leading the way for his team and co-leading in the server at the moment. Brilliant. And another lifeline for Medsport. The gap is now just 2. Squeaky bum time for the Danes.
Oh my goodness. Is it happening again, Trav? How many opening kills have Preasy actually had in these rounds that they've been losing? Because they had the opening kill in that round, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yeah, and Roy did such good work on the defense too, but Sus once again with critical trades.
Did they get the opening kill in that previous round? Because they've got the opening kill in 3 other rounds that they haven't been able to win. So they've had a number of opening frags that have gone unconverted since they've gotten themselves up to 11.
Alltech hitting some nice USP dinks, but no more than 2. Chiquinho will get removed. Just the USPs for Preasy. They're saving a lot of cash in this round, as you've noticed here. And you know what? I actually really like this from Preasy. Look at the economy they had left over in that round with the full USPs. They're not committing to the 5.7s. They're not committing to the MP9s or a Hero M4. Full eco. And it means they're going to have 2 full, proper purchases at 11.10. That's a don't see that often, to be honest. That's a really smart idea. Utility, of course, is king on this map, and that's what they're prioritising. Full ecoing with 3.5 to 4k per player.
Yeah,
at least 7 and 6k in this round.
Not only that, but it's guaranteed them a full buy in the next round, regardless of what happens here as well.
Exactly. Makes a lot of sense.
So looking forward to the future, indeed. But they're not going to want to prepare for another loss here. That is the last thing on their minds. They're desperately going to want to get across the line right now, are Preasy, to get themselves up to that 12. Should have had a lot more breathing room than this, but 1 round separates these 2 teams. And it looks like Metizport are going to go for a good old-fashioned bulk burst. And you know what? It's the perfect antidote to the defense Preasy are employing right now.
Oh, the timing on this. Adam does a lot of damage, but Alltex is still here. He's saving his teammate. And Dupree will still find one from long behind that smoke as well. Alltex finds Sus. And perhaps finally they have been stopped on this comeback trail. No. Chiquinho getting fed slightly, but it's still a 1 versus 3. Alltex with 3 kills in this round. Massive work from him. No. What's just happened? Does Chiquinho know Roy's in the cubby? Pre-fire! Oh my god. If that kill had come through, I would have been petrified with what could have happened. Alltex has a bit of a whoopsie, but Preasy still take it.
That was almost a disaster of the highest order for Preasy. Dupree running through the smoke there. Alltex leading to his own demise as he takes a tick to his fire. And yeah, I thought Roy was a dead man with the way Chiquinho was clearing that corner.
Yeah.
Either way, 12-10, and that means Preasy have got 2 match points. 2 opportunities to finish off the job in regulation here on the CT side of Inferno.
Yeah, they've actually got a great shot now. Of course, it was getting shaky. The gap being just 1. But they've settled the nerves slightly. They're guaranteed at least overtime. But TMB completely caught off guard with the fact that Sus could be so close. And Roy gets punished as well. Now, that's going to be a save. That's going to be 12-11. We've got round 24 confirmed. Big error again on the timings from Preasy on top banana. And they've gifted Metizport a chance.
Nerve-wracking stuff. Preasy had a map points in regulation on the previous map, and they squandered that. Went to overtime, they finished off the job there. Is this going to be forced into OT again? It feels like that would be such a huge win for Metizport. They were chasing the game 11-3 at one point, Trav.
Yeah.
They won 7 rounds in a row, eventually dropped a round, but they are not out.
Of course.
Good molly from... Good smoke, rather. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, they can afford to at least try hunting with a couple of players as well. Not that it really will affect too much. Dupree does well to take Addo, and I think they're going to be okay. Yes, they will. Sus was closing down there. But no worries. So they're going to have what they want on both sides for round 24. Just what we want to end off regulation. Do Preasy take this 2-0 and eliminate Medsport from the chance of a trip to Dallas, or do we have more Inferno to play?
Well, and those are the two eventual outcomes here. One of the two. Lots of util damage done. TMP again looking to impose himself. This is fearless from Preasy. He's such an important round. Looking to try and take the fight to their opponents in Banana. And it looks like off the back of that Metizport, they've just been forced into apps. They're not wasting any time right now either. Ltex is going to be caught with the nade out. No, he gets his gun out just in time. One frag comes through. Himself and Refresh looking to lock it down on A right now. But there's a great response out of the T side. They lose the first two, but then they get three. And it's OT looking likely.
Elo with another 2 critical kills, that second one being on so low HP as well. TMB, he was the only kit player. That lurk from ZTR is going to work out perfectly, and guess what? We've got another OT on our hands here, and Dupree knows it. What a comeback for Medsport to keep them in a conversation. There's a kit on the right there, but Dupree is not going for it. I think without that kit, it would be a done round anyway, or even with it, I should say. Of course, he's going to give this one a go, but that Molotov's going to come through, and he knows it's now over. We have more rounds between these two to come. Susball closed it out. He had so many important rounds on this T side, did Sus, especially that clutch on 20 HP. And his reward is more Inferno. Is that a reward? I don't know, but it is for us.
Yeah, it is for us because the game goes on and Metizport have successfully forced OT. I can't believe it. From 11-3 down, they have managed to get this across the line and keep themselves alive in not only the match but the qualifier. 12 all, and Preasy must be devastated.
Brings you back, you know? It does. It really does. Like, just the old, classic OG Sweden versus Denmark battles in Counter-Strike over the years, when it was NIP going up against Astralis, for example, and obviously long time before that when Astralis were TSM and all those other teams, of course. It was often a banger. Very different these days, of course. EU rosters dominate the space, but these two committed to their regions. It's what makes it extra exciting for me. I do like some regional battles.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Trav. There's a lot more on the line than just the match itself. There's pride. And Preasy having choked twice in one day now is going to be a certainly something they'll be quite concerned about, Trav. Not like this game has been lost, of course, but they choked a massive lead against Heroic earlier on to go on to lose that series. On Ancient, they were leading 9-3 on the half. It was even worse than that, wasn't it? 9-3. Okay, no, that was the most one-sided it was 9-3.
Yes. Just checked, yeah. Double checked. Time for us to catch our breath. With this little pause, maybe some toilet breaks this time. This is a bit of a longer one.
Yeah, probably what's going down. Understandable.
Are you one of those people that plays better on a full bladder? That's a left field question for you.
Yeah, it's a good one because I don't think I've actually really thought about it much, to be honest with you. And I'm going to answer no, just because it's something that's going to distract me.
Yeah.
Rather just get that out of the way and carry on.
I know. I'm the same. I've on a couple of occasions I remember I have been a meme in my friend group on a couple of occasions that don't go to the bathroom. You play better when you need to go. Something like you frag better, right? Sometimes. You want to get it desperately done and over and done with. Anyway, the pause has been cancelled. We can stop waffling. Cast to start game. I found the button. I've got you guys. Overtime's about to proceed.
Alright, well, back into the game we go. We've wiped the slate clean the previous 24 rounds, now null and void. Metizport going to be reinvigorated, I reckon. A huge wind in their sails. As for Preasy, frustration, probably the dominant emotion.
I would agree with that. Of course, we don't know. We're not in the team speak. We're not aware of their current moods, but you'd feel like from 11-3 up that is the case. TMB starting those smokes. He's been quite successful with that on a couple of these rounds on CT, of course. Refresh. Mollied off of his balcony position. That's a lovely molly to spread toward that balcony area too. Really important clear from Medsport. Oh.
Big exec. Yeah, numbers barreling forward. Roy boosted up right now. He's going to be able to draw first blood. Good information gained, though, but it doesn't matter. Roy doesn't fall off after he gets the first kill. He just maintains his position. 3 frags, and he's still picked up another. Is it the full ace from the boost? No. You know what? Share the spoils is what I'm thinking. Or does Nilo do the unthinkable? 3 kills in super quick succession. It's Nilo versus Roy. Stars of the round.
Who's got time for the bomb plant as well? Unfortunately, not got the health for it. If there's anyone who can do this, it's Nilo. Surely not a 1v5. He's going to have to go for some swings, but he played the headshot angle just like this. He finds Ultex, and Refresh has got no kit in this clutch. Surely there's one on the site somewhere. Nilo is now playing the time, waiting for him to push. Refresh is going to be slowly creeping in toward Ruins. Nilo, he has no idea, and Nilo hits an insane ace. 1 versus 5. Roy got 4 from the boost. That it has to be one of the most insane rounds I've ever seen in recent times.
Remarkable clutch coming through there from Nilo. I can't believe how he's able to navigate his way through that situation. The 3 kills come through so quickly. Just reads every situation perfectly there. Able to take his time in each of the duels. So composed. That's exactly why everybody's been so high on Nilo. And this guy has a beautiful future ahead of him and a lot to be excited about.
Spot on. I was about to say, I don't think I've ever seen an ace from boosted on quad before. And that would have been the most insane thing I've ever seen. Well, what has just happened? You have to say, I hate to say it, we've got to praise Nilo, we've done that. But Preasy did give up a couple of duels they did not need to go for against him in that situation. They could have been more patient. There was that charge through the CT smoke, of course. Didn't need to happen. Has to be said. But Nilo takes every single opportunity. See you on the highlight channels later. That was ridiculous. Outrageous. And what does that do to Preasy after getting comebacked on from 11-3 behind? Just adds to the tilt, adds to the frustration, adds to the nerves.
Yeah, completely adds to the tilt because you've already let the game slip through your fingers to get to overtime in the first place. Now you've just been 1 versus 5 to lose that first round of OT. Again, it's another round that Preasy have lost where they've had the opening frag. Been another common occurrence here on the CT side. On a map which they've been so good on in recent times. The math just doesn't add up, Trav.
It's been a weird day, hasn't it? We've seen VP's Inferno streak get snapped as well by bait. A lot of these streaks have been, or the form book has been flipped with a lot of these results. Roy in a different position this time towards sandbags, still here, even with that smoke in front. Do they expect it, considering that smoke is in that position? Sasp, can he see it? Are they going to pre-farm? I think they might have an idea. Yes, they do. Chiquinho gets a nice entry, and Roy has no heroics this time.
Yeah, there should be no way for Preasy to recover the side of their Trav because, well, their players are stacked up on the wrong side of the map. Nilo's wreaking havoc over towards A. Well, his teammates assume control on B. Preasy falling apart. And, I mean, just with everything that's gone wrong for them, there's just surely no way back into this. It's going to have to be finished off on Ancient. And I don't think Preasy ever expected to see the light of that third map. They were probably thinking about what was in the fridge, what they could warm up for dinner after the game had ended.
Not wrong. Now they find themselves 2 behind, and Metizport trying to clean sweep T overtime. I think I'll be rewatching that Nilo clutch for a while, I think. very, very rare you get a chance to do a 1 versus 5, and I'm glad we both had our say on a special moment.
Yeah, of course. Remarkable moment and a big qualifier for these teams as well.
Oh.
And it's going to be potentially a flawless first half of OT for Metsport off the back of that 1v5.
Yeah,
Just breaking the back of Preasy right now.
Exactly, it really feels like they've completely fallen apart in terms of setups and mentality on this map because of that.
Can't blame them either. Psychologically, just it's how things go. Only so much one person can take.
Yeah.
Alright, well, Preasy fighting tooth and nail to try and at least get one round on the board here, chalked up on their CT side, but Yakinio doing everything he can to make sure that's not the case. He now knows exactly where Refresh is. Oh, you can see the info was relayed through. Yakinio started to focus towards Archers. The call came through. He turns around, taken 3 down in the round. It's only TMB left. He's been good so far here on Inferno, but this is too tall of an order. 15-12, the imminent scoreline. So impressed by what I've seen out of Metizport here. 3-11. Everybody, including myself, had written them off. And here they are, with 3 map points.
I can't believe it, man. Absolutely unbelievable. And it's not just the 1v5 for Nilo. It's the fact he's on 28 kills as well. It's not just a flash in the pan. There's a reason so many people of the top 20 from HLTV last year picked this man as one to watch. Somehow,
we do have another pause.
Somehow, Preasy need to gather themselves and take 3 T rounds in a row to keep Inferno going. You know, do you remember, like, heartbreaking moments have happened in the past where you think, how on earth does a team bounce back? This is one of the worst for Preasy, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I don't know how Preasy come back from this, considering everything that's happened so far here on the map, and not only on the map, but even in the day, even preceding this series. They would have expected to continue to play in the upper bracket. Should have been in that game against Ents instead of Heroic. And now they're on the brink of being forced into a 3rd map. 4 kills away from that happening, Trav.
And Ancient is going to be such a sick middle ground map for both these teams to fight off on the decider as well for elimination. I didn't think this game would disappoint, and it certainly isn't. We're going to be in for the long haul. Roy might have some timing here on Jaquinho, though. He's up on long. He's past the angle. And he will catch him off guard with the help of a flash. Jaquinho couldn't react in time. 4 versus 4. Minute to go. Refresh will take some damage. Nilo goes for a swing again, but that one was a little bit aggressive. Adam gets caught in pit. Alltex takes another, and we've got more rounds to go. Roy will find Susp on the corner, and ZTR is left with nothing.
Okay, well, there's still some fight left in the old dog of Preasy. They were leading 11-3, Trav. They have won 2 rounds since then, while Metizport have won 12. Just to put things in perspective as to how the past 14 rounds have gone. (15-13). 2 more opportunities for Metizport to get the job done here in OT number 1. But you know what? I just say run it back in OT 2. Preasy give Metizport a taste of their own medicine here. That would be quite something.
Run it back. We've seen crazier things happen, so why the hell not, honestly? Adam going aggressive towards second mid. That's actually a different idea for Medsport. Don't mind changing things up at this sort of a situation. Roy, flash toward that same position on long. Once again trying to put pressure, and that's a great incendiary from Nilo. He'll manage to deal with TMB as he charges through those flames. Alltex took Jaquinho in the meantime again. Jaquinho down once again, and the Molotov is going to force Adam out of pit. Surely he doesn't get away, and he doesn't. Dupree finds one, Nilo finds another. 2 versus 3. Nilo's going to have to press W to go through this one, you would think, to save the round, but I don't think he can afford to. There's a big gap in it, actually, and the Molotov's doing so much damage to Dupree. 16 HP to spare. Still a gap in that smoke, but that nade just compounds the damage for Nilo. 30 kills, but 40 HP. Creeping forward, he needs a kill right now. Refresh in the cubby of the site. Dupree, though, he makes it look easy. Clean double tap. And Preasy have a shot at double OT. Incredible.
Saucy stuff there from Dupree. Himself and Roy were the two chief destroyers in the previous map as well, and they're leading the charge here for Preasy once again. 25 kills and 27 kills respectively between them. As you say, Nilo, he's up to the dirty 30. 1 round left. I mean, it would give Preasy a good boost if they were able to force some OT. The confidence and momentum they had was long ago. It's been recent since they felt something to get excited about, and it certainly would give them an injection.
Yeah. And now, weirdly, even though Medsport have the advantage, it's so strange, the momentum in Counter-Strike, the swings and roundabouts. It's they who will feel a little bit more under pressure to close this out after already getting a 3-0. And Dupree was 1 bullet from death there, but as you have said to me in the past, maybe put his balls in a wheelbarrow on that one, because that is so bold. Just standing in the middle of Banana on low HP, still getting the headshot. Incredible. Giacchino with the MP9, he finds 1 and 2. Recovery again. What did I say about swings and roundabouts? 4 versus 3. They know there's a boiler player in Altex as well. That's going to force Adam away. He might burn to this. Needs to get away.
No,
Only
man.
just, but Giacchino holds his back. And it's Dupree and Refresh to save the situation 2v4.
Oh my, Giacchino dealing in multi-kills, but he's going to overextend. It doesn't matter though. Refresh doesn't get the shot off. My goodness, Refresh was perfectly poised to finish off the job. Oh my goodness, 16-14, Trav. Metizport have actually done it. They have taken us to a third and final map despite the fact they were down 3-11.
Well, it's been an incredibly exciting day, but Bait and VP didn't disappoint. Bait had a superb Inferno with a brilliant performance, just fell at the final hurdle on that third map. Now this game is going to a third map as well. You mentioned it multiple times, it just has to be brought up again, from 11-3 to overtime for Medsport, and Nilo 1v5 after a Roy 4k from a boost on quad on B site Inferno. When have you ever heard stuff like this before? I can't believe it, but Ancient should be a brilliant middle ground battleground for these two to find out who stays alive in the fight for Dallas. We'll see how that transpires after a break. One more map for survival between Preasy and Medsport. We have seen some insane things happen so far today between these two, but we have one more map of action to come, and it is the perfect battleground of Ancient. Both these two teams have played it 20 times in the last 3 months. They both love playing it. I think we're well set for a banger.
Well, frankly, Trav, we shouldn't actually even be coming to Ancient considering the position that Preasy were in on Inferno, right? They were leading 11-3 at one point on their CT side as well. Eventually, they went up 12-10. Overtime was forced. In the first round of OT, Roy's boosted up quad. He gets 4 kills. It's a 1v5. Only Nilo left. He's able to complete the 1v5. Off the back of that, Metizport completes OT, and they force that third map. So, guys, Ancient is a very interesting situation right now, because what sort of a mental state are Preasy even going to be in going into this third map?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, of course, they've had a rough day in terms of, or a topsy-turvy day. In terms of their wins, of course, that heroic game in the opening stage and the opening round. I mean, they were 9-3 behind and won map 2. They were 9-3 in front and lost map 3, which is why they find themselves here. So, yeah, I mean, it just absolutely compounds the ridiculousness of the day, I think, for Preasy to lose to a ridiculous 1v5. Absolutely outrageous stuff. And, yeah, I think, as you say, I think there's plenty of experience here. You've got the likes of, a TMB, a Dupree, a Roy. They've been around for a very long time. They know how to bounce back and reset after these tough losses. But yeah, I think even they will be struggling to understand how they find themselves here.
Yeah, it's a good point, Trav. They're going to have to keep their mental state in check coming into this third and final map. A lot of work to be done here. They have to reset. Metizport CT side, couple sets of Julies, a flash smoke, and a kit as well. So quite a lot of utility available for the CT side here. As for the T side, you could say the same.
Indeed. Right, here it is then. One map to find out who survives in the fight for Dallas and who, fortunately, has no more chances left. Medsport and Preasy. Already the smokes are up toward B for Preasy, and the bomb will try and get herded in. Susp will tap down that smoke, hoping for a lucky headshot, but it's not going to happen, and Ortex will get it planted. So a full 5v5 retake to start off our decider.
Yeah, tough job here for Metsport. They have got that smoking kit, as I mentioned already. All four of the 5 players coming through from CT. There's going to be one player trying to make his way through middle, and he will actually find a kill, but it's just going to be the one out of him. Still a good job coming through so far from Metizport, smoking off Cave, looking to get themselves on the bomb. No one's actually sticking the defuse right now. Susp is the one with the kit, the Glock through the wood. It's doing chip damage. It's not going to be enough to get the kill, and the defuse has come through just in time for Susp.
Oh, goodness me. Death by paper cuts there. Spamming through the woods to try and deny that defuse. Not going to happen. Medsport just about get away with it. So much extra damage was done, of course. We got a couple of players trying the same wallbang, the same spam. Split second to spare. And they get away with it. Preasy, of course, with the plant. Full force buy. 1 AK on refresh and Galil's across the board. And they're not holding back. Straight up B ramp already. Time on the MP9 push for Susp is not good, but in the end he gets away with it. It's NTR to fall instead. And Jakine will stop Roy from advancing. Good incendiary timing as well, but they're back to on the opposite side of the map straight away off the back of it. TMB taking Adam B. And the bomb can go down on A.
At least they're able to get the bomb plants on the opposite side of the map, but Nilo starts off the retake very nicely as he does find that first kill to offset the retake. Retake and bomb damage in the kill that comes through, but that's not going to stop him from continuing to contribute. Survives the HE grenade and he gets across to Temple, so he can continue to be a menace. Susp does have a kit though. Good damage on Eltex. Just 20 points of health left between the two players alive here for Preasy. Susp not going to stick to the defuse. Wants to force these fights right now, gets the kill, but Dupree's not going to be able to do anything about this. It's going to have to be a perfect spray through the smoke for him to deny it, and it is going to get the kill, but not in time again.
How does this keep happening?
To Susp as well.
Yes. Preasy must be this is ridiculous. How many more things can happen to them that are just unbelievably frustrating? Holy mac and cheese balls.
When do they break? Do they break? My goodness. Well, they're going to buy up again here, and it makes sense because they get the bomb plants and they've got that round loss bonus. And it looks like they're going to play fast again in towards the speed bomb side, Trav. Is this frustration, or is this all part of the plan? Do they feel like this is their solution?
Absolute brawl. This game. But Sus will stop it again. Well, half blind from pushing forward as well. He manages to deal with Roy and fall back for another. ZTR still on the side. He knows there's a player pushed up and he takes him nicely. It's actually Sus coming through the smoke alongside as ZTR to get that kill. Dupree will try and get a plant down, and once again he'll manage it, but this time in a 3 versus 4. Rather than an even situation, this one is going to be tough. Jaquinho will try and force his way forward, flash into the sky. The MP9's about to push aggressively. That smoke that kind of locks off the MP9 from the rest, and it might give them a chance, but now the kills will come through. Adam is flanking with the XM, and Nilo gets the last 2. And they've got plenty of time for that defuse as well. A bit more comfortable, but still madness on the B side.
Yeah, surely. I mean, Preasy is going to keep up with the force buys at this point. That's going to be the trend with the bomb plants that they continue to attain. But they have to start to convert these rounds. Good retake coming through from Metizport. I certainly agree with you there. That smoke in towards Cave proved to be a bit of an awkward one for the CT side on the retake, but they were able to navigate the situation all right.
I thought it split them up for a second and made it actually give Preasy a chance, but in the end, Medsport dealt with it nicely. But of course, they haven't been given any chance to relax, Medsport, in this game. Every single round from Preasy has had something in it, of course. And all these plants, all these pushes, and once again, they have guns in the following. But ZTR says no a lot earlier this time. Gives them a 5 versus 3.
Metizport looking really good off the get-go here. Got the momentum behind them, some fire in their hearts right now. Anubis, some fire in the server with the auto shot as he eats up refresh.
The alligator.
Looks like finally Preasy are going to have to bend the knee here, Trav, and settle for an evo.
Maybe so. Medsport perhaps have finally broken through. ZTR on a timing, still looking for the player to have walked up ramp, and he reacts to Altex being on his left. Nicely, TNB last, he gets 1, but now he is 1, and now he is done. Jaquinho takes it, 4-0, clean sheet intact. Of course, the loss bonus has been building up all this time though, so they technically still have enough for what will be a couple of AKs and 3 Galils, but do they say Deagle time? I think they do.
Yeah, for sure. Upgrade a pistol, maybe even a hero AK on TMB. There we go. Refresh wants to dip his toes as well. If not, why not, lad? You got $3,400 coming next round. My rule is you just have to be able to afford such. If you can only afford AK head armor, you don't get to go for the upgrade here in this sort of a round. Because then you're compromising the team at that point. It becomes quite selfish.
Indeed. Sort of situation where if it's very late in the round, in this one, to save, because there is enough residual cash to perhaps buy that extra utility, but we should be talking about that. We should be talking about the possibility of a win, as Sus can only get 1 in Cave, and that's a lovely shot from Roy on Jaquinho through the corner of that smoke as well. Now, Nilo is here. You never know when he's around. But it's a 2 versus 4, and the smokes are up on either side. Be a good nade on toward Dupree, or to refresh, sorry. He will get the plant safely, even with that. But of course, there's a smoke and kit available. Surely we don't have another possibility of the smoke defuse coming in. Nilo goes aggressive, and I don't think it's going to happen this time. That's a big dig from Dupree, and it will force Adam away.
Yeah, what a way for Preasy to get their first down on the board, and finally they're the ones who have something out of nothing go their way. On the eco round, able to keep 4 players alive as they get across the line. It's going to be quite a frustrating round for Metizport to lose their first round of the map that they're going to be dropping. B bomb site just kind of crumbles there.
Yeah. The opening from TMB, just that first pick toward cave, leaves Susp in a tough position. Having to try and get one and stay alive. Not possible. Of course, so many of these rounds have been so ridiculously close and back and forth that the money for Medsport has not been built up in any way, shape or form. So they've got 3 M4s, an AWP and an XM in this round again. But once again, it's Nilo to do the work. Beautifully done, trying to take lane control from Jaguar and mid as quickly as possible, and it works out.
It's a bit of a concern for Preasy. It was a big reprieve for them winning that eco round in the previous, but if they just lose the round straight afterwards, then they wouldn't really have been able to do too much off the back of that. Back to square one, if you will. And ZTR is on smoke fade here with the auto shotty. He just demolishes TMB. Great shot coming through from him. 5 versus 2. Preasy continue to try and commit their way forward. They have to recover the bomb. ZTR is waiting. He's on the brink. And Refresh now knows it, but he can't do anything about it.
The XM is goated, man, I'm telling you. I think we've known that for a while in CS2, that the shotguns can be pretty tasty. And the XM is being made to sing. Metizport stopping Preasy around before they'd be on a low econ themselves. And Medsport are being extra careful to make sure they survive with 4 alive in this situation. I respect that, but the amount of money ZTR's just made. 3 kills on the auto shotty, 2 of them being little jiggle headshots, being impossible to react to. Dirty stuff.
At least for Preasy, they're still able to afford another buy here, and even in the round afterwards, so weapons not going to be the problem. But yeah, they've had gun rounds. It's not like they've been losing rounds because they haven't had weapons. So, and it's still a bit of a concern. Yakinio's got the AWP here as well. Where's he going to position himself? Looks like it's going to be over towards A. Normally, there is some form of aggression from the CT side on the Asian side. They can't really just afford to sit back and give that space up for free. Nothing too far forward coming through from Metizport just yet. Just ZTR in towards Jaguar. A couple players holding middle, but not pushing it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Jaguar defense has been rock solid so far for Medsport. Bit of a slow round from Preasy. They've played it very quick early doors. Still a bit of, as you say, more calculated control toward mid and Donut. Now is when they start looking toward Donut, and ZTR can't do it this time. Sus has to stand his ground, and honestly, he does really well to get one. Nilo's still here, though, and when Nilo's still here, you always have to be prepared. But Roy has stepped up on a couple of these rounds. It was his triple kill that got Preasy there first. Nilo, does he choose to phase this smoke on a timing? Sitting in it for now. If he went through it, actually would have been perfect timing, but of course he was not to know that. Preasy have an advantage with 35 seconds, working their way forward, but Roy will go down to Jaquinho. The bomb will now escape toward A, but the rotations will be in pretty quickly. Adam's already here.
Yeah, but he's in towards Temple, so you can't actually do anything about them on the site itself. Preasy don't know if A main is clear either, though. So they've got a few question marks to try and answer up as well. Adam B's timing is great, but his aim is awful. And Ultex should have been dead to right, but he turns and burns. 2v3 Yakinio with the AWP to edge his way forward straight into the crosshair. Head ripped right off. They now know where Nilo is, and they're not gonna give him any unnecessary fights, that's for sure. Seen what happens when they do.
Indeed. They've learnt from their previous misgivings. They're not going to be burnt again. Nilo will save. Preasy will double their score finally. Again, 2 big kills from Roy. And then a good decision to scarper back toward the A-bomb site. As you say, it could have been different if maybe Adam got that frag. 2v2s would have been a bit more spooky, but not on this occasion. And Medisport's money is still a point of question, of course. They have enough of the AWP. The brilliant XM in the hands of ZTR. chance to do more work. But Adam B only on an MP9 this time. Of course, a lot of history for these players from various teams in the past. That's what made them so exciting. Susp broke through quite a while ago and had a great chance on 0-0 Nations. ZTR was obviously in the Young Ninjas and Godsent project. A lot of name value behind these young Swedes that have burst onto the scene recently. And a great opening pick once again for Jaquinho.
Yeah, still some ground being taken up by Preasy. I was going to say Refresh has been able to make his way through Donut, but Nilo has the blitz about him. The auto shoddy at range is enough for ZTR. It does take 3 shots, but Roy wasn't able to do anything about it in the process. Timing was awful for him. All of a sudden, it's only Ultex left remaining. 1v4, they know exactly where he is as well. Oh man, Molly's not going to help him out. He runs out of ammo, which means ZTR stays alive, and he's even able to get the kill.
Oh, how much money has ZTR made with the XM? That's 5 separate kills with it. It's 900 per kill. 5 times 9, that's 45. Add the zeros. $4,500 solely from his XM kills. Good God. Preasy, don't know how to deal with him.
Yeah, man, he's playing phenomenally well. Best performance out of ZTR so far here in the series. A lot of impact coming through from him. Dupree spots both. He's able to cut down one. The HEs do chunk down the aggressive T players, but they've got a kill and information to show for it. Just seems like both these teams are trading rounds back and forth right now. Big blow for the loser economically in this next round.
Big off angle, but happy to take point immediately. He's had so many important kills in this game, especially on the previous map, to drag Medsport back into this. And again, it's a recovery kill that works nicely, and he swings for a second two before the smoke bloom. That's lovely timing, and Dupree couldn't pounce on the right timing to take him down. But Ultex will finally stop him. Unfortunately for Dupree, though, he's not expecting Nilo so close in Jaguar and on that cave rotation. And Molotov will stop anyone from playing toward that backside area. Smoke on long. Refresh has to keep his crosshair in the same position for the lineup. They're committed to the wall bang and the smoke bang here. Refresh and Ultex. The defuse can come through. There's a smoke available for Jaquinho as well to make sure it's on the bomb as well. He'll now hold it, and the spam will have to come through, and it's just not going to work out. No damage done at all, really. And even Refresh were taken down by the burst as well. ZTR is styling on them on this CT side.
Yeah, he really is, right? This is the loudest he's been in the server. The P2000 rampaging through the smoke there to finish off the kill. At least for Preasy, they get a bomb plant, so coupled with that round loss bonus, they're going to be able to afford a decent buy here. But man, Metizport looking red hot right now on the CT side. Preasy sweating bullets. The exit is starting to, well, look likely for Preasy here at the IEM Dallas Post qualifier in Europe. Oh my goodness, Dupree. I'm telling you right now, his head is in his hands as we speak.
Yep. Refresh is trying to push close to Red Room, probably thinking Jaquinho won't expect a close look after getting a smoke pick, and this should work out for a freebie. I say a freebie! Oh no, Refresh! Molotov will lock him into the corner, and he should burn from that, but he's got a smoke to put it out. In the meantime, while all that's going on, Roy has taken the B anchor Susp, and they've got a chance for a plant on the site, corner of the site. Back and forth once again. In the meantime, Refresh is going on a full lurk off the back of it all. It's back and forth. Nilo doesn't know where to look. Doesn't know where Refresh has gone. And they're delaying the plant for so long as well.
Yeah, they are. But that could be costly. Adam B is now making his way back to the middle. I don't think he's going to consider the play towards CT, no. Refresh has now created a lot of space, but his teammates can't do much with that space. Oh, ZTR has to go nuclear here. They know where he is, though, Trav. He's the only positive in this round right now for Metizport because Nilo's got a massive rotation through T-spawn.
Oh, he will find Ultex, and they knew that Nilo went for a big rotation last time as well. ZTR smartly gets his kill and falls back to a defensive angle, and there's Nilo dealing with Roy. It's Refresh again. What can he do? Flash on the angle, trying to push closer, realizing that he needs to get closer to that defusing player. But once again, it's being held behind the pillar, and it's defused again! Every single situation like this is going Metisport's way. What must Preasy be feeling right now? So many close defuses. There were 3 in the first 3 rounds and another one here. They just can't find the answer.
Probably feeling a bit aggrieved. I think I would say that's the word I would use.
The world's against them.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing is going their way. And it's not like they're making many mistakes. Just, yeah, really rough stuff so far here. 8-2 Metizport. Doing really well on their CT side. Preasy have gone for another investment, but they're so light on utility, Trav. 2 HEs, just 1 HE now. A flash and a smoke. As they snake their way in towards middle. In fact, it's just Adam B between them and that A-bomb site, and Nilo in towards top mid. They both have a number of guests on their doorstep. The 3 will go down. Nilo should be traded out, and eventually he will be, but the damage is done.
Damage is certainly done. Altex tagged down as well. ZTR. Ooh. Roy reacts. Keeps around in the conversation. Bomb is dropped on the edge of Donut there, as you can see. Altex will creep forward and pick it up, but surely there isn't a swing here. A nice flash. Bounces into the mouth of Donut, so it can be blinding the site players. But 2 worried about Red Room, and 1 now pushing through B in Susp. He's got full control of lane. 45 seconds. There's still definitely a possible route here. But Roy is making a lot of footsteps, and Jakino will certainly hear that. All depends on the timing. Roy is looking for it. Massive shadow, and it helps out Jakino. It's all down to Altex. 14 HP. He gets removed by Adam. Last round of the half coming in. Preasy have to find a third.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Metsport, they had 3 to work with going into their second half on Inferno, and they forced OT from their Trav. That was indeed a 9-3 halftime scoreline. Oh, goodness. I mean, you can't really blame Preasy for probably being in a bit of a rough state mentally based on what's happened in today's events. They lost out on the decider against Heroic, the way that the previous map ended up in overtime, and they lost there as well. Emotions must be running high at this point.
Jakino will even win his duel straight up on Roy as well. Look where ZTR's positioned himself. Straight behind the smoke. If anyone comes through that, they are a dead man. 3 will drop as well. Lovely nade and damage. Nilo deals with refresh.
13 kills and 3 deaths right now. Haven't even finished the 12th round yet.
He is loving life. It's TMB and Altex, and their only role in this round, sadly, is just to pop through this smoke where Medsport have locked them at bay. And it's going to be a double-digit half for Medsport to stay alive. I did not think I'd be saying that Preasy would be 10-2 down on a decider after what went forth on Inferno. We'll see if there's some miraculous comeback possible after a quick break. Medsport kind of living a charmed life, it feels like, in this entire series, but they have put the hammer down and had a brilliant 10-2 CT half of Ancient. Preasy have a long, long way back.
My goodness, Trav, it is a ridiculously long road back here for Preasy on the CT side as well. Metizport proved that they could do it on the previous map. Can Preasy give them a taste of their own medicine? It's going to be a big exec in towards the A-bomb side. First smoke let loose. Susp has a second. There is a kit and a smoke on TMB as well, so the retake certainly on the cards. And players leaning in towards the A side of the map here as well. They need to make sure they get ahead of the smoke grenade. Molly's really good, but the shots are landing for the CT side.
Yeah, quick 2-for-1 and a lovely kill from TMB as well. Susp is going to try and get the bomb planted, of course, on the corner of the site, as you do on A. Kind of, sometimes it is the safest area, but look at that. Holding hands in Donut, Roy and Dupree, and they get both the final 2 kills. So that is the start of the long road. But, of course, they need to find the next signpost. I can tell you, of course, that we have got some results elsewhere. Bait have actually eliminated Movistar Koi 2-0. Incredible result for them.
Remarkable indeed.
Their great performance against VP doesn't go unrewarded. And they'll be playing Ents in the lower bracket tomorrow, because Heroic beat them 2-1. That puts Heroic 1 BO3 away from qualifying for Dallas. VP and Apex still battling in a third map. And the loser of that plays the winner of this.
Alright, well, that is the context, that is the situation. It is going to be a force buy coming through from Metizport. Of course, they did get that bomb plant, so they can afford a few extra bits and pieces coming into the second round of the half. What can they piece together is the question. Doesn't look too good from this point of view. Down 4 versus 3. What do you think, Trav? Think Preasy have it in them?
I mean, with what's gone before today, madness, havoc, wackiness, all the words, I wouldn't put it past this series to have one more twist.
Yeah, not writing anything off, right?
Exactly.
I think it's going to be really important that Dupree just keeps everybody's head in check. Someone like Ultex, when you're young and up and coming, you don't want to be the player to disappoint the team either. So I think he'll continue to make sure his head stays in a good place. You know, Dupree will be offering him some good advice, and TMB's the IGL as well. So it's important that he stays in a healthy mental place as well. Of course, not as integral on the CT side as the IGL, but still important to shift some pieces around. Might become a bit of an issue not having an AWP Trav, because, yeah, ZTR's just going to accept his fate here, but normally the AWP is the guy who kind of dictates the setup from the CT side, because he's the guy who has the biggest say, and he gets to determine what he wants to do, you know, maybe based on his spawn or what he's feeling or what the enemy's been doing, and then based off what the AWP wants to do, the IGL can then make a decision on the setup afterwards. But not really having anybody taking that sort of initiative on Preasy.
Yeah, I mean, as we said earlier, Dupree sometimes did it on Vertigo. Refresh sometimes did it on T-side Inferno. TMB has done it in the past. So yeah, I think obviously with the set spawns these days, since that update, of course, that Valve put forth, whichever player is in that spawn that they feel like is a good one, maybe might consider picking it up. It is very fluid, that choice, but it's not one they go to all too often whatsoever, as we know. Refresh, though, against the pistols, and that saved UMP, which is NTR escaped with in that previous round. Catch here first on Milo. Vortex tapping away. Nice taps into Suffered NTR, and a lovely third as well. Really nice from Altex. Bit of confidence as we go forth on this CT half. And from the gap of 8, it's now 5 as the first gun round comes in.
Gap of 5 reads a whole lot better than a gap of 8. First full gun round of the second half about to get going. See what Metizport can bring to the table. 3 rounds away from finishing off the job. Then the third and final map. Dupree wants to assert his dominance in towards mid. Full set of util being used. Nilo wants to contest. They trade headshots. AK trumps the M4. Thank you for Dupree. TMB is in position. They do keep the numbers level as a result.
I don't know, finds another really important kill. This time it is Altex to go down. No way forward, Roy. Oh, he was ready to try and do something. Ready to try and put his first foot forward to recover a tough situation. He gets immediately deleted, and Refresh was also trying the same thing with that smoke, but immediately took tags and damage through. Which means he's going to have to fall back as well. And Metizport will find their 11th.
Okay, well, that's a big blow. Yeah, step by step, but that's a really big step that they take in the direction of closing out the series. 1-for-1 trade initially, but then they're able to make their way forward on that B-bomb side. TMB could inflict some decent damage, but the flash is actually perfect. TMB's blind. Adam B doesn't even spot him, though. That is quite unfortunate. No further damage inflicted from just the one kill, but huge round for Preasy to lose. And they will still be able to afford a decent buyer because of the 2 guns they carry through, but they're on the brink now, Trav, on the brink of being eliminated from the Dallas qualifier.
Two away, but as we said, we're not counting any chickens before they've hatched in this series, that's for sure. We have enough money for the reinvestment, of course. Pretty Roy's taken a big nade, banked off the Jaguar wall. Choose a different cubby to play from. I will hear that smoke right click and see its trajectory, probably realizing that he is in that corner. Once again creeping up towards B on a bit of a weird timing as well, and once again it will catch off TMB. Altex needs to step up, and he finds himself 1, but 2 would be brilliant, and that's a great adjustment to take that second. Chiquinho will get the bomb down, keeping the round alive, but the help came in from Roy. Unfortunately, the help lines up perfectly for Chiquinho, and that's going to force Refresh and Dupree away again.
Man.
That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, I thought Altex said that enough. Dupree is just going to be fighting for his life, but the shots are off the mark again. Nilo will best him. Probably the youngest player on the server against the oldest natural. And that is just so brutal for Preasy. It's adding insult to injury that they're not able to save both of the rifles that were alive when they decided to commit to the save as well. I thought once Altex got that second frag, Preasy were in with a really good shout, but Chiquinho, how good has he been in this series actually, Trav? We were talking up Susp, Adam B, and obviously Nilo the most coming into this, but I'd say Chiquinho has been the second most impressive after Nilo.
Yeah, and honestly, it hasn't really been much of the AWP work from him. It's been mostly his rifle work in big moments that has saved Medsport. And won some really critical rounds as well. Now they're just 1 away from what did not look likely, and that was staying alive in this lower bracket. One of Apex or VP, the loser of that other game currently going on, of course, will be their opponents tomorrow. 2 spots, of course. 1 through the upper bracket, 1 through the lower. Can they fight for that lower bracket spot? It's going to be an A execute.
Yeah, it looks like a really good call coming through from Metizport right now as they head in towards the say bomb site. TMB has one of the 3 rifles on the side of the map, but he's 1 of 5 on the side of the map. They need to start rotating across, which they do. Bomb plant gonna come through. Ultek's not wasting any time. He runs straight into Adam B though, who hasn't been accounted for, and it's a disaster as a result. Metizport. Oh my god, Trav.
It's a one-tap. It's a one-tap to finish it off. Absolutely incredible for Medsport. From 11-3 behind on map 2 to a 10-2 half on map 3. They're on the edge of elimination and they've somehow pulled it out of the fire. Once again, this team shows it has the grit. It shows they have the determination. It shows they have the talent. They did amazing in the showdown. And once again, they're trying to pull it off in the IEM Dallas closed qualifiers. And they will stay alive for one more day.
So brutal for Preasy though, right? I mean, they committed so much energy. They fought so hard today and they've got nothing to show for it. You may think about how they would have been feeling on that comeback on the second map against Heroic to then lose in the third map in the fashion that they did 9-3 up, then drop to the lower bracket. They beat Metizport on the first map. Second map, they were looking dead to right to finish off the job, and it doesn't happen. Lose the game in OT, and now they're eliminated. That's just going to be a crushing feeling for them, Trav.
It really will, and I do feel bad for them because how many rounds do we talk about? The 3 diffusers? I'm not sure they're all smoke diffusers, but like the 3 diffusers full stop in the first 3 rounds of the game. That could have set Preasy off and running in a totally different manner, and we could be still playing right now rather than it being done and dusted. That's got to hurt. And I do really feel bad for them, but Medsport's recent form will shine through. It's been a pleasure, Hayes, once again, to do a big qualifier like this with you. We've had some incredible moments, including the Wrinkle clutch earlier, of course, and the Nilo 1v5, which is going to live long in my memory, that's for sure. But for now, we'll say good night, and make sure to hop over to that B stream where VP and Apex is still battling away in a third map. Remember, the loser of that now plays Medsport tomorrow. So make sure you return tomorrow. We'll see you guys soon. Have a good evening.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Anubis!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristas. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner